types of responses that are really not supportive. Public space where we all don't know each other, unwanted advice, or, all kinds of things can happen. And I think for me, my biggest interest as a facilitator is to make sure that this thing is emceed really strongly. And also that the expectations are really clear so that people just know what's expected of them, what the container is really clearly. And then you can expand as much as you want in that container. Like spray foam, you take up as much space as there is, but we got to keep the container really solid. And that container includes, the same agreements that we have: anti-racism, being really reverent of people's experiences and identities. And then some way that we can encourage people to respond, like snaps or something that is not going to be a back and forth or anything like that.
Yeah, I think there has to be a way for us to hold people in community in that moment. Like, so say someone shares something, for instance, it's really hard, and we're all very moved by that piece of information. There should be a way for us as a community to show that support.
Right.
Yeah.
Jazz
One
band,
idea.
whatever.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, folks. One idea too is to have somebody, a committee member or facilitator, one of us or two of us, sort of holding that role so that there is a verbal response, like a thank you for sharing, thank you for being here, but that it's like somebody's playing that role of witness
Emily,
in that way.
And person to be in that role.
I'm sorry?
Emily, I think you'd be a good person to be in that role. I think so many of us would be, but Emily, I think in particular, you'd be a very good person. And maybe that could be like up for a vote right now, that Emily, you're that person.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy to play that role if that's what we want to do. I'm also happy to share that role. We could do half of the time I could do it and half of the time someone else could do it. If someone wants to, I think we really underestimate sometimes how strong the role of witness is, right? And how by just witnessing and listening, how you're really showing up. And sometimes the urgency and desire to respond actually comes from that sense of like, oh, I've got to say something. But if we have like a held space and there's that role is being tended to. So if somebody wants to practice being in that role or wants to serve in that way, I'd be happy to share that responsibility as well.
I'll help.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. I know you're a great listener. So you're somebody, it sounds like Darlene, are you interested in playing that role of like after people share, saying, thank you for sharing or saying something? Great.
Sorry, mic was off. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Kelsey, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you. And I don't want to sound redundant, but I just keep thinking a little bit about the emotional labor that it takes to sort of prepare for people to share their stories. Maybe if it's like, anyway, if we don't have a sense ahead of time of how much time people have, it could create more anxiety for folks if they're suddenly like, oh, I can't present this 15 minutes of something. I have to give it in 3. And maybe that's just the way it is. And we really can't anticipate that. And that just is what it is. But I guess I just want to name that could create some major emotional anxiety for folks if they've like really prepared something. So maybe we just need to, maybe in our announcement, mention that you need to perhaps be flexible in the time. Maybe that would be a way to give people a heads up.
We can also give people the opportunity to share more privately, to reiterate at the beginning, you have this much time. Whether we want to do that ahead of time or not, I think is up to us right now. I think there's pros in the category of being flexible because we don't know how many people might show up. And there's also cons in like the unpredictability, like you're saying. And there's pros to like knowing how much space you might want to take up and practicing for that. And then there's cons in the inflexibility of that. So we can decide about that together. But either way, I think it could be helpful to reiterate over and over in that space that if you don't have time to share what you want, or if you're out there listening and you want to share in a different way, here are all the other ways that you can share. This isn't the be all and end all of your story or your experience or what you can share with this process. Because it can be so much pressure, right?
Yeah. And a lot of times when I'm sharing something like this, you come up with things afterwards. You remember, you're like, oh, that. And we want to give people space to continue sharing.
Yes.
I just held a space last week that was super, super sweet and tender, a Zoom space. And one of the things we did, I don't think we'll have time to do this whole thing, but we did a practice called the Big Welcome, which took like a solid 10 minutes. It was essentially a grounding, welcoming practice. And it was like sections of like welcoming all parts. It was a way of really welcoming all parts of ourselves. And it would be really beautiful to have something, maybe the grounding practice can be this, and I'm happy to do this. Or again, if somebody else wants to step into this role in this space, I'm also happy to share that. But it might be nice for the grounding practice to be like a welcoming, like because I think we want to create a sense of community in this space, even though it's virtual and even though it's, for the purpose of this project, it's also like in itself being in this meeting and leaving the meeting. I want folks to feel like they were connected, to us. It wasn't just, we have to be careful of like these spaces being exploitative, and like that we're extracting information. And I think it's possible to create these spaces where people come and they don't actually necessarily feel depleted at the end, but they're potentially nourished. Of course, that depends on the individual and whatnot, but by like being together in space in this way. So I'd like this grounding practice, which I love. Maybe I'm going to put the idea here of like being a welcoming grounding.
I love that.
And
one other idea that I have regarding the unpredictability of turnout is that we could consider both just like inviting people that we know who are wise or have experience to share to see if we can get a roughed out sense ahead of time of people who might show up. But also, I wonder, this is a question, not at all a prescription. I wonder about people from this group bringing things to, hold or fill space with that are inspiring to us and related to our work that aren't necessarily. I'm not going to ask you all to share your own experiences in that space. That's a deeply voluntary, process that you each get to decide about for yourself, what, how you want to hold and share what's happened to you. What happens to you belongs to you. But, is there a reading or a poem or a song that we can use to hold space? I think for the second of the two, the creative one, I am planning to offer at least one song, maybe two, to bookend the situation. I make music in addition to being your wackadoo facilitator. But I think that, we can hold space reverently in a lot of ways. And it could be that we want to make sure that if there aren't a ton of people who are called to share their experience that way, that we have something to offer people who show up that's related to what we care about and are doing.
And what we offer might inspire someone who's hesitant to show up and speak out. I am happy to either share my own lived experiences. I will say that all of my experiences with police and policing in this country have been in Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and California.
Yeah.
Berkeley, Oakland, and San Francisco. But I'm more than happy to share or prepare some of those things. Happy to read some words by Audre Lorde or Mayor Baraka or Angela Davis. So I'm open to that. And
Cool.
Kelsey, I feel like you would also, I don't mean to call you out, but I know for a fact that you'd be a good person to share.
Well, I think I've been loud and proud from the beginning that I plan to, but
Heck yeah.
just so everybody knows, I always protect the anonymity of folks that I'd say drop the ball. And it depends on how much time I have, but I do go out of my way to use the names of folks that I feel served me well. Depends how much time I have though, right? So, but just, that's something that I feel is important. And definitely going to speak to the twists and turns that are not great, but I do protect that anonymity. So that's how I choose to do it. But I also was thinking, I'm going to maybe wait and just sort of see how full we are. And if there's space on Monday night, I'll share. And if there's not, I'll wait. And, you know, if I'm happy, I plan to do it. And if we're like have huge turnout, then I'm happy to wait until another committee meeting if there's space on our agenda to do it. So I just want to have many voices heard as possible.
And that being said, Kelsey, I would prefer not to speak since my experiences are predominantly not relevant to Brattleboro, and I know, Kelsey, yours are more local. Darlene has mentioned some things that are local. Kaz might have some that are local. So I will be here there as a backup placeholder.
I think we can also make space for you, Kelsey. I think that would be, it'd be even cool modeling to, I think there's space for anybody in the community who wants to share. And if we need more space than that, we're going to make more forums. I don't know that that's going to happen, but we're just going to make space. We're making so much space for conversation right now. We're going above and beyond our projected hours, making space for conversation. So
I appreciate that. I think you all know I make sure I have space, but I just want to make sure that there's space for others, because I'm on the committee, so I could potentially do it another time, but I'll get it out there. Don't worry.
I was going to say, in the words of Adrienne Marie Brown, there's always time for the right work. So
Yeah.
I agree. I appreciate that willingness. And I think, as Shay said earlier, if we can become ambassadors, as we already are for this project, and really, it takes a lot of time and labor, Shay and I are both finding, to explain to people what we're doing and to tend to people's personal sort of needs for information in regards to helping folks feel like it's accessible and safe enough for them to participate. So I think that's labor we all can actually be doing. That's one of the greatest values of this committee, is that we have, people from, embedded in different areas of our community. So that I think that ambassadorship is critical for y'all, all of us. Lana's saying, same, I make plenty of space for myself.
I want to do a time check and say that we have time for the rest of our agenda. It's not urgent, but I want to also, make sure that we touch on the creative public forum at some point as well, in addition to this first one. It can be largely overlapping, but I don't know if folks maybe want to take a brief break first, because it's 7:10, 7:12.
I think it's a good idea. Let people move their legs and butts around.
Yes, please. Thank you, Lana.
You're welcome, Darlene. I meant me too.
How long do you all need to take a break? 5? Is that acceptable? Okay.
Long enough to check on the destruction in my living room.
Yeah.
Not
long enough to rebuild though, Kelsey. I'm sorry.
No.
All right.
All right. We'll be back at 7:17 then. Thank you. I had enough time to get myself a snack, but I didn't have enough time to eat it. So I am going to eat this snack, if that's okay with y'all, during the meeting.
You do not need our permission to fuel your body, EMR, or any of the rest of y'all.
That's good, because I'm eating pizza.
Good. Fuel up.
All right, so I'm wondering if it would be all right to go back to the document and see if we can synthesize what we just did for Monday's meeting into a shorter agenda that Shay and I can then, make warnable, put into a warnable agenda. But I would like to synthesize down what we've written in here into something a little simpler. We can keep these notes for our own like internal, not internal, but our like more detailed agenda as we're thinking about how we're holding the space, but to get clearer about what we're gonna say in our agenda. And then move on to the second forum. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
So how do folks feel with this introductions, welcoming, grounding in agreements? Kind of starting with that.
I think it's fantastic. I just hope we can cover the ground in a really meaningful way in an abbreviated amount of time. I mean that in the most respectful way possible, because I think we totally need to do it. Yeah.
Totally.
I completely agree. We don't want to lose people's attention spans, and we also don't want them to feel like, okay, this is a system bureaucratic, checkout moment. We want to make it as like clean and clear and quick as possible so we can get right to people talking.
I second that.
Great. So on the public agenda, what would we want to say in each of these sessions?
Well, it can be first is the board introductions, right? The board introductions and a brief explanation of what we're doing. And as far as the board introduction goes, I don't think we need to go around, this is my opinion, and each introduce ourselves. We can be introduced here. We are a group of community members, that sort of a broad introduction.
Yeah, this is the committee. This is what we're up to.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Exactly. Because really, we want to make it clear that it's about the participants, it's about their stories, and this is a space for them. This is not us.
Yep. Sounds good. Does anyone else want to hold a welcoming or grounding in moment?
I totally agree with Lana, first of all. But yeah, I think we should do a welcoming, grounding moment. Just to make them feel more at ease of wanting to share their story to begin with. And to let them also know that people that are on this community have also been through some of what they may have been through or worse, So I want them to feel comfortable and willing to share with us.
Definitely, Darlene. Thank you.
I agree. And maybe that could be woven into the introduction of the committee, sort of without going into like individual bios, just sort of, this is the committee and these are some of the life experiences that bring us here, maybe.
Yeah, that we represent the broader scope of this community as well. We represent different factions, each of us make up this community.
Is there a committee member who wants to do this introduction?
I'm happy to do it if no one else would like to do it. I'm always happy to speak if no one else wants to speak. I don't need to.
I will do it with you, Lana.
We could split it in half. In that case, I would write up a little script for the, I like to read from a script if I'm doing something like that.
Yes, I agree, Lana.
Yeah.
So Kaz is saying that he's not always available to be a speaking person these days. So thank you for taking care of yourself and letting us know, Kaz. No worries. There's so many different ways to engage. And Darlene, if you want to, in the interest of sharing the roles too, if you want to do the like acknowledging and appreciating sort of feedback to folks with me or not, or you want to do the introduction, or both is cool too, as long as if there's other folks that want to sort of hold a role in this, it might be also a space for other folks to join in and share too, if wanted. Like, yeah, I don't know if other committee members were interested in the introduction part too.
Is it possible to be, so this is a working document, this agenda? So is it possible between now and the 16th to
Yep.
all, write a little bit, like I could write the brief bio in there, and then you guys are welcome to edit whatever I write?
The only thing that's not flexible is the sort of very basic bullet point agenda of what we're going to get up to.
Right.
Because that has to be warned to the town website, and they warn it, and we're going to do that as soon as possible so that they can share that and
Right.
people know. Beyond that, we put on our agenda like checking about listening sessions and one-on-ones, and then we talk about it a bunch. So all of that stuff is mutable and workable up until the end, but we need to have the sort of basic bullet point skeleton before.
Okay.
And
Well,
I
I'm
also
happy to
don't
write-
know. Go ahead.
I'm just happy to write something. I'm just not a good writer while I'm multitasking. And so,
Yeah, no, we don't need to write it now, but I don't think we can all work on, I don't think all the committee members can work on writing a document together. So I think it would make more, just because of if it's not happening in a meeting. So I think it would maybe make more sense if two people wanted to like work on something together outside of a committee meeting. But we'll put you two down for now and see if there's others that want to hold that space to it. I am happy to do this part if somebody else wants to. I'd love to also help somebody else, make space for somebody else to do this. But I'm also happy to hold that piece if desired.
Okay, yeah, like you said, Emily, if somebody else wants to help Lana, that would be great. I will step aside. But either way, I'm available for both if you need me.
Thanks,
I
Darlene.
have a suggestion, Darlene, since you were going to do the, sort of saying thank you for sharing, holding that space. What if you did the agreements? Because that seems like that's part of that. That seems part of that role. That's just throwing that out there.
Mhm.
I also don't mind speaking at all and would do one of those things. And the other thing I was thinking is for the project introduction, what Shay wrote in the start of the anonymous survey is really good, and it explains like a lot about just like how we're using these stories. And so I was thinking like that could almost be a script of sorts.
Mhm.
That's perfect. That sounds
It could
like
at least it could at least be the springboard, and you could edit it down or whatever at will.
Yeah.
I can almost always stand to be edited down. That's just me acknowledging the truth.
Yeah, and Laura, I think it'd be great to hear from you, because there are some, I know my voice is heard quite often, so I'm happy to not hear the sound of my own voice, and I would love to hear you do something.
Yeah, wherever I'm needed, I don't mind talking.
Laura, do you want to do the agreements? Walk folks through agreement?
Sure,
making?
I can do that.
I think you'd be great at that. Kelsey, do you want to frame the space for sharing?
I can always be the speaker in whatever way is helpful. What do you mean frame the space for sharing?
Well, I guess I mean just like transition us from the agreement making to like opening up the sharing space. I don't know. I just anyone else can do it too, but
I'm happy to do it. Do you just sort
Yeah.
of mean like transition into? I guess I don't really know exactly what you mean.
yeah.
You want me to like open with sharing my story, or sort of transition us like, thank you, Laura, thank you for going over our agreements, and now we'll begin, like how, I guess I don't know what you mean.
I think that role includes setting those sort of parameters that we've named for sharing. Like there's the agreements, and then there's like, all right, this is how we're going to hold the time a little bit, and whatever other tone setting we need to set for that sharing space. I would love to say something like people can share from their own experiences, not other people's experiences, whatever the parameters are and the expectations are and the supports we're offering people. And if you don't want to do that, Kelsey, and you want somebody else to hold that, then they could pass it to you to share also. You know what I mean? Like it's really flexible. You can take on the role you want to take on or not.
I wonder if within that sharing space, Kelsey, if Kelsey is the one who's doing it, that we can make it clear that this is a space that might be triggering, there might be language that we're hearing. And I don't ever want to stifle anyone's emotions or outbursts or feelings. But I don't know if there's a way, if something is registering as, I don't know how to put this, if anyone else wants to help out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like looking for some shared language to use to warn folks about what's coming up, like this is going to involve violence, or this is going to involve, something that could be triggering for other folks, like some sort of shared way of sort of warning.
Children present, that kind of thing. Or if you do.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, in terms of my own story. And I think we should to announce to everyone to be mindful of that if you have children in the background, please might want to put on headphones or whatever sort of warnings we might want to give.
I'm also wondering a little bit about the logistics of, so we show up as a committee and we look and there's 10 people. And so we're thinking like, oh, everyone can easily have 5 minutes. And then suddenly there's 20 people. Like, how are we communicating about how to sort of delegate time, delegate space, like have a game plan?
I mean, we could just be straight with people that we are dividing the time amongst the participants. And if each participant needs more time, then we will be happily, gladly give them more time in a different way.
But what about, I don't know, Annalise, I don't want to speak for you, but what if we open the forum and there are 10 people in the queue, and then as they're sharing, more people join in, right? And so I'm wondering, I don't mean to speak for you, Annalise, but I wonder if that's part of your question.
How do we be flexible and but in a way we're holding the space, we're like putting on this event in a certain way, and how do we communicate with each other, but everything is public? It's like a tricky to make people feel heard and not have it feel like, oh, if you showed up at 6:15 you get to speak for half an hour, and if you showed up at 7:15 you got 3 minutes,
right? Which
might just be the reality.
I was thinking for like 5 minutes, because 5 minutes is a long time to speak. When our interviews we had 5 minutes, I was like, how the hell am I going to talk for 5 minutes? Right? Yeah. So 5 minutes to me seems like a broad amount of time. And then some people will want to go over that, and some people will want to go under it. And then we could judge that based on the amount of people, possibly.
It's tricky because, listen, it takes more work for me to shave it down when I'm given a time limit than it is to fill the space. But that's just me personally, right? Like, I can weave in all kinds of meeting and pieces to what I've experienced, or it's like, all right, I need to shave this down. What has to go? So it really depends on the individuals, right?
I think that we can offer people a much more extended conversation on our own. That's the thing. We actually can't. People who are calling me and talking to me are actually talking for an hour about their experience. There's more than an hour to share. We simply can't host that in a public forum. It's not practical. Other people will be crowded out by that. You know what I mean? And so I feel like keeping it fairly brief actually is helpful. And I think that part of this solution could be solved in the pre-messaging too, to share whatever we decide ahead of time. We're going to give folks approximately 5 or 10 minutes to share whatever we decide. And these are the kinds of things that we're focusing on as a committee. You share what you want, but what we're looking for is stuff about these systems. The questions that we had in our survey are what we're listening for, in addition to just witnessing people and accompanying people in their reality. We're looking at, what did you expect to happen if you called for help? How did you make the decision to call for help or not? Did you feel like there's a consequence associated with that? What worked? What didn't? What added unsafety? You know what I mean? And we can share in our pre-messaging these sorts of things that we're focusing on and say, you have 5 minutes on the floor. You can share as much of your experience as you want, and you can tailor it however you want to share with us which part of your experience you want to share. Some of you will have so much more to share than that, and we really want to make space for you to do that elsewhere. But we can't have everybody do it for 20 minutes because that will be 4 people share, and then that's all the time we have. And I hope that we have more than 4 people show up,
I know when we did the stories at the the movie theater down here, Latches, and in Putney, we each got 5 minutes to speak, and that 5 minutes, like whoever, I forget who said it, but that 5 minutes seems like it drags on forever, but I promise you it like goes real fast. So the more you could say and the amount of time that you could say it, I give you all props, because I know I found it hard. So, but I did it. But so yeah, 5 minutes I think will be enough time for each person.
I really advocate for us putting out there an expected time frame people will have. I think in so many ways it will be helpful. As much as we want to be flexible on that, I think there's a lot of reasons why it would be best.
Thank you for that.
Do we want to create some sort of sign up sheet so that people can anticipate an order? I know, like, I always feel like weird Zoom anxiety where I'm like, did I unmute fast enough? Am I going to get in? Am I going to have like a back and forth with someone? Like, just so that people can anticipate when they're going to speak, and there's some order.
Yeah, I see.
Try to mind meld panelists at the exact same time.
Yeah. So Maya, I think that would be a great role. And so we can do this a couple of ways. I totally agree with you, Kelsey. As this conversation has unfolded, it has become clearer to me that like saying on the outset and putting it in our marketing outreach materials that like everyone will get 5 minutes to share. We could say like 5 to 8 minutes or something. 5 minutes if the first part of our agenda, first 3 parts of our agenda that aren't sharing only take 15 minutes, then, which I don't think we can shave it down much more than that if we're going to do all 3 of those things. It only makes space for 18 people if we do 5 minutes. So, which I feel like is a good amount of people too, right? Like, and so I don't think we can go much shorter than that because it's just not really enough time. And I think if we really only have 5 people show up, folks can share more if they want to, or we can end early. We can kind of feel out what feels right in that space. But I do think giving people the time in advance so that they can prepare if they plan to show up. And then in terms of stacking, we can do it one of 2 ways. We can have folks sort of pre-register, which is a problem, has some problems and some benefits. Or in the moment, as people show up, we can have folks put their hand up and we can create a stack, which is, I think, what Maya is like offering to do. I don't know that a sign-up sheet would work. That would require some pre-registration. But if folks showed up, as folks show up and as we get to the sharing space, there can be a sort of, it's essentially like a Zoom tech element that doesn't exist in real life that we now have to start doing as part of these meeting spaces where folks are able to take a stack. So Kelsey is saying, if it looks like we have a small turnout, we can always announce. If you have more to say, you're welcome to speak again at the end. I agree. And then Kaz is saying, I think the hands up to create a stack is the best option. And I agree with that as well. And so I'm going to put in this last slide, Kelsey, Maya, your offer to create a stack. And we can talk in advance about the tech of that as needed. I don't know if this will be necessary, but I also want to make myself available for emotional support for folks during the meeting. So, and so maybe Shay and I can just sort of be, especially, I love the idea of y'all really taking the lead on holding the space. And Shay and I can be, we can offer that if folks need emotional support, they can like call my cell phone. We can immediately offer that support in the moment if sharing brings up a lot and folks need more support beyond their share. As long as y'all are holding down the Zoom meeting space, I think we can be free to be there and then like available for folks to support.
I also think that an inevitable, hopefully not useful role is just to be maintaining the safety of the space, which I'm happy to hold some of that too. If somebody's like not following the expectations or is speaking really hatefully, which I don't anticipate, we'll make sure that, you know, Emily and I are like making sure that people are either being within our very minimal agreements about human decency or not going to crash the event, right? So I can hold that also. We're technically hosting the Zoom space, so it would be easiest for one of us to hold that role, because if we need to ask somebody to pause or whatever, which again, I don't anticipate. People have been very respectful so far about this process. I also want to
agree with you, Shay.
Yeah. I also want to check the time. It's 7:40.
Yep.
We have a whole other forum
Yep.
to talk about and other things to talk about. So I think we should do what we can to be really concrete about what else is needed and wrap this up soon.
Yeah. So folks can think about who, you know, Kelsey, or if others want to hold this sort of initiating this space sharing, kind of bring us into that space. And then we can think about a brief way to close, so it doesn't just drop off into the ethers, you know, the meeting itself. But how do folks feel if Shay and I, are y'all okay if Shay and I take this general agenda and warn it? We can also send you what we come up with for the public warning to the committee, and then you can respond individually if you have thoughts or information to share. Does it feel okay to move on and to work with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you all.
So I want to say for forum number 2, I think, so we have a chat from Kelsey.
Yeah, Kelsey.
I would like to be the closer rather than the other role.
Sounds great.
Yeah, and we can talk more about what that means later, you know, too. You can hold some of that, Kelsey, and all of these roles we can have individual conversations about and talk about again. The second,
Annalise is saying that she'll do the intro to sharing to free Kelsey.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Annalise.
And we can be in communication this week about that. Everyone who's taken on the job, we can support you. The second public forum, I think we can keep a really similar agenda. I think particularly opening it in a similar way would be really helpful, whether or not folks want to take on the same roles or not. I think that it would be nice for it to have a little bit more of a event vibe. And I have thought that means that we might want to open with some music, which could be by me or someone else, one song. And that we would have a similar situation of you can share what you want to share. We'll set a time limit for the sharing. And, you know, if you have other things that folks want out of that event, briefly, we should chat about what could be different about that event structurally, I guess. I think a lot of it could be really similar. Just the content will be really different. And I'm going to have a sparkly background and a nice duds. You know what I'm saying?
Now
is there anything? What's that, Lana?
Now I have to have an outfit. I can't remember.
No, you don't have to. That's just
it has to happen.
I got a lot of sequins and not a lot of places to wear it these days. So, but I think, is there anything that folks feel like needs to be different about the agenda for this, other than obviously that the content of what people share is going to be different?
I guess my question is, how do people like share visual art?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there like a bulletin board that could be like some kind of virtual way to share visual art?
Kaz says screen sharing in the chat box. Yep. I think if folks have the ability to screen share, that's great. If folks also, so on the end of the surveys and in the press release, we have opened the opportunity for people to share creative submissions with us as part of this report. And we've shared with people that those won't be shared without anyone's consent, and they won't be shared with a person's name without their consent. But if somebody wanted us to share something anonymously or with their name attached, we will do that also. So that could be another opportunity. And Kaz also said file share function of the chat.
Oh, nice. Great. In the event that I hosted on Friday, we did this really awesome activity to open it up of which was a collage where it's essentially just like this, but instead of typing, everyone gets the link, and instead of typing in, everyone can go and find an image or a photo. So we can give a prompt like, what's your vision for community safety or something, and folks can go and find, like, Google an image or share an image of some kind, and then together the whole group creates a collage. And it takes a moment. You find one image, you cut and you paste it. It takes a little bit of tech work, but it was really sweet for us to co-create an image together and to do something creative together. So that's an idea, like instead of the grounding, welcoming, it could be something more creative like that as an activity.
That sounds cute.
I totally love that idea.
Yeah, sounds great. Opening collage. Welcoming and collage, maybe. Yeah.
And Kelsey, I'm seeing your comment about Monday night and might needing to pass on the closer due to quarantine. That's totally fine. We will have backup for sure.
I'm happy to hold any kind of backup roles also.
Yeah.
I miss emceeing events. I miss officiating
Do
weddings.
you want to MC this a little bit more than, like, do you want to sort of show up as a grandmother or something and MC the event?
Yeah, probably not as granny.
Yeah.
I do a granny thing Emily knows about every year, but that would be wild. But yeah, I could hold a little bit more of the, like, keeping the flow alive, keeping it on the vibe of the second event.
You go, Shay.
You can join me, Darlene. I got some sequins that I think would look really good on you, just saying.
Count me in.
Awesome.
How are folks feeling about this second, more expressive space? I think the sharing is going to be a little bit more technical in terms of, like, or a little bit more in terms of, like, helping people think about the different ways that they could share, including screen sharing or file sharing.
I think it's nice, and it might be really nice for younger people, to get involved. It might feel a little less rigid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's also a space for people who don't want to share exactly what happened to them.
Right.
Literal sense, play by play, but do have experience with all of this things that we're talking about and want to share their feelings or their bodily experience or their expression about it in a way that, for some people, that's more vulnerable, and for some people, it's less vulnerable to share a more abstracted version of what you think.
I just want to take a moment and note that Drift is on the phone, I think. Still, maybe. And yep. And can't see. I'm wondering, not to call you out, Drift, but I want to make space if you have any questions or needs around engaging, or anybody else for that matter, for engaging in this. And I think the roles we can also, like, clarify more as needed. What we need to get out from today's meeting is a basic agenda to warn the meeting. But just want to take a moment to make space for other committee members to jump in.
Yeah, this is Drift. I'm happy to help, in holding space, before, after, whatever's needed. Mm-hmm. Sounds like there's, a lot of volunteers for the first one, so maybe the second one.
Is there anything in particular that we've talked about so far that you feel like you want to hold?
I'm happy to, like, read the agreements or do something like that, like an intro part.
Great. You want to do the agreements for the second agenda? Does that feel good?
Yeah, sure.
Great. I'll put you in for that. And again, no pressure. I'm sorry for calling you out. I just wanted to make some space. And Kelsey is saying in the chat, are we going to do the same 5-minute piece for, like, time limit for the creative share? we do have one more hour in that time. So I think it's important to note that.
I think that it could also be for that one, like 5 minutes or approximately one song or one poem or one, thing.
Yeah.
I'm noting the time.
Yeah.
I'm noting that we have one more agenda item. We haven't talked about accessibility for these events. I think that largely if you all empower us to make these as accessible as possible, we will do so. We have put out and will put out the information about translation and childcare and all those things with the marketing for these events. But we have one more agenda item, which is just working group reports, and then we also need to take public comment.
Yeah.
And we only have 10 minutes left. So I want to make sure that we can get to the public comment.
Can we do public comment now?
Yeah.
Do you all feel good enough about the plan that we have for these forums, for the agenda that we came up with? We're going to warn them. We're not going to have another meeting before them.
Right.
So that means that individually, the facilitators and each little micro team for those forums can be talking. We can talk to the person who's doing the intros or whatever, but we'll need to do that individually before the next meeting, which is going to be the forum's going to be on Monday. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay,
all
just real quick.
Yes.
The stuff that you put in the chat, I wasn't able to write it all down. So can you just send me a copy in an email?
Yeah, I can send you an email with everybody. I'll send an email with all of the stuff that we have to spread the word.
Yeah.
Cass says, I believe in this, and I love that attitude. I agree.
Let's take public comment first. Is that okay with folks in the committee to take public comment before working group? Okay. Anyone in the public want to share? Feel free to raise your blue hand. Take another breath to offer some space for public comment. Well, thank you for following along. Feel free to raise your blue hand if you want to in the next few minutes, and we'll do working reports as we move forward. I'll start with the BPD review.
Keep it real brief.
Yep, we met. We're going to meet again in 2 weeks. Folks are moving at their own paces in reviewing the documents. There's duplication and review in that we're all reviewing the same documents, which is actually good because it brings different lenses. Some people see things that other people don't see. And then we're going to meet together. And there's elements of the review that each of us are going to sort of take a little bit more on and dive a little bit deeper into. So I'm going to sort of, in the interest of time, Bob, per your question earlier, I have some delegation pieces under this subgroup for the 4 of us working on that. If you want to, you don't have to, but I'm not going to go into that now because we don't have time, but I will be in touch with you all as individuals. And for the public sort of interest, these delegated pieces will just be more sort of focused questions around information gathering under the BPD review. So there will be some specific delegated tasks under the BPD review. Bob, Kelsey, and Kaz, will reach out to you as a subcommittee to talk more about that.
Great. Public forum progress. We progressed. We made them happen. We made the agendas. We're finding our costumes. We're going to tell everyone we know. You're going to get 5 people to show up if you want to. And I think that I can be in touch with people who signed up for each task in the next couple days to see what you need from us and what kind of support we can provide, and each person doing what they need to do. Mapping the map. Maya and I have had a little bit of conversation. I think that's an area that Emily and I have brainstormed about how to delegate better. It's hard because a lot of that is conversations that are confidential with people who work in systems who we want to protect their anonymity also so they can share freely. But I think that there are some tasks there that are kind of adjacent to the BPD review that are like publicly available documents and budgets and stuff. You know what I mean? That like actually lay out how organizations are connected. So I think in addition to Maya, if anyone else is looking for some stuff to plug into, be in touch with me on the email, and I will be in touch with you all about some lines of kind of, again, information gathering tasks that we could do, especially to lay out what are the relationships between different organizations that are responding to like safety concerns. What's the flow chart of how those things get delegated in the community? And I think a lot of that's going to be me conversing, but a little bit of it is document review that you all could plug into if you like.
Mm-hmm.
And the last part of this working group agenda is the anonymous testimony survey. Thank you so much to everybody who helped get that off the ground. The anonymous survey is launched, the community survey is launched, and a Spanish language anonymous survey is ready to launch as of tonight, I think. Hope and expectation are the same word in Spanish. So we had to like clarify some things like that were really interesting for me. Because we had questions like, what did you hope or what did you expect? It's the same question. We figured it out. We're going to launch that very soon. The last thing that I want to say about that, I would like you all to give me your permission to do something maybe. The text at the top of those surveys is long, really long. And it's important that people know what's up, but we are worried about people getting bogged down. So Emily and I chatted about a solution, and one solution is that we take those blocks of text and we turn them into a link. It's the same information. We're not going to edit the content. How is my information going to be used? Bink. If you care, you can click the link and get a lot of information about how your information is going to be used. If you don't care, you don't have to be bopped over the head with all that text wall. Do you all consent to me making those into links so that people still get the same information, but are not as overwhelmed? That way you can opt into each one that you care about. You know what I mean? And that's just for those beginning context questions. All the rest of the questions are just going to be totally untouched.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
That's a great solution.
I'll make that switch. I think that it's technologically possible to make that switch and not alter anything else. And if it is, I'll do that so that people have said it's kind of long.
Mm-hmm.
But also people are answering different ones of the questions. So I really want the questions to stay available to folks.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think that's a way to shorten it a little bit. Thank you.
So Kaz thinks that's a great idea. And Kaz also tested the file sharing by sharing a file that's probably great for us to read anyways in the chat. So thank you so much, Kaz, for doing that. And then Kaz is saying it's a comic. Great. And then
I want to share that I can't see a file that's shared in the chat.
You can't?
No, and I'm on a tablet right now, so that might be relevant. Phone and tablet people might not be able to.
Darlene, can you see a document file shared in the chat? No. Darlene's saying neither, and I'm on a phone. No. Okay. All right, that's good information. Okay. Bob is saying, where's the file share? So, but Laura says you can see it, worked, you can open it, Lana can see it. So I just see it in the chat as like in the flow of the chat on a computer.
But I wonder if the facilitator opened it, then would they be able to see it?
Yeah, that's what Cass just said as well. So I'm gonna try that while I just want to get back. There's a question from Darlene about, I think, the public forums around, are they free to the public? And yes, they are free to the public.
So we'll send you all out an email in the next couple of days that gives you all those links. The flyer that I made, the public forum warning as soon as that comes out, the Facebook event, public forum event links, the survey links, and that's going to be the biggest delegation task that you all can help with. No, that's not true. It's all important. But a big delegation task that's really helpful is spread the word, especially to communities that are most impacted that you know through all your networks so that we can connect with as many folks as possible. We're connecting with lots of organizations, and any organizations who are interested, please reach out because we're trying to connect with as many people as possible. But that's the biggest thing that folks can do, I think, is get out the word.
Yeah.
Okay, not the biggest thing, but a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kaz, I was able to open it, and I think, I could screen share it. We don't quite have time for that, but that is one option. I do also want to note that there's risk in downloading things people send. So that's just a thought for us to think about in terms of holding risk around downloading content. And Darlene doesn't see it yet. And it is a beautiful piece of art. I'm going to share it very briefly.
Emily and I can keep strategizing about the art tech pieces.
Yeah.
And each of us who just signed up for a task will send you your task. Oh, yes. Thank you for screen sharing.
And thank you for sharing this, Kaz. This is a beautiful example of what can come through when we allow for, nonverbal types of sharing. So thank you for modeling that for us.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait, you all.
All right. So let's break, and you will be receiving several pieces of communication via email from us in the next week. Just like you asked for.
Sorry.
Have a good night, ladies.
Thank you all so much.
We'll see you next time on Monday. We're going to see you on Monday.
All right, let's get it done.
And thank you again to our ASL interpreters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
It is a big day today, or yesterday was a big day. Donald Trump conceded the election to Joe Biden. Now, I'm not going to clickbait you guys. Donald Trump did not say, I concede to Joe Biden. That is not something Donald Trump is likely to ever say. But what Donald Trump did say yesterday is, listen, I'm still suing people, but my administration is going to move forward and allow the formal transition to take place for now. This is Donald Trump, and this is the closest we may ever get to a concession from him. He's not saying he lost. He's not saying Biden won. He's still going to file lawsuits, but he is allowing the transition to start, which frees up money for Joe Biden to start the transition. And he reportedly did this after being told by close confidants, including his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, it's time to start moving on. There is no path. There's really nothing else. It is time to start moving on. Now, recall that Donald Trump was holding up the transition. That was Emily Murphy from the GSAs to sort of formally put in place. This is the General Services Administration. They didn't start the process. Emily Murphy is a Trump administration official. Trump had not directed her to start this process because Donald Trump hadn't conceded, and the pressure continued building. And finally, after weeks yesterday, Donald Trump tweeted, I want to thank Emily Murphy at GSA for her steadfast dedication and loyalty to our country. She has been harassed, threatened, and abused. And I do not want to see this happen to her, her family, or employees of GSA. Our case strongly continues. We will keep up the good fight, and I believe we will prevail. No, you won't. Nevertheless, in the best interest of our country, I am recommending that Emily and her team do what needs to be done with regard to initial protocols, and I have told my team to do the same. So for Donald Trump, this is admitting defeat. This is the concession. Nothing else now needs to happen. Nothing else needed to happen, even without this, even without the formal transition. Joe Biden would become president on January 20th. But now there is simply nothing else. And Donald Trump says he will keep fighting. He says he still thinks he won. He's even saying he thinks he will prevail. But he is allowing the process to start. Now, on the other end of this, Emily Murphy wrote a letter to the Biden campaign, and it is just comically unprofessional and self-serving. It is all about her, which I guess runs in the Trump administration. Emily Murphy wrote that all the media reports about her are wrong. She was not acting politically. She did nothing incorrect. She has to ascertain the apparent results of the presidential election, not impose the president-elect on the country. She points out she doesn't certify the winner. She doesn't pick the winner. There were legal challenges. And I have to tell you guys, this is all complete and utter nonsense. She claims she can't do anything until results are certified. That's not true. In every election, the results are not really, truly, fully certified until the electors vote in December. And yet somehow in 2016, GSA started the transition in November. In 2012, there was no transition, but the results were, as far as the GSA was concerned, clear within days of the election. Same thing in 2008, same thing in the year 2000. This is absolute and total nonsense. The whole letter that she wrote is a self-aggrandizing mess, which you can read in full if you're so inclined. I don't find it necessary to give you the full contents of the letter today. Bottom line is this. Donald Trump had close aides go to him and say, it's time. We have to move on. There's really nothing else that we can do. Donald Trump, without saying, I lost fair and square, without saying Joe Biden will be president, he said, go ahead. And now she says, Emily Murphy, go ahead. And this is it. This entire interim period will be an asterisk in the history books of one of the most dystopian, authoritarian attempts to steal the election. It will obviously be unsuccessful. We knew weeks ago that it would be unsuccessful. And now with the start of the formal transition, $6.3 million is freed up for Joe Biden's transition. Another $1 million is freed up for what's called appointee orientation. Bing, bang, boom, things are moving ahead fully and completely at this point in time. This is the closest thing we are ever going to see to a concession from Donald Trump. Trump has been urged, even by many Republicans, to start this transition more formally. It's not clear Donald Trump is really listening to those people. It seems some of his closest aides came to him and said, you've got to do it. You really should do it. And it is happening, and we are one step closer to moving on from this national nightmare of a complete and total fiasco. And the questions that remain are really sort of academic questions, right? What will Donald Trump do between now and January 20th? Will we see him return to the public eye in any capacity? Today, he'll be doing some kind of Thanksgiving turkey ceremony or something like that with Melania. Will he ever take questions again? Will he attend the inauguration? Will he ever invite Joe Biden to the White House? We don't have the answers to these questions. The answers are largely irrelevant to the broader priorities of the country at this time. Joe Biden is moving forward. He continues to make cabinet selections. And that's what I want to talk about next, because this is really important. Joe Biden is going full speed ahead with his cabinet. Yesterday, we talked about 3 selections: Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and Ambassador to the United Nations. Today, we have 3 more, actually 4 more to tell you about, which I will do momentarily. And as great as it is to see Joe Biden do this, it is also fascinating to watch the car crash of Donald Trump just being so triggered by Joe Biden moving ahead and selecting his cabinet. Yesterday, when I told you about 3 of Joe Biden's selections, I mentioned some tweets that Donald Trump sent over the weekend about how mad he is that Joe Biden is moving ahead. As Joe Biden continues to make selections, Donald Trump continues to tweet, despite Donald Trump having effectively conceded the race by telling the GSA to move forward with the transition. Donald Trump tweeting, in certain swing states, there were more votes than people who voted, and in big numbers. Now, since Rudy Giuliani has said that's actually a bit of an exaggeration. Trump going on to say, does that not really matter? Stopping poll watchers, voting for unsuspecting people, fake ballots, and so much more. Such egregious conduct, we will win. And with every announcement from Joe Biden, another tweet from Donald Trump claiming he will win. So we now have the privilege, and I really consider it that after 4 years of playing defense and nonsense every day from this administration, we are starting to get back into meaty and substantive politics, selections of people who are actually qualified to be in the positions for which they are being selected. And let's review where we are so far with Joe Biden's choices. Of course, Vice President Kamala Harris, that we knew. She will be the first female president or vice president. And a very interesting selection, one that in some ways progressives are fearful of, in some ways progressives are welcoming. We know about Kamala Harris. We knew about Joe Biden, rather's chief of staff selection, Ronald Klain, who will be a very boring chief of staff. He will be scandal-free, and I expect him to last a while, in significant contrast to what we saw in the Trump administration. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, we spoke about yesterday. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, we spoke about yesterday, and Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Thomas Greenfield, we also spoke about that yesterday. Interestingly, after Donald Trump sort of demoted Ambassador to the UN and pushed it out of the National Security Council, Joe Biden will be re-elevating Ambassador to the UN to a cabinet level role. It will be part of the National Security Council. I think that's important. It shows that you are taking seriously the relationship to the United Nations. Okay, we knew all of that yesterday. New selection from Joe Biden as the cabinet is filled out. Treasury Secretary will be Janet Yellen. Now, Janet Yellen was previously the chair of the Federal Reserve, and she will also be the first ever woman running the Department of the Treasury. Now, you know that I am not an identity politics guy. I want someone who is qualified, and there is no way to argue that Janet Yellen is unqualified. And it is powerful and inspiring and interesting that she will also be the first woman in that position. She is going to get a fragile economy in the midst of coronavirus with high unemployment. Almost certainly, Yellen will be at the center of a second coronavirus relief bill, which we have every belief that Joe Biden, as president, is going to try to put in place. She will have a massive undertaking that she will be walking into on day one, and likely even before day one, and she will be tested right away. Now, in terms of Yellen for markets will likely do well as a result of this. Markets early today liking this selection. Yellen is a known entity already. And of course, for those who are on the right and were worried about, socialism, Biden, the socialist, the communist, the selection of Janet Yellen, we'll talk about the progressive reaction, but the selection of Janet Yellen, if you are in any way connected to reality, should confirm that there is no socialism or communism going on here. Meanwhile, there are lots of progressives who are okay with Janet Yellen. She has gone after corporate power in the past. She went after Wells Fargo during the fiasco years. She's not an ideologue. And at least as far as Joe Biden is likely to pursue the economic agenda he ran on, Janet Yellen is not the type of person who is likely to get in the way of any of it. It will still be up to Biden to actually pursue it. Some elements of it will be affected by whether or not Democrats take the Senate. There are many ifs, ands, and buts, but Janet Yellen is not someone who will get in the way of any of what Joe Biden wants to do that he ran on, much of which was at least acceptable to progressives. Okay, we'll talk more about Janet Yellen in the future. Another very interesting selection, Secretary of Homeland Security, will be Alejandro Mayorkas. First Latino in this position, also a Jewish man who has taken very seriously the issue of anti-Semitism. Will be very interesting to see him take that head on as Secretary of Homeland Security. What the policy questions will be right away include, what does he do about family separation and the caging of children? Not trivial things that will be sorted out by the individual in this position. A very interesting choice. Director of National Intelligence will be Avril Haines, will be the first woman in history in that position. How does she clean up this fiasco of lack of trust in the intelligence community as a result of 4 years of Donald Trump slamming them? She has her work cut out. Climate czar. This is a very interesting position. John Kerry will be climate czar. Now, merely having a climate and environmental czar is a move in the right direction. Kerry is super smart, one of the people I met earlier on in hosting the show. This position will be on the National Security Council. That's important, recognizing that climate is a national security issue. This is a really great thing. Now, one other thought. There are really interesting identity stories here, but absent the identity stories, there are all qualified people in these positions. And even folks on the right who are not lunatics are saying, we find that a lot of these choices are too far left, but every single one of them is qualified. Now, in addition to that, there are interesting racial and gender stories to be told here. And I don't think that it is playing identity politics to recognize that. We're going to do deep dives into the politics of this cabinet once it's fully selected. Remember that these positions are set for Senate approval. They depend on Senate approval. If Republicans end up controlling the Senate, they are going to put up roadblocks for Joe Biden for at least some of these positions. It is conceivable that if Republicans really want to obstruct, Joe Biden may have no choice but to use interim or acting appointments to get around Senate confirmation. Remember that Republicans have been going on and on about Obama sat on all of these, or rather the Democratic Senate under Obama for those couple of years, blocked all of these selections. We are going to very quickly see whether Republicans are going to do the exact same thing. The upside right now is that normal, non-QAnon, non-fascist, non-ideological extremist lunatic types are rapidly set to be in charge of the country just 8.5 weeks from now. That's a really important thing. Last thought on cabinet, and then we're going to take a quick break. Anti-Semitism is already going crazy. Because of the selections. There are some Jewish folks who are going to be part of Joe Biden's cabinet and staff. Ronald Klain, his chief of staff, is a Jewish guy. Kamala Harris's husband is Jewish. He will have no formal role, but anti-Semites don't care about that. Janet Yellen is a Jewish woman. Alejandro Mayorkas is a Jewish Cuban guy. The usual suspects are already very upset about the number of Jews here, and we are already seeing that boil over in some of the right-wing enclaves of the internet. The groups that track anti-Semitism online are already aware of it. And that, I mean, listen, we'll have time to talk about that, but that is rearing its ugly head once again. Let's take a quick break. Let me know your thoughts about some of these choices. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. I got a bunch of emails, people saying, David, you sound sick today. No, I'm just at a different studio, different location for the Thanksgiving week, using a different mic. I sound a little different. I'm not sick as of now. Could wake up sick tomorrow, but I'm not sick. We have not lost the studio. We have not been kicked out. The show is not circling the drain. I am just elsewhere this week. And we have a very, very busy week of shows upcoming.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Remember that the David Pakman Show is mostly funded by individual memberships. You can grab such a membership at joinpakman.com. It takes seconds and you'll instantly get access to great member perks, including the daily bonus show. A world famous and award winning. Awards we give out, sure, but still, they are awards nonetheless. You can sign up at joinpakman.com and use the coupon code FRESHSTART to save bigly off of your choice of membership. It is time for Hatriot Mail. This week is a very special Hatriot Mail, but first, just a reminder, what is Hatriot Mail anyway?
Who needs Dr. Fauci or the CDC? We get all the medical advice we need from our second cousin's husband's best friend's boss on Facebook. Patriot Mail. Written by patriots who hate David Pakman. Because America. And because freedom.
Okay, so there is something very special about this week's Hatriot Mail, and it is part of something I want to compile for you between now and January 20th. Let's take a listen and then I'll explain.
David, we know you're a loser and a disgrace, but it doesn't matter, and I'm not sure how helpful publishing your videos is. David Pakman has one of the most punchable faces I've ever seen. What a condescending, in his mind, loser. Don't worry, David, you'll have 4 more years on talking shit on Trump. Being a loser is your best quality.
Yeah, I want to compile all of the people still telling me we are going to get another 4 years of Trump. Joe Biden is not going to be sworn in on January 20th because I'm still getting these emails and comments and tweets and Reddit posts and all of it. And, at first I naively was thinking, when Joe Biden is sworn in, these people are all going to come to a big realization. They're going to finally realize they were wrong. No, they won't. They'll just say it was rigged and Biden is an illegitimate president. They're never going to say, you know what, I guess we were just wrong. We were wrong when we said, when I said Trump would overturn it, I was simply wrong. No, they'll say, well, it should have been overturned, but it was rigged and Biden stole it and blah, blah, blah. They will never concede or accept that they were simply wrong. The best way to fight patriotism continues to be to use the coupon code HATRIOT40, HATRIOT40. When you get a membership at joinpakman.com, you save and the Hatriots cry every time that happens. I want to talk a little bit about a piece that Joel Mathis wrote in The Week about how Donald Trump just can't stand that Joe Biden is stealing the spotlight from him. And Trump's been hiding out at the White House and at his golf courses, but that's actually making the problem even worse. And Joel Mathis in his piece likens it to Norma Desmond in Sunset Boulevard. And you might remember in Sunset Boulevard, Norma Desmond she ends up long after she is no longer the Hollywood star that she once was. She's surrounded by sycophants and enablers and yes men and yes women long after she stops commanding any respect, sort of living out a fantasy, living out a fake existence, for lack of a better term. And the analogy here is that Donald Trump's behavior only makes sense if you go beyond questions like, could this strategy work to steal the election from Joe Biden? Does Trump really think that he actually won Pennsylvania? Once you get beyond those initial questions and you go to, well, what Trump is doing here is desperately trying to cling to the spotlight, both for ego and vanity, as much as fears of being investigated and potentially prosecuted after he's out of office. That's the framework in which this starts to make sense. And the more that the spotlight turns towards Joe Biden, the angrier that Donald Trump gets, which explains his tweets over the weekend saying, why is Joe Biden forming a cabinet? Why is Joe Biden moving ahead when we still are fighting this and we actually won? And the reality is that this is when the spotlight should be turning to Joe Biden for 2 reasons. Number one, in general, when you have a new president-elect, the president that's outgoing is called a lame duck president. That's because while they are still president, the next 4 years are going to be decided upon from an executive, from the executive branch standpoint by Joe Biden, not by Donald Trump. And so Donald Trump has these waning days during which he is president. So in general, the attention now turns to the president-elect. What is the cabinet going to look like? What are the day one priorities? What are the 100 day priorities, et cetera? But Donald Trump is exacerbating the speed at which the spotlight is turning to Joe Biden because Donald Trump isn't even working anymore. Trump stopped doing presidential work months before the election. He was just campaigning, not dealing with coronavirus, not getting his PDBs, presidential daily briefings. And he's barely been seen in public since the election. He's scheduled to do some kind of turkey thing today related to Thanksgiving. He's not actually taken questions since the election. It's probably been about a month since he's taken press questions. We have a 100-year pandemic, which Trump all but ignored. And Joe Biden has a coronavirus task force and is taking it seriously. So, of course, Americans in the media are turning to Joe Biden. If you look at Joe Biden and Trump, only one of them is still dealing with coronavirus or is dealing with coronavirus, and it's Joe Biden. So who are you going to turn to? Joe Biden is the one choosing a cabinet that is going to have to lead us out of this mess economically and from a public health standpoint. So of course, that's what we're talking about and evaluating. Is Joe Biden making the right choices or not? And how are these people going to govern that Joe Biden is selecting? So when Trump doesn't recognize Biden's win, finally now allowing the formal transition to start, which is the closest we're going to get to a concession from Trump, while still claiming that he actually won, he is desperately trying to cling not just to the presidency, but to the spotlight because of his ego and his narcissism. And Joel Mathis does point out that some of this is the media's fault by continuing to talk about Joe Biden's apparent victory and the network the networks like OAN and Newsmax not even using the term apparent victor and just placating any insane notion about Donald Trump being the actual winner. They do encourage the system to keep it going. But it's mostly Donald Trump. And we know Trump hates being ridiculed. We know Trump hates being mocked. And we saw that with his quick distancing from that whacked out lawyer, Sidney Powell, when she went on Newsmax and said there would be evidence of biblical proportions soon to prove fraud. She was instantly fired. And in fact, it was one of these retroactive. She never really was working for us anyway, because the mockery is what got to Donald Trump. That does actually get to him. So it's possible that more mockery of Trump will get him to maybe to actually use the term I concede and call Joe Biden. But all that really matters is that Donald Trump yesterday did finally say via Twitter, I'm allowing the transition to happen formally, even though I'm going to keep fighting. And eventually, Donald Trump will leave regardless. Joe Biden will still become president, but it's going to be all the more embarrassing for Donald Trump. In the meantime, the best we can do is all move on to talking about Joe Biden's plans, his cabinet selections, his coronavirus task force, and we're doing it. And I have to tell you, as I've said before, Trump would be better. Another 4 years of Trump would be better for the business of the David Pakman Show. There's no doubt. It would be worse for the country. And I am actually enjoying starting to look into the backgrounds of Joe Biden's cabinet picks. What is Joe Biden likely to do on day one via executive order? What is Biden going to do in his first week in terms of the virus? What are the first 100-day priorities? How is Biden's Secretary of Homeland Security going to deal with immigration policy? We're actually getting back into substance. And I heard from a bunch of people yesterday, longtime viewers of the show, who have said, I've been a fan for a long time. I love what you do. But I am already feeling a breath of fresh air in just getting back to talking about policy, even if we don't agree with everything Joe Biden does, as certainly we will not. The guy who looked at the solar eclipse, his time is up. The guy who suggested bleach injections, sort of like a cleaning to treat the virus, he is going to be leaving. The guy who used the Sharpie to adjust a hurricane map for political gain, he is exiting stage left in 8 weeks, and we are all the better for it. And we are going to continue moving forward. And I am glad to say that hopefully progressive media is on the path to becoming dramatically more substantive as we get closer and closer to Joe Biden's swearing in. Make sure you're following us on Instagram at David Pakman Show. And while you're there, you can follow me on Instagram at david.pakman as well.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
All right, I want to check in briefly with you guys about the comedy of errors that are Donald Trump's sworn affidavits, some of which are arguing in Michigan that the results in Minnesota towns prove Michigan voter fraud. Now, if you just heard me say that and you're confused, you should be confused. It makes no sense, and I'm going to explain it to you. Let's back it up a little bit. For weeks now, Trump and people around him, including his lawyers, continue to refer to supposedly sworn affidavits signed under penalty of perjury from all sorts of different people that prove that there was voter fraud. Now, I've already talked to you before about affidavits as evidence. Affidavits are a form of evidence. It could be trustworthy, it might not. Affidavits might be credible or they might not. Affidavits might be admissible or they might not. They're not proof of anything per se. But when you actually start looking at some of these affidavits, it becomes cartoonishly farcical. Here is one such example. This is just one. Now, they claim to have, I don't know if it's thousands or tens of thousands of these sworn affidavits of people reporting wrongdoing and mathematical anomalies or anomalies, as your preference may be for pronunciation. But let's just look at one, okay? There's an affidavit from a guy named Russell Ramsland, who is a supposed expert on cybersecurity. In his affidavit, Russell attacks Dominion software, which is used on some voting machines. And it claims that there is very suspicious activity in some towns that are in Wayne County, Michigan. And in their list of towns in Wayne County, Michigan, they list places like Spruce Grove Township and Atlanta Township and Runeberg Township. All of those places are not even in Michigan. As Jake Tapper from CNN pointed out on Twitter, Spruce Grove Township is in Minnesota. Atlanta Township is in Minnesota. Runeberg Township is in Minnesota. Now, one argument was this was supposed to be evidence from Wayne County, Minnesota, not Wayne County, Michigan. So everything's accurate. It's just they put MI instead of MN. And that's why all of the towns that are listed are actually in Minnesota instead of in Michigan. That doesn't pass the sniff test because there is no Wayne County in Minnesota. So what we have here is, if we want to be as charitable as possible, we have incompetence. If we want to maybe think of a less charitable interpretation, these are straight up fraudulent affidavits. The idea that they submitted these knowing that these are not even actually places in Michigan, and they were hoping to deceive courts and hoping to move some of these bogus lawsuits forward. We don't know. We may never know. It's increasingly irrelevant. This evidence, supposedly from Michigan, was submitted as part of a filing in Georgia. The Georgia results are moving forward, and it was supposedly data from Michigan. Michigan has also now been certified and put officially in Joe Biden's column. So it is all failing, but this is why, we really have to go beyond. There's this idea of just throwing large amounts of stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I've talked about this before. In debate, it's something called the Gish Gallop. You throw a bunch of stuff out there and just make it appear overwhelming and make it difficult for whoever you're trying to convince to really go step by step and refute this. The equivalent of the Gish Gallop is just getting thousands or tens of thousands of signed affidavits and, holding them up as stacks of paper, as Trump cronies have done on television, including his press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany. But what you really need to do is not say, wow, if there are 10,000 of these things or 100,000 or 5,000, whatever, there must be something to it. You just have to dive in and start looking at it and saying, okay, let's look at this one affidavit. And then you look at it and you say, this really is nothing. This is really hearsay. It doesn't really tell us anything about there being fraud. It's an allegation, in many cases, an allegation which, even if true, would not impact the results of this state. And you put that aside. And then you look at the next one. And then you look at this one, and it lists towns supposedly in Michigan that are actually in Minnesota. And then you start eliminating it. And what do you have left? You have left the realization that Joe Biden won because he got more votes in enough states. That's really it. And rest assured, we're not going to have to hear that much more about affidavits for too much longer. I have a very interesting clip for you today. I believe it is possible that Tucker Carlson last night on his program set a record for the number of lies told in 80 seconds. This was an 80-second clip I'm going to play for you. So jam-packed with dishonesty and deception and duplicity and deceit that I'm unsure I've ever seen so much in a mere 80-second segment. This was some kind of wrap-up of sorts of the 2020 election, where Tucker Carlson does seem to be acknowledging Donald Trump is not going to be sworn in for a second term. Joe Biden will be president. That seems to be the context here. And yet, Tucker says this wasn't really fair, and it's not really clear Biden won for real, and any kind of electronic voting is bad. So let's just start going through, and this will take a little while, but I think it's worth it. Let's actually check out all of the false claims that Tucker Carlson makes, most of which his audience accepts as undeniable gospel. Let's jump in.
Other countries understand it. They don't use electronic voting because they know it undermines confidence in democracy.
Okay, so we're only 6 seconds in, my friends. And Tucker Carlson says other countries don't use electronic voting because it undermines confidence in democracy. That is a lie. It is not true that other countries don't use electronic or internet voting. It is used in Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Estonia, France, Germany, India, Italy, Namibia, the Netherlands, Norway, Peru, Switzerland, the UK, Venezuela, and the Philippines. That's, I think, 23 countries or so. Lithuania and Malaysia are in the process of rolling out some electronic voting. So it is a lie that electronic voting is not used elsewhere. And it is used in countries that are all over the spectrum in terms of level of development, all over the spectrum in terms of culture, size, wealth. So that's the first lie. 6 seconds in. It took me a minute to refute it. So you understand why this is so difficult. Let's continue.
A system cannot function if no one trusts the vote. And that's true here too, as we're finding out. Going forward, we need to find out exactly what happened in this month's presidential election.
So Tucker there says no one trusts the vote, and we need to find out what happened. This is part of the story that we just have no idea what went on. And until courts weigh in, we're just not going to know anything. We know what happened. Joe Biden won. He won by way more than Trump's margin of victory in 2016. Joe Biden won with a 6 million popular vote victory. Donald Trump won electorally with a 3 million vote loss in 2016. We know what happened. The uncertainty is part of the deception. Let's keep going.
We need to find out no matter how long it takes the investigation to unfold or how much it costs. And once we get answers from that investigation, we ought to revert immediately to the traditional system of voting, the one that served our democracy for hundreds of years. What we're doing now is not working.
There is no evidence that what we're doing now is not working. That is untrue. This is literally retrograde conservatism. You know, the idea of just doing things the old way for the sake of doing things the old way for no real reason. Go back to what we used to do, period. This was a highly secure election by all serious measures. Trump's head cybersecurity guy, Chris Krebs, was fired for acknowledging this was a relatively secure election. Certainly none of the errors or problems affected the results. That he was fired, okay? Tucker is lying to you. Let's keep going.
That's an understatement. As of tonight, the state of New York still hasn't managed to count the votes in 5 House races thanks to mail-in voting.
So there, Tucker Carlson says, thanks to mail-in voting, the full vote hasn't yet been counted in some New York House races. Now, remember, we were talking about electronic voting. This entire segment was about electronic voting. And now Tucker pulls in out of nowhere mail-in voting. He's not actually saying get rid of mail-in voting, right? Because that's been around for a very long time. That's not new. That there was just more of it this year because of the pandemic. So this is Tucker deliberately, or maybe through ignorance, I don't know, mixing electronic and mail-in, but none of this segment was even about mail-in voting. Now, it's true, there is not yet a full count in from some New York House races. That is accurate. That's more because of the rural nature of large parts of New York and New York specific rules. It's not because of mail-in voting in principle, and it's certainly not because of electronic voting, which was also the subject of this segment. So again, very, very deceptive.
That's a disaster. Let's stop pretending that it's not. But at the same time, we shouldn't let our focus on voting machines distract us from all that happened earlier this month. The 2020 presidential election was not fair. No honest person would claim that it was fair. On many levels, the system was rigged against one candidate and in favor of another. And it was rigged in ways that were not hidden from view. We all saw it happen.
So if this election was rigged, it was rigged in favor of the incumbent, Donald Trump. In a sense, it's always rigged in favor of the incumbent because of the power of incumbency. We've talked about this before. Tucker is not telling you that, though. He's just generally saying it was rigged for Biden, and then he gets into some real whoppers in explaining what he means by that.
The media openly colluded with the Democratic nominees. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to explain what they would do if they were elected. That's never happened before in any presidential election in American history, but the media allowed them to do it.
So, of course, that is completely false and ridiculous. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris explained just about everything. It is true that Joe Biden refused to answer yes or no, would he expand the court? He made a political decision not to answer it. He is not going to expand it, by the way. I think I've been saying that for months, and I think it's abundantly clear at this point. But the person who never had to actually explain their ideas is Donald Trump. In 2016, every time Trump was asked, how will you do this? The numbers don't add up. It doesn't make sense. It's not clear. It's not even clear it's legal in some cases. Trump would mutter some nonsense and say, we're going to figure it out. I'm going to put the best people in. And he was allowed to get away with that. In 2020, Trump didn't even run on policy. He just ran. Every rally was, I'm great. We've done so great. And Joe Biden is sleepy. So Tucker is right. One candidate never explained policy, but it was Trump, not Joe Biden. So the point here is, look at how long it took for me to go through the lies just in an 80-second segment of Tucker Carlson. This is why it's hard to counter the disinformation. Hopefully doing this is useful to some degree. Obviously, it's outside of the scope. To counter an hour of Tucker a day would take me 4 hours, right? It's not practical. But just as an experiment, because we had this jam-packed 80 seconds riddled with lies, understand how difficult it is to counter the disinformation.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we're continuing our coverage of this sort of up and down, hot and cold reporting of so-called election fraud that's been taking place on Fox News, and we are now getting to Laura Ingraham. We talked about Tucker Carlson earlier today. Now we're going to talk about Laura Ingraham, and this is really very funny. You are going to see video now of Laura Ingraham very slowly and carefully and gently explaining to her audience, Donald Trump is not getting another 4 years. Joe Biden is going to be the president of the United States. And this is so funny because it's sort of like, it's like a mid-level mafia guy having to go in and tell the Godfather things didn't go so well. Or, an employee having to go in and tell their intimidating boss that they're not going to make the sales target for the quarter or something like that. Tiptoeing around the tooth. Listen, sir, we really put in our best effort. it's starting to look like maybe through no fault of our own, the bad guy might have gotten away or something like that. And she has to speak to her audience almost like they're not all there. But she does tell them, I would be lying if I kept pretending that Donald Trump was going to figure out how to get a second term. Now, where she is still being deceptive is that it was just as deceptive 2 weeks ago to pretend like Donald Trump might be on his way to a second term. We knew he wasn't. But take a look at this video. This is Laura Ingraham explaining that thanks to Donald Trump, as I already told you, formally okaying the transition to start, it really is like a concession. Take a look.
President Trump gave the go-ahead for the transition. You see it there. And as unpleasant and disappointing as these past 3 weeks have been to so many of us, as much as we wish things were different, this is where things stand tonight. Now, legal challenges continue in a number of states. Serious questions about vote counting, poll watcher access are outstanding. But unless the legal situation changes in a dramatic and frankly an unlikely manner, Joe Biden will be inaugurated on January 20th. Now, to say this does not mean I don't think that this election was rife with problems and potential fraud. And to say this does not constitute being a sellout to the conservative populist movement that I've been fighting for, 25 years.
You know how some people sometimes get mad at me when I issue these disclaimers, when I cover certain stories? I'll say, listen, I'm going to tell you an example of a Fox News a reporter telling the truth, but this doesn't mean we like Fox News now, and it doesn't mean I'm in favor of Fox News. Listen to the disclaimers that Laura has to give to protect herself from the Fox News audience, which what's fascinating is Fox News has so dramatically radicalized their own audience that the Fox News audience is now too radical for any truth to be given to them on Fox News. If they say, as some reporters did earlier on, Trump lost, Joe Biden's the president-elect, the Fox News audience is so radical that they bail and they go to Newsmax or to OAN. And Laura Ingraham has to say, guys, I'm not selling out. Really, I'm for the conservative movement, but sorry, Joe Biden is going to be president. Don't kill the messenger. Don't go out. I'm just the messenger here. And as I was watching, that's what I was thinking about. And the other thing, by the way, imagine being someone who you're watching this episode last night, and this is the first time you're hearing anyone say to you, Joe Biden really is going to be president. Like, we know Trump convinced 86% of his voters that Joe Biden actually stole it. And we know Donald Trump convinced 60% of his voters that these bogus legal challenges really are going to overturn the election results. I'm imagining someone who hasn't paid attention to actual news for the last 3 weeks and thought Trump is about to overturn this thing. What are they going through turning on Laura Ingraham last night and being devastated and shocked to hear that on November 23rd, for the first time, they are being told, guys, Joe Biden really is going to be president. Bizarre alternate universe that some people are living in. Let's watch a little bit more of this. And she keeps doing these hilarious disclaimers and apologies.
And it does not mean that I disagree at all with the president's right and obligation to pursue all legitimate legal challenges to this outcome. To say this constitutes living in reality. And if I offered you a false reality, if I told you that there was an excellent, phenomenal chance that the Supreme Court was going to step in and deliver a victory to President Trump, I'd be lying to you. Now, you've known me for a long time now, and you know me long enough to know that I will not lie to you or simply tell you what you want to hear.
The funny thing is, all these Fox News people have been offering false realities for weeks. It's like performance art. She says, I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't deceive you. I'm not going to tell you as of November 23rd, yesterday, that Donald Trump really has a shot. But what she and Tucker and Hannity have been doing for weeks is exactly that. It's no more wrong now than it was 2 weeks ago when they were saying, here is Donald Trump's path. Here is the way that Donald Trump could ultimately be president. You had to be a fool to fall for it then, just like now. it's no clearer now than it was 2 weeks ago that, of course, Joe Biden is going to be the next president. He's been the apparent winner for going on a month or just short of it. I am curious to see what Fox News sort of looks like over the next couple of months. How much do they continue to kowtow to and placate their more extreme audience, the types of people who, for the first time ever, were hearing yesterday from Laura Ingraham, hey guys, by the way, Joe Biden's going to be the next president. There is a really big deal being made out of a breaking story from investigative reporter Carl Bernstein of Woodward and Bernstein fame about 21 Republican senators who privately have been saying anti-Trump things. And I am here to tell you, I do not care. If they don't say it publicly, and they didn't say it publicly for the last 4 years, who cares that they were privately willing to say it to Carl Bernstein? There's a couple possibilities here. Either they weren't saying it publicly because for a while they supported Trump, or they weren't saying it publicly because they thought that it was better for their own careers to shut their mouths. Either way, their silence was terrible for the country for the last 4 years. But we'll come back to that, okay? Carl Bernstein tweeted yesterday, and dozens of articles were written about this. The 21 Republican senators who have privately expressed their disdain for Trump are Portman, Alexander, Sass, Blunt, Collins, Murkowski, Cornyn, Thune, Romney, Braun, Young, Tim Scott, Rick Scott, Rubio, Grassley, Burr, Toomey, McSally, Moran, Roberts, and Shelby. Of the people on Bernstein's list, some did actually criticize Trump publicly, like Ben Sass, John Cornyn occasionally, Lisa Murkowski, certainly Mitt Romney. But I have to tell you, I'm finding myself completely underwhelmed by this. Donald Trump has represented an existential threat to the American system of democracy and government and way of life for 4 years. A couple of senators have mildly criticized Donald Trump, and even the ones that did a little more harshly, Mitt Romney, for example, John Kasich, within days of Joe Biden winning, they went right back to saying, my goal is stopping Medicare for all. We've got to stop tax increases. We've got to deal with the debt. We have to, reduce business regulations. So if anyone expects me to praise Republican senators who privately criticize Donald Trump, give me a break, guys. Imagine if from day one of this presidency, or 6 months in, whenever it was abundantly clear to everybody that this was a disaster, imagine if early on, 21 Republican senators had actually stood up regularly and strongly criticizing Donald Trump. That actually could have made a difference. Instead, now that Joe Biden has already won, we hear, 21 of them said things in private about Trump to Carl Bernstein. Give me a break. These people are pathetic. Now, one other aspect of this. Trump and Republicans love to say it's the left that doesn't allow dissenting opinions, and it's the left that doesn't want to engage in the battle of ideas. These 21 Republicans, if it is true that they really didn't like what Donald Trump was doing, they partially stayed quiet because they were too scared to say anything. They were afraid of being outed publicly as not liking Donald Trump when Trump was still riding high. This is what we call profiles in cowardice. They aided and abetted Trump. And if indeed they felt this all along, they have to be held accountable now for how Donald Trump has debased democracy for 4 years. And think back to impeachment, guys. Everyone but Romney, who did vote to convict on one count on impeachment, if these other 20 Republican senators had voted to convict Trump on impeachment, they'd have been able to remove him, and they wouldn't have had to worry about the repercussions of coming out against Donald Trump. Truly pathetic. None of these people should be held up as heroes. In fact, what they are is disingenuous. If indeed nearly half of the Republican senators in the Senate privately were disturbed, distraught, and against what Donald Trump was doing, what they need to be what we need to be pointing the finger to is that they were completely disingenuous in public and continuing to support Donald Trump. Completely pathetic. I'm glad we learned about it. These are not heroes. These are not our friends. And as we saw from Mitt Romney and John Kasich within 24 hours of the election, they obviously and predictably, as we've been saying for years, went right back to the exact type of Republicans they were before Donald Trump. We have a voicemail number, and that number is 219-2 David P. We got a voicemail from the Eggman with a prediction for 2024. He wants to bet people about this. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Hey, Dave, I like to bet on politics, and I won on this presidential election, even though I'm not getting paid by the schmuck who owes me because he thinks, Trump is going to win in court. Anyway, I got a bet for you or for any of your listeners.
Yeah.
My Pillow 2024. Mike Lindell, My Pillow 2024 is going to run in 2024. He's not going to win. He's not going to get nominated at all. But he's going to be one of the morons in the beginning, okay? Anybody want to take me up on that bet? I'll bet anything. I guarantee you this guy is going to run for political office. President. Shalom, brother.
Okay. I don't think Eggman is wrong. I think that, so if you don't know who Eggman is talking about, there's this guy, Mike Lindell, from the company My Pillow. They sell pillows via television commercials. He is a big Trump supporter. I believe he said Trump was a gift from God or something along those lines. He was put front and center at some of these early coronavirus press events as someone who was going to be making masks and contributing to the effort in some way, shape, or form. Okay, et cetera, et cetera. Guy's completely out of his mind. And he recently donated a bunch of money to Kyle Rittenhouse's bail, to $2 million bail money, as we discussed yesterday on the bonus show. And Eggman's idea is that he may actually run for president. I don't think that's out of whack. It wouldn't be unlike a pizza man, Herman Cain, who has since departed this earth due to coronavirus. It wouldn't be like some of these other kind of edge case type candidates who are trying to get some publicity. I mean, listen, that's kind of how it started with Trump. We don't really believe Trump thought he was going to win or was even interested in winning early, quite frankly. But I think Eggman may be onto something. I would be completely unsurprised if Mike Lindell does run for president. I agree with Eggman. I don't think he would win. Curious to hear from you. If anybody's interested in betting with Eggman, I guess get in touch with him. On the bonus show today, there is this viral video that has been going around of a Trumpist, a vile Trumpist, deliberately sort of like powerfully exhaling on people outside a Trump golf club. And he has now been charged with simple assault for that. I guess the idea, of course, was to scare someone that he may be trying to give him the virus. We are going to talk about the reaction from the oil industry to Joe Biden. This issue of oil was a big issue during the campaign and a big topic for Donald Trump during his rallies. And we are also going to talk about the surge in cannabis-related stocks in the market as a result of Joe Biden winning. And we'll talk about what we might actually see in terms of legalization, decriminalization during a Biden administration. Very, very, there are dramatically different views as to what Joe Biden is expected to do, if anything, on decriminalization and legalization. And we'll be discussing that on today's bonus show. 2 ways to get instant access to the bonus show. Number 1, very simple, the preferred way. Get a membership at joinpacman.com. Takes under a minute. Very, very strong way to get access to the bonus show. Other alternative, become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We'll speak to you then.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 394th edition of Energy Week. Today is the 19th of November. We are starting a week ago today on the 12th of November. And you can go to my blog, geoharvey.com, to find if you want to read further on any of the articles that we're talking about. Or you can follow links that are available at BCTV's posted materials, which are at brattleboro.tv.org and also at YouTube, and they may be elsewhere. I don't know. Before we start, though, I want to point out we have to raise some money to keep this show on the air. And
this is a commercial, folks.
This is a commercial. Sorry about that. If you go to the brattleboro.tv.org site, you can donate there to support this show. And you go to the site, brattleboro.tv.org, and scroll down to the bottom of the screen, and then about the fourth little gray box from the left, you'll see a thing that says support local broadcasting. You click on that, and then you follow the instructions to donate any amount you want, from $1 to, I think we were looking last week for $3 billion. Is that right, Tom?
A little bit less than that.
A little less than that. We need 300.
Billion.
Huh?
300 billion.
No, not 300 billion. Just $300. And if you click on that, you can find that you can do that by a credit card. You can do it by PayPal. The one thing is, you have to get the message to BCTV that the donation is to support Energy Week. And when I tried this, I found that using a credit card, I could leave that message just below where it's asked for the amount. There was a thing, a box that I could click on to leave that message. But when I went to PayPal, it didn't. It said something about communicating with BCTV, but it didn't give me a place to do it. So if you can't do that and you want to do it through PayPal, my suggestion is contact BCTV and tell them that you've made the donation. They'll know that the donation came in, and just say that your donation is to support this show. And you could do that by email, or you could do it by phone. Everything at BCTV is managed perfectly, so it will all get straightened out in the end.
This had all been supported by the cable TV companies, but that has changed.
Well, thank you, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He knew what we were saying about him, and he didn't want us to continue. So, be a rebel. Support BCTV. Anyway, we're going to...
I want to just mention that some of these articles that we're going to talk about are well worth looking at. I'll try and call your attention to some of them. And if you got the time, click on the link there and pull it up and read them. Some of them are really good.
Some are really good this week. Yeah, that's true. So do you want to start, Tom?
Might as well. Can't dance.
We're starting on Thursday, November 12th, and we're starting with an item from CNN. And the photograph, by the way, is a photograph of a hurricane. I don't remember. I think this is... I don't know which hurricane the photo...
They all look like that.
They all look like that. You can see where it is, because in the upper left-hand corner of the picture, you can see the borders of the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma kind of drawn in on the photograph. So
okay, so this is hitting the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which has happened several times this year.
I think there are people who can't count as high as the number of times it's happened this year. Okay, what do you got for a title, Tom?
Hurricanes are maintaining their strength farther inland as the planet warms.
Absolutely, and we had that with Hurricane Irene a bunch of years ago.
Oh, that was bad. I lost a car in that.
Yeah, and Vermont was
flooded Flat Street.
Vermont was slammed by a hurricane. When does that happen? Usually we hear about people in Massachusetts or something. Okay, in recent years, hurricanes are rapidly intensifying more often, dumping higher amounts of rainfall, and even moving more slowly because they move over warmer water. Now,
so they're getting more rain.
Yeah, a study shows they are maintaining their strength after landfall much longer.
Well, over the last 50 years, the time that it has taken for a hurricane to weaken after landfall has almost doubled.
It's that is a situation that I really didn't anticipate. I didn't expect that. I would expect the hurricanes to be more powerful and rainier, because that's pretty obvious why that happens. But why they would go farther inland, I don't know.
I don't remember the article giving us enough explanation for that.
I don't think it did.
But what they do say is this will continue unless substantial measures are taken to curb global warming. Duh.
We're going to have to take some amazing measures to curb global warming. We've got too much carbon dioxide in the air. The atmosphere is not as warm as it's going to get with the amount that we've got there, and we're just keeping putting it in. We're going to have to start drawing it down really hard if we're going to stop this kind of weather.
Well, we're going to have to get the people who can make it happen to really listen.
I think that's probably true, but they may be starting to listen. It looks like they are.
I hope so. Well, there's some indication that they are, so let's knock on wood.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's move along here.
Yeah, our next item is from Renew Economy, and it has a picture of wind turbines. This is
wind turbines and trees.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, let me give you a rundown on it. Fortescue, if that's how you pronounce it, Fortescue leads the stampede into green energy with stunning plans for 235 gigawatts. That's a lot, guys, of wind and solar.
This is bigawatts, and it's more bigawatts than you can count.
For sure. That's huge.
That's unbelievable. It's so big. The scale of Fortescue's program is breathtaking. To put it into context, 235 gigawatts of wind and solar is equivalent to nearly 5 times the capacity of Australia's main grid. This is mind-boggling, and more than the energy output of the total of such oil giants as Chevron and Total. Now, I want to point out, Australia's main grid is really only the eastern half of the country. So this is a grid
that's right.
where most people in Australia live, but it's probably enough to support all of the activities of 20 to 25 million people, I would guess. And
in actuality, they don't even have one unified grid. They got 5 smaller ones.
Yeah. In Australia, they have the main grid is a unified grid in the east, but it's not even connected with the grids in the west.
Right.
And I didn't know that there were 5, but I find that easy to believe. The thing that's happening here is Fortescue is a mining company.
Exactly.
Which is really kind of astonishing when you think of it. Fortescue is a mining company, and they are planning on making Australia, or at least they're going to bring Australia to a point where it's way, way, way beyond 100% renewable.
Well, they're looking to become a worldwide supplier of green energy.
Yes, from Australia, and they're looking at exporting hydrogen, which could be in the form of hydrogen or it could be in the form of ammonia.
Well, we've started talking about exactly this on the show, and I think it's going to become a big thing in the near future.
Well, the Australians are banking on that. They're putting scores of billions of dollars into making hydrogen, and they've got.
It's going to be a big industry for them.
Huge industry, absolutely huge. And the one of the upsides of this is even if it turns out that they don't export it because people elsewhere don't want it, they're going to have energy that they can use to supply a real booming economy, doing anything they want to do.
Well, there's a quote from the article. There's more than enough renewable energy to sustainably and economically supply every person on this planet.
Oh, more than enough.
Yeah.
There's probably enough to support 10 times the population we've got.
Yeah.
Moving to renewable energy is not going to be the problem that some people seem to imagine. And
well, it's going to happen for one reason and one reason only.
What?
Economics.
Well, by golly. One of the things that's interesting about this is I keep coming across people saying it may be easy to get the first 10% renewable or even the first 50%, but that last 10%, getting to 100% renewable, is going to be a tough time. And they don't understand renewable energy. When you're talking about a percentage of what is of demand, it's not 100% is not a limit. It's not like we're refining metal or something like that. This is not a limit. We can go way past 100%, and some countries have already done that. Panama has been running on, I think, 1,000% renewable energy for many years, and they get it from hydro dams, and they export the excess energy that they make to Argentina and Brazil. So, this is not a problem, getting to 100%.
Well, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen again because of the economics.
Yes.
I mean, looking at it in a very simplistic manner, it doesn't make sense to pay for your fuel anymore.
No, you're absolutely right there. And as a matter of fact, our next article is about people who don't need to pay for don't need to pay for gasoline anymore, if you want to see it that way.
We got a very interesting picture coming up here.
That last article, by the way, was from Renew Economy, and this is from Clean Technica. And what we have is a picture of an electric replacement drive for a Mini Cooper.
Well, the article says a new conversion kit turns your classic Mini Cooper into a timeless EV.
Yeah.
And a Mini Cooper, in its day, was a brilliant car. It was big on the inside, small on the outside. How do you do that?
I don't know, but it was bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. And it sounds like magic. I just don't understand. But,
and it was fun to drive. It was a brilliant car.
I've never driven one. But the people I've known that did drive them just thought they were utterly marvelous. And let me read the synopsis here. Fans of classic cars and Restoramods rejoice. There is now a fully realized and genuinely affordable kit to help you turn your classic Mini Cooper into a fast, clean, modern EV, and best of all, it's even truer to the original Mini philosopher than you might hope for.
Well, it's with me. Not only was it a good ordinary car, but people started racing them, and they started winning. They're fighting against Maseratis and PMWs and these little funny-looking cars that win in the race.
Yeah.
They revived the Mini. The new one looks like the old one, but it's by far not the old car.
Yeah.
It's larger. It's got more power, but it's not the original car. Now, this kit is made for the original, and it represents a performance upgrade. It's bolt-in. And suitable for the home mechanic, so they say, and it looks like it is. My question is $10,000 genuinely affordable?
Well, I don't know. I know a guy who blew an engine, and he needed to buy a new engine block, and he bought a new engine block for his car, and it cost $32,000.
Wow. Well, if you look at that picture there, you'll see the ears in the upper quarters, right and left.
Right.
That's the whole width of the car, and that is what holds the engine in place. And it's an exact replacement for the original part. So you just take the old one out, put this one in. You're 90% there.
Yeah.
And the engine itself is that little black square thing with the 3 wires going to it, and the rest is a transmission. And if you look at the transmission, it's got a socket there for the axles, which takes the original axle, fits right in.
Right.
So this thing, they say it's suitable for the home mechanic, and it looks like it is.
I don't know that I'd call this suitable for the home mechanic. There's going to have to be a battery involved in this too.
Well, they don't mention that in the article, but yes, the battery is going to have to go in probably flat in the back in the trunk.
Yeah, probably, but I don't know that I would want. I'm one of those people who's immune to electricity. I don't get shocked. I've been hit by lightning, and it made me go a little pale. But
12 volts is not going to shock you anyhow.
How much?
12 volts is not going to shock you anyhow.
12 volt, is it?
12 volts?
Well,
battery is usually 12 volts.
I don't think the battery in this thing is going to be 12 volts, Tom.
That's probably going to be bigger than that.
The battery in my Prius, which was my last car, was I think 256 volts.
Oh wow! You can get a shock from that.
Huh?
You could get a shock from that.
You could get a shock with that. I respect electricity. I told you I'm immune to it. Well, I respect electricity the way I respect poison ivy, too. I've never had poison ivy. Part of the reason for that might be that I'm immune to it, and a big part of it is probably that I respect it.
Okay.
I respect electricity, and I'm a little worried about what the voltage would be on this thing when somebody plugs it in. The Toyota Prius, the Toyota people were not permitted to work on the electronics of that, or the electrical system for that car, until they had been specifically instructed for it. And the cars, if they were going to work on that, had to be on a big non-conducting mat. So if they're going to say that it's appropriate for a home mechanic, maybe it is, but I'd be cautious.
Well, you don't stick your finger in a light socket,
Yeah. I used to do that, too, just to feel the electricity. I could feel 110 AC.
I did that once when I was very young. I never did it again.
I used to do it every once in a while to show off. Because it never really bothered.
Well, let's move along here. We got a picture of a peat bog coming up.
Okay. We have a picture. This is Friday, November 13th. We have a picture of a peat bog.
World Heritage status for Scottish peat bogs could help the UK hit net zero goals. A lot of pictures in this article. It's worth looking at.
Yeah, who'd have thought? This is from the Guardian. There is hope that about 1,400 square kilometers of the most pristine peatland in northern Scotland will soon be much closer to the status of a first World Heritage peatland. Ecologists say peatlands covering only 3% of the Earth's land surface may hold 30% of the carbon stored on land.
Well, that 1,400 square kilometers, it's almost the size of Windham County.
Yeah. And this is just in northern Scotland, and these peat bogs, 3% of the world's land surface is covered by peat bogs. Let me suggest something to you, Tom.
Yeah.
If we built peat bogs in places where there aren't any peat bogs, we might be able to draw down a lot of carbon out of the atmosphere.
Well, the article says that peatlands release CO2 as they dry out and degrade.
Yes.
So you got to protect these peat bogs. Yeah, by the way, we have peat bogs right here in Massachusetts, in Cape Cod. That's where they grow the cranberries.
I used to live in Plymouth, and there's a lot of cranberries growing down there, and that used to be peat bogs. It was also cranberry bogs because they're native.
Same bogs.
They're bogs.
Yeah.
But who'd have
thought?
The
flow country they're talking about is an expanse of peatland in North Scotland, and it's the single largest carbon repository in the world.
Wow.
And they also mention, when you talk about peat, I automatically think of Ireland. And up to 85% of Ireland's peatlands are strip mined to fuel power stations. They're already degraded. So that's not good news.
They could be regenerated, a lot of them. A lot of those peatlands could be regenerated, and that would draw down a lot of the carbon.
Makes sense.
Okay, we've got an article coming up from the BBC and a picture of sunset at Neom.
Well, Neom is this new desert city that they're creating from nothing in Saudi Arabia on a northwest corner, and it's very spectacular, their plans.
Yeah. What's the title here, Tom?
The desert city to run on hydrogen.
Yeah. On the edge of the Saudi Arabian desert beside the Red Sea, a futuristic city called Neom is due to be built. The $500 billion city, complete with flying taxis and robotic domestic help, is planned to become home to about 1 million people. And what will power this city and what will also be its product? Green hydrogen.
I had a bad link on this one. I really had a hard time finding the article, and I really couldn't find the article, but I did get the information.
Oh, okay.
But Neom is a pristine location on the Red Sea coast. They've picked a good place. And the article that I got said construction work is expected to start in the first quarter of 2019 and will be completed by 2020. So they got to be pretty well on to finishing this up.
I don't think they've got the flying taxis and robotic domestic help yet, though.
Not yet, I don't think. Well, this is going to be high class. The development is expected to focus on luxurious living and will include high-end hotels and villas. So it's going to be a special place if and when they ever get it done.
Well, we'll have to keep track on that. Okay, our next article is from The Guardian, and there's a picture of a bushfire. And if you look at this picture, you might understand why it is that the fire can go through and devastate the ground, but not really burn up the trees entirely.
That's what's happening in many cases. Yep.
Yeah.
Hitting net zero is not enough. We must restore the climate. I'm going to say that again. We must restore the climate.
Climate crisis is here now. No matter how quickly we reach zero emissions, the terrible impacts of climate crisis will not just go away. They will continue to cause millions to suffer for centuries to come. Just cutting emissions is not enough. We have to restore the climate. And I just wrote an article about this for Green Energy Times, which will be coming out in a few days.
Well, on top of reducing emissions to zero, we must remove huge amounts of greenhouse gases already in the atmosphere.
We have to get proactive. The time to start reducing emissions was about the time that the oil industry discovered that they were producing some products that were causing emissions. And what I'm talking about is maybe 65 years ago, maybe 60 years ago. That was when we should have started. And we really should have started getting proactive about drawing down emissions maybe 20 years ago. And the fact that we've had people purposely preventing us from doing this is, I don't know, Tom. You know,
it's all about money, baby.
Yeah, but after the Second World War, there were the Nuremberg trials, and they were based on laws that had never been written. You know, if the idea was, well, if you're killing people, even if the government of the country you're in tells you to do it, that doesn't mean it's right. And they were punishing.
That was just following orders.
Yeah, that's right. In the United States, we have in the Constitution a thing that says basically that you can't be punished for doing something that was legal when you did it. But we have, as a country, supported the idea that there was another standard at work here. And honestly, I think crimes against humanity is something that has been done by people who stood in the way of this of progress on the climate crisis. And I just don't see any other way to look at it.
As I just said, it's all about money.
That's right. Okay, unless you've got more on that, we're up to Saturday, November 14th.
Yeah, we got a nice picture of Sylvia.
Sylvia, a boat, the Vasa Tour. You know,
Tesla batteries get second life in electric sightseeing boat. This is interesting.
It sure is. as Teslas get old or get into accidents, the batteries they had in them become available for new purposes. One clever use is as batteries in electric boats. In Sweden, the sightseeing boat Sylvia is powered by used Tesla batteries that were combined for 190 kilowatt hours of energy storage capacity. So that's 2 or 3 Tesla batteries that are in that boat and drive it around.
Well, Tesla has a 110 horsepower electric motor, which allows it to cruise for 14 hours before recharging. That ought to be enough.
I would think 14 hours, my God.
And for economic reasons, they're looking at what they call second life batteries. Batteries that may not have the full charging and power capabilities to run an EV, but have more than enough for other applications.
Right. They very often they just don't produce as much power as they would as you would want in the car. So
that's called oomph.
Yeah, that's right. It's oomph. That's a technical term, but you know, they aren't going to give you the pickup that you want, but they still will store a lot of power. And this boat doesn't need pickup like a car does. It's just going to.
No, it's a tour boat. They go slow.
They want them to go slow. They want to give you time.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Kind of a pretty boat.
Yeah, it's neat. It's neat. Interesting backstory here. The boat is called the Vasa, or the tour is called the Vasa, and the Vasa was a Swedish warship that sank in 1628.
Yeah, after it had traveled about a mile.
Absolutely. And they didn't have the ability to raise the boat then, so she lay in Stockholm Harbor till 1961.
Yeah.
When they pulled the ship out, it had a remarkably intact hull due to the heavily polluted waters of Stockholm Harbor. They were so highly toxic that even the toughest microorganisms that break down wood had difficulty surviving.
Yeah.
Interesting development.
When I see this and the name is Vasa, I think of a Swedish girl who was a friend of mine when I was a teenager, and she was explaining to me how great the Vikings were, and I said, "What are the Vikings?" And she said, "People who came from the country that she lived on. She lived in a place called Goatland."
Yeah.
Well, Goatland is Gotland, which is a big island in the Baltic Sea. And, you know, pronunciation, I think she would have pronounced that Wassa. But it's
probably would. We call it Gotland, but Goatland it is.
Yeah. Why is it called Goatlands? Because the goats lived there. Goats?
I'm not sure about that. I think it has more to do with the Goths.
What we call the Goths, and they call the goats. Okay, let's get out of this.
Goats. Who knows? We got an interesting picture of a railroad here coming up.
Yeah, cars loaded with coal, and this is from Clean Technica.
Interesting personal story about that. About 20-odd years ago, my sister and I took a train to the West Coast, or rather a series of trains, just for an excursion. And when we got into the western section past Chicago, we're going through to North Dakota and all of that. Interesting thing happened. Normally, I would expect, and it used to be this way, that a passenger car would have right-of-way. And they were taking this passenger train and shunting it to the side where it would sit and wait till a coal train went by. And this coal train was like 100 cars of nothing but coal. So they had right-of-way over the passenger trains.
You know what had right-of-way over everything else? I had a great uncle who worked on the railroads at a time when they were still running silk trains that would take the silk from the West Coast to New York, and they had priority over everything else. And his job was to run down the train every time it stopped and check the bearings to make sure they didn't have a hot box.
Yep, they used to do that. Well, the Department of Energy welcomes the hydrogen economy of the future, which we will be talking about in the future.
Yeah.
A strong focus on green hydrogen as the cost of producing it keeps dropping.
Yeah.
And they say hydrogen's already used in all sorts of applications. And almost all of today's hydrogen is produced from coal and gas.
Yeah.
But green alternatives using low-cost wind and solar power are rapidly emerging. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this later.
We're going to talk more about that. I don't know that. Did you read the title on this article?
Cars, well, let's see. No, I didn't. USA readies itself for green hydrogen rumble as Trump slithers out the door.
Yeah. Donald Trump made coal a centerpiece in the 2016 campaign.
He still hasn't conceded, has he?
No, I don't think he has. But he dropped the whole idea just 2 years after taking office, or so it seems, because there was no job-saving coal plan that ever came forward.
That never happened. Yeah, he was going to save the coal industry. Now he doesn't dare talk about it.
Well, he didn't say anything.
I actually think he believes he won.
I don't know, Tom.
It's hard to tell.
There's a thing called denial. It's a psychological state, and people should really investigate our times to see what that's all about, because it's a lot of people go into it, and it's. I mean, my Uncle Charlie, the same guy who had the job with a train, would get up in the morning. I remember him getting up in the morning and having breakfast, which consisted of 2 Boilermakers. That is 2 bottles of beer and 2 shots of whiskey for breakfast. And he denied that there was any alcoholism problem at all. And that was just months before he died of cirrhosis of the liver.
Oh, wow.
And he was brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant, but he was in denial. And we have people, we should really look at that. As a country, I think. Okay, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a picture of a natural gas plant coming up.
And an article from Scientific American, and we're still on Saturday, November 14th.
Biden and the electric utilities are split on emissions goals. This is a good article. It's well worth reading.
Yes.
Scientific American.
As President Trump rolled back environmental regulations and boosted fossil fuels, or at least he tried to, utilities forged ahead with plans to reduce emissions. But while 33 utilities pledged to eliminate emissions by 2050, Biden campaigned on a promise to have 100% clean electricity by 2035. Tom, I don't know that we're going to have 100% clean electricity by 2035.
Well, we can.
We're going to be very close, and I think we could actually do it sooner than that. It's just a matter of...
Well, I think the economy is going to require it. I don't mean the economy, I mean economy, the cost of generating electricity.
Well, we've got stuff coming up, and maybe we should review this when we look at the stuff from Lazard, because the stuff at Lazard is very damning for...
It is interesting. Let's wait till we hit that.
Yeah, we're up to Sunday, November 15th, and we have a picture of a wind farm from Unsplash. Unsplash, by the way, provides free use photographs that are of particularly high quality. So, and this is from Clean Technica.
Interesting picture. I kind of like that.
I do too.
It's the end of the world as we know it, or not. This is a very, very pessimistic article.
The recent study published in the journal Scientific Reports says it's too late to stop climate change. Some scientists disagree, but arguing about which climate model is most accurate diverts our attention from what's most important. The Earth is warming too fast, and we have to act on that. Tom, this article reads as a very pessimistic article.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is, I have believed for years, I think, that we can't stop climate change. It's just going to keep on going. But on the other hand, the good news is we can make things a whole lot better by working on it, and it isn't the end of the world. We might say it's the end of the world as we know it, but the world as we know it has gasoline-powered cars, and it has, you can go through the things that we shouldn't be doing one after another. That's the end of the world as we know it. So maybe the end of the world as we know it is a good thing.
Well, some of this is changing as we speak. I mean, a gasoline-powered car, I don't think it's got much more than 15 years before they stop making them at all.
I don't think it's got 15 years. And as a matter of fact, I'm not even sure that it's got 5.
I wouldn't bet it against you, I'll tell you.
Oh,
well, the article is a worst-case scenario, but that's still scary.
Yeah. Joe Biden could do something that Donald Trump showed how to do, and that is tell GM, in Donald Trump's case, you have to make face masks. Stop making these cars. And GM did it. And Joe Biden could say, you've got to stop making internal combustion engines, but we're going to give you a little incentive to make systems that you can plug into cars that already exist to turn them into electric vehicles. And if the incentive is right, GM is going to be really happy with that. And so would the other companies.
Well, there's a takeaway here, and it's valid. There is only one solution to the challenge of climate change. Stop extracting and burning fossil fuels. Full stop. Nothing else matters.
Well, I will disagree with that, because we have to do that, but that isn't enough. We have to do more than that. Should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a picture of a nuclear power plant.
And this particular article comes from World Nuclear News, which is obviously a pro-nuclear publication. I do find material from them from time to time.
Looks like pollution, but that's just steam.
Yes, that is steam coming out of cooling towers. Those cooling towers never give off smoke unless there's really wrong. Well, they could give off smoke if something in them caught fire. But
well, it's not in the picture, not visible, but somewhere on that plant there's a huge, tall smokestack. Even nuclear power plants have a huge, small smokestack, and I'm not sure I know why.
I don't know why that is either, but I have observed that. You're right about that. There are 2 domes on the left side of that. You just barely see them.
Barely see them, exactly.
I think those are the reactors, and in fact, each of them has a thing that looks like a smokestack coming up from the left side. Those might be...
It's not very tall.
Well, we don't know exactly how they're placed. They may be rather far away. What do you have for title, Tom?
Nuclear power plant. DOE, Department of Energy, publishes a strategic framework for hydrogen effort.
DOE published its hydrogen program plan. A key aspect of the strategy the Energy Agency presented was to enable hydrogen production from a diverse array of low-carbon domestic energy resources, including renewables, nuclear energy, and some fossil fuels with carbon capture. And, you know, I went through this and tried to figure out why. It said in order to do this, we need to have power plants that are going to be able to power it, nonstop. I don't know why that is. They're saying you can't do it with renewables by themselves because they're intermittent. I cannot imagine a single reason why that would be. Can you?
No, we got batteries. Batteries eliminate the intermittency part.
But do we even care about the intermittency? We're talking about electrolysis of water. It's going to...
That can happen anytime.
Yeah. I don't understand. The DOE is dominated at the present time by people who favor nuclear energy. Some people, not all of them, favor nuclear energy and the idea of fossil fuels with carbon capture. And I don't know about that. I don't trust this report, but I do think that we have to enable that hydrogen, and it's something that's interesting. The other thing is, it's interesting to me that the nuclear power industry supports this move, and it does so, I think, because they're looking for relevance in a time when renewable energy is making them more irrelevant all the time. And
it costs too much.
A nuclear power plant is so inflexible that if you can get into a situation where it's producing power that nobody needs, and if that happens, then somebody's got to get rid of some power source someplace, and that is causing significant trouble for the industry because it means that they are feeding power into a grid where the price of electricity is extremely low and in some cases negative. They actually have to pay to get rid of the power.
Have to pay somebody to take the energy.
Yeah. Okay, we should get on to our next item.
Yeah, we got a nice picture of a pipeline there.
Yeah, it's an interesting picture. And I don't know what is on the left of that pipeline. It almost looks like a railroad.
Yeah, but it goes nowhere.
No, it goes to...
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, it goes to a significant turn. And it could be a railroad if it can operate on a steep incline and uses very short cars. But I don't understand what that is. Anyway.
I don't either. It does look like a railroad, though, that's for sure.
This is from LA Progressive. It would have to be a special railroad.
Minnesota permits pipeline replacement for line number 3.
Yeah, and this is important. Although, it's not, a lot of people aren't going to care particularly about it, but it is important. Environmental and indigenous leaders responded with alarm after Minnesota regulators approved key permits of Enbridge Energy's planned Line 3 pipeline replacement and called on Democratic Governor Tim Walz to block any construction for the Canadian company's project. This is another of those pipelines.
Yep.
And, if you want to know what's wrong with pipelines, well, they carry fossil fuels that are going to get burned, that are going to contribute to the carbon dioxide in the air. They also spill oil every once in a while, and by every once in a while...
They do a good job of spilling oil, don't they?
They sure do. And every once in a while, unfortunately, in this country, is every few weeks, we don't hear about a lot of the spills that happen because they're just not big enough. But this is a problem. We should keep going, Tom. We've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we've got I don't know how many minutes.
Well, let's move on to the next one then.
We have a statue of a girl on Wall Street. This is Monday.
I didn't even know there was such a thing. I know about the bull.
She's staring the bull down.
It looks like she's staring somebody down.
Well, I think she's staring that bull down. And this is from oilprice.com.
BlackRock and Fidelity are betting big on this $130 trillion mega trend. What?
This is mind-boggling. This isn't just a mega trend, it's a movement. Big money is fleeing anything that's not sustainable.
That's very interesting.
By 2022, PricewaterhouseCoopers says that 77% of institutional investors will stop buying non-ESG products entirely. ESG is environmental, social, and corporate governance. So they're saying everybody on Wall Street is going to be turning to, or at least the institutional investors are going to be turning to sustainable investments. Or
the big guys are going for sustainables.
Yeah, that's what's happening, and this is worth $130 trillion. And you keep talking about the economy. Tom, maybe you're right.
$130 trillion is not chump change.
$130 trillion would I did a calculation. $130 trillion would pay for a party that would involve everybody in Vermont for the next 2,722 years. Okay, I'm just kidding about that. But
well, along the same lines here, let's talk about another one that's coming up. Wind and solar are cheaper than everything, according to Lazard.
Yeah, this is from Clean Technica. A recent Lazard report on the LCOE, this is the levelized cost of electricity, showed that wind and solar are the cheapest electricity in the United States, even significantly undercutting natural gas combined cycle power plants now. And that's only half of it. Solar and wind are much cheaper nearly everywhere. And I want to talk about this graph for a second, Tom.
Yeah. There's a lot of charts in this article.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. But this is the one that I thought was really kind of shows it clearest. The 4 bars on the left represent the levelized cost of new built wind and solar plants. the three bars on the right are the marginal costs of coal, nuclear, and natural gas in that order. Right. And you'll notice, look at the right hand most of the four bars. Actually, look at the I should go through that. The left hand most bar is the levelized cost of wind. The one to the right of that is the cost of wind with a subsidy. The next one is the levelized cost of solar, and the one after that is the cost of solar with a subsidy. And you'll notice that even the levelized cost of solar, the one that's kind of brown, is almost entirely lower than the marginal cost of coal. And what that means is, for almost all of the coal plants in the United States, it would be cheaper for them to shut down their operations altogether, buy electricity from a solar farm and sell it, than it would be to keep their plants going. And that's why they keep closing them.
Yeah, it makes sense. By the way, the levelized cost is the sum of the costs over the lifetime of the power plant divided by the value of the actual power delivered.
Yeah, and a levelized cost includes all subsidies, so it's not just what people pay for electricity; is also the subsidies that go in.
It's the real numbers.
It's the real numbers. But for nuclear, it does not include insurance against disaster, and it also does not include the cost of handling their waste.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So it's kind of phony for nuclear, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of. And the fact is that the waste from coal is a disaster.
Oh, absolutely.
It goes into
Nobody's talking about it, but it's big time waste.
And a lot of it goes into the atmosphere. The rest of it is held in big piles of ash that are dangerous. And
big ash pits, and they're not even talking about them.
Well, they do, but not very much. And why don't we have a fishing fleet in Lake Champlain? Well, it's because of coal. It's because the lake was polluted by coal, and it was.
Is that so?
Well, it was the mercury that came out of the atmosphere falling in the rain.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. And the mercury came from coal.
Gigantic trout in Lake Champlain, don't eat it.
Can't eat them.
Well, you can. You can chew on them, but it's not good for you. Okay, we should keep going.
Yeah, move along here.
We have another article from Clean Technica and a photograph of Zach Shahan and Kyle Field, who are Kyle is one of the writers and Zach Shahan is the editor.
He's the CEO of Clean Technica. They do a good job.
Yeah, and I've got them in the wrong order there. Kyle Field is the one who's on the left, and Zach Shahan is the person to his right. But nevertheless, what do you got for a title?
Tesla's automotive gross margin improves from 18.7% to 23.7%.
These numbers are big.
That's a lot of money. They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, the people at GM are probably sitting back and saying, I wish our gross margin was 18.7%. That's a big improvement. And
they explain that a little bit by saying that Tesla is a vertically integrated company, which means they make what they need by themselves. They need a part, they design a machine that will make that part, and then they make that machine.
Yes. And
so they're marching to their own drum.
Well, certainly they are. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, November 17th, with an item from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting article. A green hydrogen scheme sprouts in Scotland with a flow battery.
Yeah, I didn't have a picture for this article. I'm sorry. I should have really looked for one. Scotland is apparently not satisfied with its position in offshore wind vanguard. The country has embarked on a new plan to pair tidal power with vanadium flow batteries to produce green hydrogen. This is like tidal
I sent you a picture about that you could have used. It looks like a submarine. The tidal power, the tidal battery.
It looks like a submarine, and I saw that picture, and even if you look at it on the inside, it looks like a submarine, although a very narrow one. Tidal power is very predictable, and batteries make the output constant. So,
well, tidal power uses water that moves back and forth 4 times a day.
yes,
So it's reliable.
you know exactly when it's going to come.
Exactly.
And
And you know how much it's going to be, and the battery figures on this, and it stores the energy for when they need it.
It's a pretty easy combination to figure out. It's not, you don't have to predict the wind 3 days in advance or anything like that. We're short on time, Tom. Let's go to UVM. Is that okay?
Sure is. UVM is leading the largest study of climate change in Vermont.
UVM researchers are the picture, and this is UVM News supplying this. Since the 1980s, folks have been putting cinder block on a pond when it freezes. When the ice melts, the block sinks, and a clock is unplugged, capturing the exact time of the melt.
I've read about that. That's called Joel's Pond, and you can bet on it. You can wager on when the ice will melt.
Really? I'm not surprised. I would have expected that, actually, if I'd thought of it. There is a clear pattern. The ice is melting earlier. Now you have UVM is leading an ambitious climate scientific study. That study of, using a cinder block, and I wonder whether they're not just covering the bottom of their pond with cinder blocks.
Yeah, one a year. It's no big deal.
Yeah. The idea here, though, is that that's not a scientific study. What UVM is doing is. Okay, as I said.
Well, the bottom line is the people who are doing this realize that the changes are occurring.
Yes. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica. And it's
nice picture of a bus.
It's a big picture of a bus with Russian writing all over the side.
Which says electrobus.
Yeah.
That's just what it says. It's.
I believe you. That's what it looks like.
Moscow gets its 500th electric bus.
Russia is a major oil and gas country. As the oil industry goes, so goes Russia. Even so, reports say that public transit company for Moscow metro area has put its 500th electric bus into service. The electric bus is produced by Kamaz, a Russian truck and engine manufacturer, which apparently is also making electric buses. I want to point out here that Bloomberg NEF last year did an inventory of American electric buses and found that there were something like 650 of them in the United States at that time. So
how many?
650.
And how many in China?
Probably at this point 450,000.
Big difference, huh?
There's 16,300 of them plus in the city of Shenzhen. How many of us know where Shenzhen is?
It's a big city. We don't know where it is, but it's big.
Yeah, it's just north of Hong Kong, in case you want to find out. But nevertheless, the United States is so far behind in this market, and it hasn't even got its toe in the water. The biggest company we've got making electric buses is Proterra, I think, and BYD is turning them out like they're BBs.
Well, 2 years ago, Moscow Trans launched the first electric bus. Now, it's the largest electric fleet among European cities.
This means that they've added 500 electric buses in 2 years.
They're going to electrify their entire fleet.
Well, they are, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're up to Wednesday, November 18th, with an item from CNN.
We got pictures of some icebergs.
We do. Ilulissa ice fjord. And I have
Greenland's glaciers could lose more ice than previously thought, raising concerns for sea level rise.
Yep. A study shows Greenland's ice is melting much faster than previously thought. Its authors warn their findings show that ice loss in Greenland could exceed even the worst-case scenarios. It was published in the journal Nature Communications, which, by the way, is a very good journal. I don't know.
It's a short video in that article.
Yeah.
And it says how climate change is threatening Greenland. It's worth looking at. 2.5 minutes.
Greenland is rebounding because of the weight being removed from it. It's actually the sea.
It's rising.
It's rising relative to the sea level.
We've talked about that.
Yeah, we have. Okay, our next picture is a Cummins electrolyzer, and this is from a publication called Heavy Duty Trucking.
Well, Cummins diesel's been around for a long time, and they make most of the engines that are in big trucks, ships, trains, all of that.
Yeah. And
you got a big over-the-road truck. You don't have a GM engine in there. You got a Cummins diesel.
And when you start talking about engines going into ships, you're talking about
they're big
engines. I mean, if this is a piston-powered engine, and you happen to own a cylinder that was stuck in your backyard, you could unroll a sleeping bag in it and camp out.
Absolutely.
Okay, what do you got for a title here?
Cummins reveals a roadmap to a carbon-free hydrogen economy. These people have some big plans.
They do. Cummins, an Indiana company known for its diesel and natural gas engine technologies, laid out a path into the hydrogen economy with plans to decarbonize transportation and other industrial sectors it serves while encouraging growth in renewable energy. This is really big news. This is a company that has a vested interest in maintaining fossil fuels, and they are moving away from it.
Well, I could talk a lot about it, but I'm just going to say they have some big plans and they make sense.
Yes. Our final item is coming up.
Who's that? Who's that guy?
You know, I wanted to apologize to people and warn them that we may have an image that some people would find objectionable. You know, it's not really obscene, but it's kind of objectionable. And here it is. It's a picture of Boris Johnson and his hairdo.
His Trump-like hairdo.
No, I think this really outdoes Donald Trump. And it's tame in this picture, unfortunately. But this is from Renews. What do you got for a title?
Johnson, that's Boris, by the way, unveils a 12 billion euro plan for a green industrial revolution. It's actually a good article.
Yeah, this is not 12 billion euros, though. It's 12 billion pounds.
I'm sorry. 12 billion pounds. And a pound is more than a euro.
It sure is. This is like, I'm going to say, $15 billion. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has taken off the wraps for a £12 billion plan for a green industrial revolution. That green industrial revolution is in quotes. That will support up to 250,000 jobs. Johnson's 10-point plan reiterates London's policy pledge, and by London, I think they're talking about the UK government, which doesn't make
sense. Oh, they are, yeah. Absolutely, just like we refer to Washington.
Yeah, but, you know, I would think they'd talk about, I don't know, they'd talk about something else. But a pledge of 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030 and 60,000 sector jobs. There have been a number of people who have objected to this plan. It includes nuclear. It includes carbon capture. There are a lot of people in the renewable energy industry and also environmental activists who say you're wasting money if you're building nuclear power plants and carbon.
And carbon capture is also wasting money.
You know, we just saw.
It's expensive.
Yeah, here was Lazard. They talked about the cost of coal. They talked about the cost of natural gas. They talked about the cost of nuclear. You put carbon capture on the fossil fuels industry, and all you're doing is raising those costs more and capturing a whole bunch of carbon dioxide that you have to figure out what to do with. And honestly, I don't think burying that underground or putting it in big plastic bags on the bottom of the ocean floor is a good way of dealing with things, because it's going to leak.
A better way of dealing with it is don't create it in the first place.
Bingo. Well, Tom, we have come to the end of the show.
There's some good stuff too.
Yeah, we did this time around. So what we have to do is invite everybody to come back next week.
Everybody will imagine I am waving goodbye.
And so am I. It's true. I'm telling you the truth. I'm actually waving. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm not going to make myself a liar.
So, folks, I'm going to call the meeting to order. I don't have my camera on, sorry. At whatever time, 6:09 p.m. I'm sorry, I thought I printed the agenda, and the agenda doesn't just print, it prints about 6,000 pages. So that everybody knows, we're asking that everybody mute themselves. And if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. And you can press *9, and that will allow you to raise your hand. And so if you have a question like to be recognized, you'll have to do the *9 to raise your hand. Matt and Mark are going to be my assistants in making sure I don't miss anybody who wants to be recognized. We do allow, pardon? We do allow the public and staff and a chance to speak after additions and deletions to the agenda. We give a 4-minute maximum presentation, and action may not be able to be taken on something just brought up at the by members of the public or members of the staff. And we just remind everybody that written correspondence prior to a board meeting allows for the board to be better prepared and possibly take action on any topic that somebody may ask. We have
Rich?
Yes.
One quick thing. The *6 and *9 are only if you've called in on the telephone. If you've connected on the computer, then you go to participants. There's a raise hand function there, and that's what you'll use to let us know that you want to speak. Thank you.
There you go, folks. So I am not as smart as I once thought I was, telling you guys that. So is everybody good with that? Does anybody have any questions? There was one other note I wrote myself, and I'm having trouble finding it. I just wanted to clarify a couple new processes that we're following. We will wait until the board has a quorum and that we can see the quorum before we let the public and staff and anybody other than those involved in the meeting with the board in, so that we can kind of better control what's happening. Last time there was a lot of discussion prior to the board meeting being called to order, which is very inappropriate. The other issue is that we cannot talk about specific students. Even if you want to say, call up and say, well, my student so-and-so, that is a real taboo for us, and it's really something we're not allowed to do. So please, you will be muted if you start being specific about your child or a specific student. And also, if you have any issues that you feel a staff member, be it a custodian up through the superintendent, has an issue, that you have an issue with them, the public forum is not the place to bring that up. So there are ways to bring that up, and you have to write a letter, or there is a policy for that, and we can review that with anybody that ever has any questions. I am in the phone book. You can give me a phone call. You can call the school and ask Lori or Matt or Tammy or Jennifer over in Wardsboro, and they can get you a contact information for me. So I hope that covers that, and I hope everybody understands that. And I'll move to additions or deletions to the agenda. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Mark and Matt, just give me a thumbs up if there's nothing coming from anybody. Oh, we got through the first couple items really well. Members of the public, is there anybody from the public who would like to speak? And again, we do allow people to speak. Some boards, this is the only time the public and the staff get to speak. We do allow public and staff to speak when we're discussing specific items. But this is if there's something that's not on the agenda you'd like to discuss or like to make us aware of, or you'd like to tell us that you just won the lottery and you're going to donate $1 million to the school or to me. Nothing from the public?
There's no one.
Okay, Matt's shaking his head too. Then I'll move on to members of the staff. Lori O'Hearn, you didn't use your raise your hand function.
I know, I can't find it on here. I'm so sorry.
I can't either, so don't feel bad.
Okay, all right. I am just asking whether or not you would like me to read the letter that I wrote, if it's, or not, or would that be later?
Yeah, I would love to have you read it. Let's do it under review correspondence, if you don't mind.
Nope, that's
okay. Mark and Matt, we good? Thank you. Review and approve the minutes of the November 2nd, 2020 meeting. I need a motion to approve the minutes, please.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of November 2nd, 2020.
Kate, would you like to second that?
Yes, please. I would like the second.
Okay, so Mark moved and Kate seconded. Mark, you have any comments, corrections?
I do, and I apologize. I have not had a chance to read it over in great detail, but I found a few small things. On page 3, towards the bottom under public, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th dash down. It's not BNB, it's BBA.
Just clarify, that's Burr and Burton, is that correct?
I'm sorry, you were garbled.
Peter, yes, it's B. You did Burn Burton, and it's Burn Burton Academy, and I don't think it's an and. I think it's Burr Burton, but I'm not sure. So it's.
Will do.
Go ahead, Mark.
On page 5, under principals report, first line, you had, I suggested for the next meeting, that was for the fall benchmark data that I suggested we get year-over-year review. On page 7, the second paragraph, I might be misunderstanding this, but in the first line, you have Mr. Anton confirmed that the installation involved only the Wardsboro bus. I'm not sure what that's referring to, but it's actually 3 buses, which you have in the next sentence.
It was only one bus that didn't belong to us, the Wardsboro bus that runs, that West River runs for us.
So that's probably what it was referring to.
Yes.
And that was all I caught in my cursory view.
Will that be changed?
Yes, Peter, if you can just change that, we'll move, the motion will be as amended.
Will do.
Kate, are you good with that? Does anybody else have any comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as amended, say aye.
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 Rick, you good?
Good.
Laura here?
Aye.
Where's Laura? Oh, down there. Okay, so it looks like it's a unanimous vote. It is a unanimous vote. Peter, you good to move on?
10-4.
Okay, I have, for correspondence, we have several. I think I have 3 parent letters. I think one parent wrote 2 letters. And I think I have, and we have the staff letter. So if it's okay, Lori agreed to read the staff letter. So let me read our letter and then I'll give you guys a break from listening to me. So we have a letter dated 11/2 from Heather Bedard. This was for the last meeting. I'm sorry. Okay, so we had a letter that was on 11/2 that we did not get to read at the last meeting. And then they rewrote it on 11/10. Is that parent here today? Yes, I see you. Do you
Is that my letter, Rick? Amanda
Yes.
Jackson. So I'm
Yes.
writing as a staff member. We don't need to read the 11/2 letter because that was written prior to the board meeting.
Okay.
But the 11/10 was in response to November 2nd's board meeting.
Do you have it? Would you like to read it instead of me, or do you want me to read it?
I can read it. It's fine.
Okay, I'll let you read it if nobody has a problem with that.
Okay. So I write to you in response to the board meeting held Monday, November 2nd. During this meeting, the board failed to make a motion to follow the recommendation given by the WCSU COVID-19 coordinator to hold remote learning for 2 weeks following the Thanksgiving break. As stated in Jorda's letter, going into remote learning would be a proactive attempt to prevent the spread of COVID-19 within our community. My hope is for school to remain in person for the duration of the school year. In-person learning is the best option for all involved, but staying safe and healthy needs to be a priority. Since the beginning of COVID, we've been following the guidelines and advice from the COVID coordinator, with the exception of opening in person to start the school year. In-person learning has gone quite well. The weather is now turning, resulting in doors and windows closed and learning staying indoors as opposed to outside. COVID cases have tripled in the state of Vermont since this summer and continue to increase. There is nowhere one can travel outside of Vermont that does not require quarantining upon arrival back to the state. If you do not allow this time for families to appropriately quarantine, sorry if I'm going too fast. I fear they will decide to travel regardless and return to school without quarantining. People generally choose to do the right thing and will want to follow the guidelines, but they will also not want their children to miss any in-person learning opportunities. I do not feel safe proceeding with teaching in person following a long break. As Matt Martin stated in the recent board meeting, 60% of his staff is within a high-risk group. This does not include those of us who have family members at home who also fall at the at-risk category. Please reconsider to make a motion and add remote learning following the holiday breaks. This is the safest and best option in order to keep our families and children safe and healthy while remaining in person for the duration of the school year. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you for reading that for me, Amanda. I have another one from a Karina Martin, and I see she's here. Karina, do you want to read it, or you want me to read the letter for you?
I did not intend to read it. If it must be read, you're welcome to. It was just correspondence that I was told to send out to the whole board after I had reached out to our principal and a couple of board members individually.
Okay. So I'm going to read the letter. It was in the packet. I don't know if everybody got to see the packet, but I think it's good to just run through it. So if you don't mind, Karina, I'm going to read it the best I can for you. I am a parent with 2 children in Wardsboro Elementary School. The COVID coordinator's recommendation is switch to remote instruction for 2 weeks after Thanksgiving break arose the week before the board's November 2nd meeting and was communicated to Wardsboro families in Principal Bates' Friday afternoon newsletter. Accordingly, there was not much time before the board met for staff or family to consider the issues. As a result, I feel the board and community were a bit blindsided and unprepared. Unfortunately, I was unable to observe the beginning of the board meeting as I had another meeting at the same time, but I heard Ms. Bovat, a WES teacher, speak and was very moved. I am beyond grateful to our teachers and staff for their willingness to open for in-person learning. Due to their efforts, we've been lucky recipients of months of in-person learning for our children that we may not have otherwise received. However, it may have come at a cost to our teachers if they need a reprieve to relax, to allow them to see their families over the holidays and to come back to school confident instead of nervous. And I am in support of remote instruction after December break for a week or 2 to allow for a built-in quarantine period after Christmas. My hope is also that the time period will allow the students' families to enjoy their holidays and break and allow them to see family without needing to make the hard choices to keep their child from in-person learning. As of today, all non-essential travel to or from Vermont requires a quarantine. I think the argument that folks will not comply with the guidelines no matter what, or that this approach would provide extra time to travel is specious. I believe people want to do the right thing. Our schools need to be vigilant in enforcing the health screening requirements, which include questions regarding travel and now should include questions regarding contact with folks from outside Vermont that would require quarantine. You either have abided by the guidelines, or in case quarantine is not required, or you have not, meaning quarantine or quarantine and test is required. I understand we do not have a perfect system as travel for many reasons, such as work is allowed. However, the guidelines exist to mitigate risk. Although we cannot eliminate all risk, I believe a proactive approach is the best option. My goals are to support the staff and teachers who are caring for our children every day, and to increase the likelihood of in-person learning continuing. If the board were to take up the issue of a remote period after December break with more information on which to base a well-informed decision, such as those as a teacher's opinions, plans, and family travel plans, and could do more than a month in advance of the break, everyone would have sufficient time to plan. Thank you. I also have a late arriving note that came in today. I just saw this, and one of the reasons I was late, I didn't get to check my emails this afternoon. And this is, dear school board members, some I was unable to be heard at the last school board meeting. I would like to bring, probably was since I was unable to be heard at the last school board meeting. I would like to bring my thoughts forward. Just because children are less likely to transmit, it does not mean that they cannot transmit, but it is not just about the children. What about the teachers? Teachers are able to transmit among themselves, and what happens if a teacher gets sick? Then we have to all be tested and quarantined without warning. If we plan on keeping students home, we'll be able to plan for it instead of it being sprung upon us at the last minute. While routine is important for children, especially the younger students, I believe that their health and safety come first. Some people may not follow the rules with a 2-week remote learning and choose to be with family longer. However, the families that make the right choices to stay home in quarantine will be receiving a better education, because the teachers will not have their time split between in-person learning and teacher-assisted learning. Our teachers are absolutely phenomenal, and they have done such an incredibly outstanding job. And I couldn't be more thankful for all the hard work they have poured into everything they're doing. But they have they're tired and exhausted. They don't get to see their families for breaks because they can't come home and properly quarantine because they aren't allowed to use their sick days for that. Vermont has done so well in the face of this epidemic because we, more so than any other state, have followed the guidelines set forth by the CDC. Is this where we draw the line? But we draw the line at the safety of our children in the community. Is this where we stop listening to the experts? Home is better than the hospital. Thank you for your time. And then I don't believe Matt or Bill or Tanya have any other stuff that came in, correct? Okay, so Lori, you're gonna save me and read yours, please?
Certainly. I have a meeting that's a letter that's addressed to the board. This letter is in response to the November 2nd RVUSD board meeting, where the board did not take up a motion to consider the WCSU COVID-19 director's recommendation that Dover and Wardsboro schools go to remote learning for 2 weeks following the upcoming holiday breaks. The Wardsboro and Dover teachers and staff were requesting that the board consider a 1-week break following the Thanksgiving and December breaks in order to mitigate any potential spread of coronavirus to students, teachers, and staff. This would mean 4 remote days for students following each break. The Dover School and Elementary and Wardsboro Elementary special educator who have signed this letter are in agreement on this issue. Board member Mark Schauber stated that the November 2nd meeting that those who are not going to follow the rules and guidelines over the Thanksgiving and winter breaks are also not going to follow the rules and guidelines after those vacation holidays. While that may be true, it's worth considering that having time between each break and the return to school allows an opportunity for symptoms to present, thus preventing potential transmission before returning to school. If symptoms present during the remote week, COVID testing would be necessary. Research on COVID is disproving some of the early beliefs once thought to be true. One other point that board member Mark Schauber made was that when he said to remember that primary age school students are at lower risk for both getting and transmitting COVID. Science is not static, and the belief that children are not super spreaders has been proven false in a recent joint study published September 30th in the journal Science, conducted by researchers from Princeton Environmental Institute, Johns Hopkins University, and the UC Berkeley. A study of more than 500,000 people in India who were exposed to the novel coronavirus suggests that the virus's continued spread is driven only by a small percentage of those who become infected, known as super spreaders. The researchers found that children and young adults who made up 1/3 of COVID cases were especially key to transmitting the virus in the studied populations. Kids were very efficient transmitters in this setting, which is something that hadn't been firmly established in previous studies. Researchers found that reported cases and deaths have been more concentrated in younger cohorts than expected based on observations in higher income countries. The point here is that researchers continue to make discoveries about this virus on an ongoing basis, and what may have thought to have been true about COVID at one time may no longer be the case. At the November 2nd, 2020 RVUSD board meeting, Dover parent Heather Kelly spoke about how she and her family were quarantining after traveling recently, and we thank her family for doing so. She said that during the spring shutdown, her family was exposed to people who she knew personally weren't quarantining. She also said that during the holidays, Dover's population grows from 1,000 to 20,000 visitors, and any one of the parents who are on the frontline workers are going to be super exposed. Due to the necessity of their jobs, she and other parents are exposed to visitors who may not have quarantined. This is not the point she was trying to make, but it bears pointing out that during the busy Thanksgiving and December breaks, working frontline parents who may be exposed to the virus then could potentially expose their children to the virus, who could then transmit it unknowingly at school. Representative Laura Sibilia recognizes the seriousness of this virus to Vermonters and regularly sends out emails from the Vermont Department of Health to constituents. The latest was sent on November 8th, titled "Vermonters Urged to Take Action to Prevent the Spread of COVID-19 as Case Numbers Increase." Last Sunday, the Department of Health reported the largest one-day increase in COVID cases since the spring. From the email, many of the cases, clusters, and outbreaks are tracing back to social gatherings where masking and physical distancing break down. Canada also was reporting that their Thanksgiving has given rise to a spike in cases of COVID. This Thanksgiving, when families are gathered around a table in close proximity and masks are off, the same surge may happen here. Board Vice Chair Rick Thorpe asked for feedback on a compromise to go remote for a week following the break. We asked that the board consider this compromise. It would mean students would be remote for 4 school days following Thanksgiving and December breaks, as Wednesdays are remote days now. It would be a compromise for everyone. The Dover and Wardsboro teachers and staff have stepped up to the plate, and we've done everything asked of us to make sure students feel safe in school while working diligently to provide the best education possible. Every day, there is an underlying concern for us that someone is going to get sick, whether it be child or adult. Having the board approve the schools move to remote learning for 4 school days following the Thanksgiving and December breaks would signal that the board supports the RVUSD teachers and staff and recognizes our concerns. Ultimately, our goal is to keep everyone healthy so that we may continue with in-person learning. Thank you for your consideration. And it's signed by Dover teachers and 1 Wardsboro special educator.
Thank you for reading that for me, Lori. I just, because it was mentioned in a couple of letters, just as a point of, not a point of order, but just so people understand, the board doesn't make a motion on everything that gets brought before the board. And usually there's only certain things the board has to make motions on to approve. So I think that to say that the board didn't give, that the board didn't make a motion so people think that we didn't consider it is not true. I think last meeting we spent an hour and a half, hour and 3/4 on this topic. So we really did discuss it, and we let everybody but 1 person speak about it. And the only reason I stopped that was, and I was overruled by the board, was that we, we'd heard a lot of different things, and there was really no discussion. I didn't see that anybody was going to move that forward. So, and we did decide to allow that person to speak, but they left early. And the parent, if they're here, that I read their letter, the one I said I just got, and I am sorry, I usually try to read them ahead of time, so I stumbled on that one really badly. So I apologize on that one. So we've had 3 letters, 1 read by a parent, 2 read by us, and the staff letter. Is there any other letters that I'm missing or anything that came in after the fact?
I had sent one to you, Rich.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Allison Young. I don't know which page I'm on for you.
I don't know. I don't have it. I'm really sorry.
That's okay. I'd sent it like the next morning or something.
Okay. Do you want to read it?
No, I don't have to read it. I just want to, if I could just paraphrase it. Some of the people have said tonight that preparation is key. And I just want to reiterate that because remote learning, it's, you know, it isn't benign. It's a lot of work and it's challenging. And it's certainly something I'm willing to do. But I think as a parent, the more notice I get, you know, that was one of the, I had said in the letter that, you know, the sooner we can know what you're thinking, the better it is for us and the easier we can make that transition for our kids at home. So definitely keeping that in mind. But the other piece that I had put in the email is that I think you guys would benefit greatly. And I said this at the last meeting, but I think communication with parents would be very, very helpful in advance of these meetings. And I spoke with one of my friends who's a staff member at Wardsboro, and she said that the teachers aren't really being spoken to either. You know, no one's asking the questions. We have so much different stuff going on this year. And so to be touching base, you know, parents are teaching their kids once a week. You've got food going from Dover to Wardsboro. You've got teachers who are working in a totally new world. Just, you know, you might really benefit from somebody being in charge of a communication, sort of a communication liaison position. So to help you guys through this, because you're sort of making decisions in a vacuum and they're obviously very impactful and it's uncomfortable for you guys to have to do that. So I would love to see, you know, maybe a move toward getting someone who's maybe collecting this data for you and providing you with reporting on some of this stuff. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify a couple things, that we do the chain of command, we don't, the board members don't go to the staff. The staff has the staff is supervised by the administrators, and the administrators supervised by the superintendent, and that's the proper chain of command. So if the staff has an issue, they need to let the administrators know, and then the administrators let us know.
Well, then maybe not for the staff, just for the parents, that would be helpful for us, I think.
Okay, and then usually the parents talk to the staff members. So, and again, we put out an agenda ahead of the meeting, and I don't know how else we, you know, again, we're not having live meetings, people aren't going out. So we're really doing the best we can. It's as difficult and as stressful, believe it or not, for the board as it probably is for everybody else. And some of the boards have some of the board members have a double stress because not only are they a board member, they're also a parent with kids in the middle of the school system. And there used to be some board members that were staff in other buildings. So I do understand that, and we do try to get things out. And please, you know, our minutes go online. I forgot to ask, are we recording this? Did somebody press record? Okay, thank you. And then the meetings are recorded, and they're usually out within a few days. I think that Rich from the TV station and their people have been getting them out really quickly. And again, my phone number's in the phone book. Call me if you want to talk to me. I love to talk to people. So did I get everybody's letters? And Matt and Bill is gone now. So Matt and Tammy, yep, go ahead, Matt.
You did have a hand up in the crowd, Elena Louizu. I don't know if she's still on, but she had her hand up a bit ago.
Oh, I'm on, but I unraised it. Somebody was texting me that they were in the waiting room, but then they got out.
And the waiting room should be open now, right? Shouldn't be a waiting room anymore.
We still have a waiting room. I'd let them in as soon as they pop up on the screen, though.
Okay. So if there's no more letters or correspondence, we ready to move on?
Are we, Richard?
Yeah.
We're not,
Go ahead,
we're
Laura.
not, are we, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to our agenda. I'm having some technical issues. This is not further on our agenda this evening, is it?
No, it isn't.
So this would be the place for discussion.
If you want to discuss it, yes.
Okay. So, may I, Richard?
Yeah, you've got the floor.
So the one thing that I am that, well, there's two things that I would like to say. First, thank you everyone for attending and for communicating. I think that's really important. Second, the thing that is really clear to me, and I'm struggling with all of the decisions that are being made around in person or not in person. The thing that I keep hearing from the state level, from the administration and health and others, is that we are shutting things. We're trying to protect the healthcare system and keep it so our kids can go to school and people can go to work. And so, yeah, I'm not sure that, I think that's all.
Laura, I'm sorry, there was some noise in here. I didn't hear the last thing you said.
The last thing I said was, I think that's all I have to say right at this minute.
Okay, is there any other comments from the board?
Rich?
Yeah.
I'd like to have this put on the agenda for our next meeting to discuss after December break, whatever it's called.
Christmas break, right?
Yeah.
I think Bill's gone. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. Matt can, or I'm sorry, Matt. Peter, can you just make a note in the minutes that Mark is asking that the winter break period be discussed at the next meeting?
10-4.
Thank you, Peter.
Rich, if I can say one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I just want to say the reason I'm asking to have it put on the agenda and not have a big discussion about it now is that I think it needs to be out there and everybody needs to be aware that we're going to be having that discussion.
Okay. Any other comments from anybody? Only once. Twice. Okay, old business, ventilation system update. I see we got Chris Medina here.
Yeah, so speaking to Wardsboro first, they are scheduled for Wednesday to have Alliance come in and start the controls work. Dover is still in the midst of their controls upgrade, which is still anticipated to be completed by Thanksgiving. By the end of this week, Alliance projects are going to have the last 2 unit ventilators hooked up to the control system at Dover. And then the following week, they are scheduled to come in and install roof curb flashing for the new ERV, which is expected to ship the beginning of December. So that way, when it arrives, all they have to do is get it up on the roof and get it plugged in, and that'll start to be operational. The rooftop exhaust fans for Dover are expected to ship at the end of this month. And again, once those come in, they'll be installed. All this work is still anticipated to be completed by the end of December to be covered by the Efficiency Vermont Indoor Air Quality Grants. And the other news that we had was last week, we had Vermont Air Testing perform the full indoor air quality radon and PCB testing for all of the schools in the SU. And we're expected to get a preliminary report around Thanksgiving of what those results look like, and then a more detailed report about 30 days after that.
Chris, are you going to talk about the bus system too?
Absolutely.
So is there any question from anybody or any comments on the building? Air work, Matt and Tammy, are you all good? And you guys are being kept up to speed and okay. Any questions from anybody on that? Going once, twice, 3 times. Chris, bus system.
So I'm not sure, I wasn't on the last board meeting where we left off with that, but just a quick recap is the information for the bus purification. We received that from Heather Gilbert, the operations manager for Southeast Vermont Transit. It's one of the systems that they've been exploring. So we were priced out the purifying units for 3 buses, 2 River Valley buses, and the 1 bus that is operated by West River Transportation that transports students for Wardsboro. They recommended 2 units per bus. The units are a cost of $2,500 each, so the total cost is to be about $15,000. These units are small, they don't take up too much space. They're about 16 inches wide, 10 inches deep, and 6 inches tall. Most likely will be mounted on the roof or the ceiling on the inside of the bus. This way they're off the floor, away from dust. The way they operate is through filtration, a lifetime reusable filter that's washable. And then they also have ultraviolet lights in them too that further do the disinfection of any air particulates that get trapped by the filter. I did talk to the company today and they have a high lead time on them. It is 12 to 20 weeks out for this particular model.
So yes, so we're looking to do all the buses for West River Transportation also through this SU?
Correct. So we did put into the CRF grant funds to do every bus that's operated through the SU, which includes all of the West River Transportation buses and all of the buses owned by our districts. And the funding was approved, but those funds do need to be spent by the end of December to be covered by that grant. And with that lead time, that's not going to be feasible at this point. So we would have to look at local funding. That's something I'm working with Lori on.
Okay, so do we need to make a motion then to get them? I mean, can we get them ordered by now and pay for them ahead of time? And does that count for the grant fund?
No.
Oh, there's Lori.
I'm here. You need to take delivery of them to have it be reimbursable.
So we should have ordered them a couple meetings ago.
You probably wouldn't have made it anyway. There is a hard and fast federal deadline of December 30th, and it's causing a lot of issues. There's a lot of money left that's going to be left on the table because we just can't get it all done. We're working our best to push through all expenses that we can at this point, but that is a hard and fast deadline. The check has to be cut by 12/30.
Okay. Laura, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, Lori, what are you doing any kind of contingency planning for a lame duck session where the deadline gets extended and or there's a second stimulus?
Sure, if there's a second stimulus, then we'll definitely look at these things. I would assume that the second stimulus would allow us to go back just like these COVID funds did, to be able to get reimbursement for some of these items that won't be here before December 30th. But right now, we don't have everybody I've spoken to. It's a hard no. It's a hard deadline. So
yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, it has to be the feds that extend it at this point. So,
but I guess my question is, do you have any sense of like what kind of what an optimal second, what a plan B optimal timeline would be for any additional funds? So, like for instance, if something got passed by XYZ date, we would be okay. Do you have that kind of thought out or no?
A little bit, yeah.
Really
Chris and I
impossible.
actually spoke about it today, including Alex Rowe from Efficiency Vermont. There's still other within other districts. I think River Valleys, and Chris can, speak a little bit more to this, is pretty set with getting all of the HVAC equipment in on time and paid for on time. But there are other districts in our SU that that could use some more equipment that just won't be here. So sure, we're looking at all of that. Do I have a number? I don't have a number right now until we get things pushed through, right? We're just starting to gather all that information and see what we need.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just a few quick questions for Chris. If we got a hold of these units, got them installed, would it allow us to close the windows for the winter? Is that, or would we still have to have windows open in the bus?
I can't particularly speak to the science of what would be the best route to go with that, but these will filter the air and also, purify the air. It would make it cleaner, but I mean, with our lead time, we're looking at maybe March, April by the time, if we ordered them today, that they would arrive. And then we are on the hook for getting them installed ourselves.
Okay. Another question, if you're talking about installing them on the ceiling/roof, I'm assuming that means we won't be taking seats, usable seats away.
No, it does not appear so. And with the size of them being only 6 inches tall, it's not even going to steal much of that headroom. So I don't think we'd be losing seating in the buses.
Okay, great. And last question, are there alternate devices that might be available sooner?
I was doing a little bit of research today to find them. It looks like a lot of what I'm finding are for buses that have full heating or air conditioning systems in them, and they have units that kind of plug and play with those. The standalone all-in-one units for buses that don't have full HVAC systems are not as common, and I think we're going to run into the same issue with lead times.
Okay, that's what I was afraid you were going to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to continue doing some research this week, but that's my thought.
Is there any other questions, Lori? Or any comments with Chris? Do we need to, Lori or Chris, Dwight, did you want?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I just thought, so I understand. I'm just curious. So the buses, we own what, 2 buses that the Dover School had, and the other one is the West River bus company. That's their bus.
Yeah, we own.
Is that right?
Our district owns 2 buses, and then we subcontract through Wyndham Central. And
the Wyndham Central. Okay.
Right. And West River has a bus, and that was kind of my question is if the bus it runs in Wardsboro, but if it isn't available, are the other buses going to have it? So it's almost a moot point anyways. And I don't know, and maybe Tammy can tell us. I mean, we pretty consistently get the same bus for you guys all the time, Tammy?
Yeah, it pretty much is the same bus every day. Occasionally our driver will drive, for another event that's happening that they've contracted, or that West River has contracted out. But for the most part, it's mostly the same bus.
So that was kind of my question, Rich. So why are we paying to have? Wouldn't they be paying for the installation of this since we don't own that bus? I'm not sure why we're paying that.
Because it's not in our contract. We didn't require it. I mean, maybe that's something that they'll start requiring in the contract. But to ask the bus company to do it, I think is not appropriate at this time. And I think they could argue against it. And to me,
I'm sure there's funds available for them as well for a grant. So anytime you're upgrading a system for COVID, there's usually a grant available.
Well, and that's what we're talking about, and it could have all been funded under efficiency, under the that Lori and Chris are talking about, but we can't get them in quick enough, so we can't. Yeah. But we can also make them, if you folks want, you can decide to just authorize Chris to go ahead and purchase anything, like we did with the Jeep, and say, go get, or I don't know if it's a Jeep, but with the food vehicle. We can authorize them to just do it. So if during the week Chris finds something, we don't have to wait another 2 weeks to the next meeting and then Hopefully Chris can make it and Lori and everybody can make it. So that would be up to you guys, be up to the board. Okay, I guess no other comments from the board. Go ahead, Rick.
Just a question for Tammy and Matt. How full are our buses at the schools? Are we like at capacity with children in them? I see a lot of parents driving their kids into school on this end, and I just wanted to get your feedback as to how full the buses are on average.
So we've started having to make siblings ride together in the same seat because of the social distancing that's required. So I would say that for Wardsboro, the bus actually is pretty full. We've got about 15 riders in the morning and in the afternoon. And when you're spacing the kids out throughout the bus, it does fill up quickly because we're not able to use every single seat.
Okay.
Same story in Dover. No, I'm sorry, Rick. Sorry, you shifted. About the same. Yeah, we have about 20, 25 kids that use a bus. I think we can run at about half capacity and observe the spacing guidelines that we're trying to observe.
All set, Rick?
Thank you.
Matt, I am so glad that I am not the only one that when people move, I forget who they are. Go ahead, Mark.
So, because I don't want there to be any further delay, I'm going to make a motion that we authorize the administration to purchase units for the buses if they can find ones that could be installed. Chris, we're looking at a March, April delivery on those units.
Yeah, 12 to 20 weeks would bring us March, April.
Either way, I'm changing the motion I'm making to authorize administration to spend up to $20,000 on the units. I think it's too important that we should go ahead with it. COVID's not going anywhere.
So we have a motion to spend up to $20,000 to purchase the units for all three buses, Mark? Okay. Do we have a second from anybody?
I have a question. Could I ask
Well,
a question?
let's hang on. We got a motion on the floor. So before we can talk, we either have a second or the motion dies.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion to purchase the units for the three buses up to $20,000 by Mark, and Laura has seconded. Peter, do you have the motion? Are you set that we can move forward with discussion?
Yes, sir. There is no end date on that authorization, is there?
No.
Got it.
Mark, since you made the motion, you get first discussion.
Well, one, I'd like to ask that if we do this, that it be communicated with West River that we are very strongly requesting that bus be used solely for our use, so that it's available every day for our use, unless obviously there's a mechanical problem. I don't like the lead time. I don't think any of us do. But I think that it's money that's worth spending. Weather might be better. It's still going to be bad. And COVID's not going anywhere. We own two of the buses. I think we can get West River to use that bus for us. Yeah, I think we need to move forward with that if we can do it.
Okay, Laura, you second it. Do you have anything?
No.
Okay, then Kate, you had a question, so this would be the appropriate time.
I had a question for Chris. I was going to ask if that amount makes sense and if that Does that work for what we would need for the 3 buses? And what you've been finding out there so far?
Yeah, I haven't received any other pricing from other units that might be comparable, but that amount covers the SAN UV air units that we've originally explored.
Thank
Say,
you.
Kate,
Yes.
Rick or Dwight, do you have any questions? I don't know where Rick went.
No questions here.
Dwight?
No, I guess I don't have any questions. Do we know, maybe this was at the last meeting, do we know, maybe I do have a question. Do we know how effective they are? And have we talked about that? Or I'm sorry if I missed that.
Chris, can you answer that?
Yeah, they claim 99% effective at killing airborne particulates. I'm happy to share the brochures and information we have from them to the board for review.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Chris, I think a better question may be, since you're our transportation guru, what is your recommendation that this is a good move or a bad move? Maybe that would answer Dwight's question.
Yeah, I mean, as Mark presented, COVID's not going anywhere. It's something that will always be effective in the buses, and there's a warranty that'll last multiple years on some of the components in there. So it's an addition, even when COVID ends. By the time they come in, again, we might be into that area where we're going to be able to start opening windows again, and without being able to speak too much of the science of, how much better it's going to make the environment, I can just leave it at that.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Matt, Tammy, go ahead, Matt.
So the only one piece of information to add is that one of the buses that you're talking about outfitting is at the end of life, and just want to make sure it makes sense to outfit an end of life piece of equipment with an expensive piece of equipment, or at least keep that into consideration when we're planning this.
So Matt, that was my next question when you guys were all done, was can it be moved to a new bus if we trade a bus in? And Chris, it seems like it would be something we'd be able to move, wouldn't it? Most of the time we get nothing for the buses, but they go to scrap or they become somebody's barn.
Yep. Yeah. From my understanding, it's going to be very easy for us to remove and repurpose into a new bus.
Okay. And Matt, thank you. So I guess too, Lori, we just kind of, and Chris, when we go out to bid for a new bus, if we're going to be doing that, or if that goes through Wyndham Central, I mean, that may be something we want to consider in any new buses we buy to have them outfitted with this, because like Mark said, even if COVID goes away and they get a vaccine, who knows what the next airborne thing that we're going to fight. And also we've always had, tough times during cold and flu season anyways, and it may be better in the future for all the staff and the teachers and everybody that rides the bus. So sounds like a good move. Are you guys ready to vote? Is there any other comments, thoughts, questions?
Just want to, what was the date on the possible arrival again?
The lead times I was given today when I spoke to them were 12 to 20 weeks.
12 to 20 weeks.
So is everybody ready to vote?
So what's the motion again, Rich?
Okay, hang on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Mark, before I get to you, Peter, would you just reread the motion, please?
Mr. Shaver move to authorize the administration to spend up to $20,000 to purchase air purification units for the 3 school buses. Second.
And that was seconded by Laura. You all set, Dwight?
Yeah, thank you.
Mark, last comment?
No, Lori had her hand up before. I didn't know if she wanted to speak. Right, never mind.
Okay, she's shaking her head no. So if there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify so by saying aye, please.
Aye.
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 Rick, were you an aye?
No, I'm an A.
Okay. So I have, it appears as though the ayes have it.
Rich?
Yes,
Not
Mark?
unanimous. You have to do a roll call.
Hang on a sec. It appears as though the ayes have it. I think I have one nay. It's Rick Thorpe. Is anybody disagree with that? I'm not going to do a roll call, Mark. So I'm going to go with it and move it forward. Peter, so it's all but Rick was a nay, and the chair goes with the majority, okay?
One abstention, 10-4.
No, it wasn't an abstention. It was a nay. It's a different.
I'm sorry, I have one nay. Got it.
One nay. You had 4 yeses, and the chair's vote goes with the majority. Okay? We all good? Mark, I'm just, if we go through roll call votes, we're going to be here all night. So I feel anybody disagrees with me, you guys can do that, and you guys are in charge of the meeting. So unless I hear somebody different, I'm going to move forward. Okay, let's move on to approve accounts payable action. Lori, I think that's why you're here. You want to take over?
Sure. So this would be the 11-2 payables, or excuse me, 518-810.56. There also was a special run done on 11-19 that is for the food service car, which I'll be picking up on the 23rd in St. Johnsbury for $25,038.
Can I,
The first big
Lori,
number.
can we get those numbers again? I'm sorry, 518-810.56,
Yes, 0.56.
and then the one, the 19th is what?
The special run was 25,038.00.
Because it can't be, I mean, the 19th is in 3 days. I'm a little confused.
All right, so, but you approved it. It was written for the 19th because I was supposed to go get the car tomorrow,
Right,
but I can't.
But we already voted to expend the money for the car, so we don't have to do that again, do we?
You're just approving it's an AP run. So no, you don't have to technically. So you're fine.
Okay. Okay, so we just need the motion to approve expenditures in the amount of $518,810.56. Could somebody make that motion, please?
I'll make that motion.
Mark, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry, Kate.
Oh, no worries, Dwight.
Oh, we'll give it to Dwight. Kate, no, we'll give it to Kate because then you.
Yeah, give it to Kate.
So, Mark, we have a motion and a second. Peter, you got the numbers okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mark. Questions, comments?
Only, these were the APs that we talked about at the last meeting and Bill sent us, correct? These aren't new ones. Okay.
Yeah, I left the last meeting, so I don't think you approved them at the last meeting.
No, we didn't. All right. Thank you. I'm good.
Kate?
No comments.
Okay, anybody, any comments? Cool. Lori, I don't get this. We spent a bunch of time on $20,000, but on 518, $500,000, we're gonna give it to you in like 2 minutes. There's no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
It appears as though the ayes have it. Yeah,
Rich,
yeah.
may I just say one quick thing about accounts payable for the next month or so? There will be probably several special runs, which you, River Valleys you have a process set up for where the board chair can approve those to go out the door. And this is related to the COVID money needing to get out the door by December 30th. So I just want to make the board aware that, we try not to do too many runs in between your board meetings, but we will need to do this to get the money out the door.
No, and it's important also for when we have expenses. That's why we assign a signatory at the beginning, when we reorganize. So that's a good point. Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
Is everybody okay to move on? Budget discussion and guidance to the administration. I see that we have another budget schedule that was sent with the packet. Looks something like that. It's got multiple colors on it and it gives some dates. And the River Valley's in green at the bottom of the page. Does everybody have that? So the reason this is on there, I believe, and that Lori's here, Lori does the second meetings because Bill can't stay for the whole time on the second meetings, and Matt and Tammy are here. And we need to give them some guidance because at the next meeting, which is on 12/7, they're going to present a preliminary budget to us to look at, or the first draft of the budget. And I know we've had some discussions with Bill on equity in education when we do the budget that they need to keep in mind. They also need to keep the, we've asked them in the past to consider when they do, I'm sorry, I always forget the name of it, our mission statement, the education and the guidelines that we set up. So is there any other thoughts from anybody on the board first, and then anybody else on budget that we should incorporate or ask the administration and Lori to work on for budget time? I'll give it to the board first. Anybody from the board? Go ahead, Mark.
So I would at least like to see costs involved with expanding foreign language to Wardsboro.
Is that Mark?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anybody else on the board? Kate, Dwight, Rick, or Laura?
Yes.
Go ahead, Laura.
I think previously we talked about making sure that we have, I'd like to see a large, not large, but I'd like to see a healthy amount for web, unified web work, something that can be, that can include, I'd like to spend some money on it so that it's user-friendly, incorporated, well for teachers, and that it has good media on it. I'd like to make sure we come forward with obviously funding, well, not obviously, funding for both the IB and the STEM programs.
Okay, Laura, just to clarify, so when you're saying a large contribution or a large amount,
so
is that for the stuff that we've been kind of bouncing around with for a couple of years for?
Yeah, we've been bouncing around. Yeah, we've been bouncing it around
Okay.
for a couple of years. And what I'm saying is I'd like to see us start at a place where we're talking about a really, long-lasting, user-friendly, someone that can make sure that there's, that staff are integrated into using it for classrooms or whatever. So, I mean, it's going to cost us some money to do that. So I'd like to see it there, and let's see if we have the money. And I'm thinking that's probably like $25,000.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was going to ask you, if you could
At least.
throw a number out. Okay. Is that it, Laura?
Yes.
Kate or Rick or Dwight?
No, I think both the points that Mark and Laura brought up are excellent, and I think those are two things that should definitely be included to consider.
Thank you, Kate. Rick?
I'm going to go back to something Laura said last year. We had gone through almost the entire budget process, and then we asked for, I don't know, it was we as a board did, or it was Laura specifically, we asked, well, what would this look like if it was 10% less? Or what would this look like if it was 20% more? Are we going to start with a pie in the sky budget, best possible education we can provide, and then move backwards? Or are we going to start at a place that's kind of status quo with these few extra things added in? I just don't want to get to the end again and have to ask Lori to go back. Oh, Lori, go back. And what would this look like if it was 10% less? I mean, what's our starting point? Are we going to start with the highest possible number and work our way back, or what's going to be our strategy?
So may I respond to that, Richard?
Sure.
So it is my sense that because of our increased population, Rick, we should have some more flexibility in our budget. If that's not the case, you know, I would be probably saying something different. So I think I would be looking for, it's you can never, it's impossible for us to plan for no acts. But you know, if we look at what was last year and you know, try and not have any tax increased tax effect. I think that would be important.
So can I make
this year where we've already spent a bit more money than I think we're going to be a little bit deeper into our, I don't want to call it a war chest, but our, what do we call it, Rich? Help me out here.
Our reserves.
Our reserves. I think we're going to have dug into our reserves a little bit this year. And I think we need to watch that as we go into the budget season to see whether we're going to wind up with some sort of deficit spending come the end of the school year. And I think that it's important, Lori, for us to kind of know where we are as we move into the budget season. You know, have we spent, you know, per se $100,000 more, and I'm just picking a number, than we had budgeted to spend this year? I think that it's important for us to keep that in mind as we move forward and as we move into the budgeting season itself. It's my opinion.
So just one thing that we always did it at the Dover board, and I thought we discussed this last year as a River Valley board. You know, our first look at the budget is usually, we don't really worry about what it's going to do to the tax rate. We want to see what the educationally sound budget is, that what Matt and Tammy and Bill and Lori and Chris and the whole gang feels that we need first. Because remember too that, you know, we may cut our budget by 50% and our tax rate goes up 100%, or we may increase the budget by 40% and our tax rates actually go down. I think trying to figure out the tax rate until the folks in Montpelier get in there and do their magic makes it really difficult. So my suggestion would be, if the board is good with it, is that, you know, Matt and Tammy give us what they need for an educationally appropriate budget. The things like Laura asked for and any additional stuff, maybe Lori, I don't know if we can do that as like an aside that's not actually in the budget, so we could see how it affects the bottom line of the budget. And then we can make some decisions there. And I think that's why we also push this out a little bit on the vote, so that we can see, you know, Rick, how we're doing this year and how things went. I mean, we may do really fine. A lot of money came in because of COVID. We may be right on budget, believe it or not, even with the additional students, but we're going to have additional revenue we hadn't planned on. And remember, those numbers are going to stay for a while, because I probably the legislature may keep something. But again, several times this year, you know, people would ask, how's it going to affect the budget? And I said, we got to do it. Let's move it on and we'll figure it out later. And it's worked out pretty well. So I'd like to, if folks don't have a problem with that, can we, and Lori, if that's doable for you guys, maybe the additional stuff we've talked about can be like a little separate block of items at the bottom that we can incorporate into the budget later, but it'll let us see what the bottom line looks like. Yeah.
So just to clarify, you would like the budget to be similar to last year's budget, and then with any additional, whether it be you know, anything that Matt or Tammy bring forward as a budget request. And then what Laura was talking about, and Mark, that actually is one of the budget requests that Tammy has put in for. So those you want as a separate line item at the bottom of the budget to see what it would increase it by. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is whatever Matt and Tammy and Bill say that we need to have a good education. So if they feel that the second language arts program is something that's needed, no, that goes in the budget.
All right.
But if there's something extra, like they say, hey, it would be really nice if we could have 2 Jeeps instead of 1 Jeep. That to me would be an extra. And that could go on the bottom, that it's not really they got to have it to do their job, but that it would be kind of pleasant to have maybe. And then those are the items we can look at to see where we fall in the budget.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. So,
but that again, I'm not sure. Is that okay with the board? Does that make sense, everybody? And does that cover everybody's concerns?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, Mark, Laura's giving us thumb up. Rick, you
I'm okay with it.
that?
Yeah, no, it's, I just wanted to know where we were going to start, because I don't want it to get to the end and then have to make a lot of adjustments.
And Kate, you good with that, I think? Dwight, you gave me thumbs up. Let me throw one other thing out though, Lori, that I kind of going back to what Rick was saying also. One of the things that's allowed us, both Wardsboro and Dover in the past and together, to kind of take help with kind of creating a more stable tax rate has been the reserve funds that we can borrow from. Like this year, we took too much out. So I think, and I don't know what's happened in Dover. You haven't sent me any hate emails lately, so I'm hoping that we're getting the audit done and we can see where we really stand. And I know we got Dover to forgive of some money that should have been owed them. Do you think maybe at the next meeting too, part of the budget can also review our capital? And Matt brought up a good point earlier in the upper corner there, that, you know, we have a bus that's going to need to be replaced soon. So, you know, is it time, you know, we used to have in Dover a vehicle replacement fund, and we had the building funds, and I know we set those up last year and put some money in. Can you kind of maybe at the next meeting review those with us also?
I would love to. I've been wanting to for a very long time, as you know. We do have the final fiscal year 19 audit finally, after having to engage some legal letters being written, but we finally have it, and I have now sent that to our auditors that are auditing fiscal year 20 for River Valleys. They are very behind because they haven't been able to move forward either, and they are behind because of COVID as well, so that's not helping matters. I will do my very best for you. I've given you numbers in the past, and quite honestly, they haven't been right because I didn't have the right numbers coming from the past auditors. So I think that I will be conservative, as I usually am, when I give you these numbers.
Or maybe, Lori, too, next meeting we take a look at the operating budget, and then maybe that first meeting in January we can look at the reserve budgets.
That would probably be better in January to look at those. I do think that I can give you a good idea of where you're at for fiscal year 21. So that will be helpful to you, you know, because I don't think that you're falling behind. I mean, certainly if there wasn't $250,000 coming in from grant money for the HVAC system, then you would be for sure. But we're not looking that bad, knowing that grant money was coming in. So I think you are right on track. And I don't believe at this point right now that you would end in a deficit situation for fiscal year 21.
No, we want you to end us with a big reserve.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Thank you. Is everybody okay? Matt, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rick, I'm not sure if this is a question for the board or for Chris, but I just want to make sure, is there anything we should be doing budgetarily in terms of this huge investment we've just made in HVAC, in terms of maintaining? Is there anything we should be thinking about as we're building that budget in order to maintain all these new physical assets? I just want to make sure it's on the table, or are we thinking about that? Maybe it's a question for Chris. I don't know.
Yeah, and Matt, I think, why don't you just, you need to meet with Chris beforehand to get his input on the budget. So I don't think we need to have a discussion here. Just, talk to him. Also, look at the transportation. I know that's been a big issue for you. That a lot of that's fallen on you to get the buses repaired and before when we've had issues, and to know all about injectors and bumps and stuff. So, and definitely on the buildings too, because we did have some issues in the buildings we wanted to upgrade, according to the engineering reserve study that Dwight worked on. So Chris, maybe you can review that and also give input, okay? Everybody good? Anything else? Chris, I think we should be, oh, I'm sorry, on the budget. Matt and Tammy, you supposedly, I had a question. So in one of the WCSU executive committee meetings, we had talked, and I brought it up a little bit at the last meeting about that there, and Matt, I'll probably get it wrong, or Tammy, I don't know which one of you is better versed in it, but there was a consortium for online learning where if we were to pay for a teacher, then we would have so many slots available for online learning. And they actually have the online learning specific to grade level. And I think, Matt, you and Tammy were going to talk to somebody today, or meet with somebody, or Bill was going to meet with somebody and brief you guys. Can you, because that may be something to also talk about putting in the budget. I brought it up at the WCSU executive committee level to see if we want to do it like an agency fund to more maximize the number of students, because you can have up to 25, I was told. Do either one of you feel comfortable talking about that for a couple minutes?
I met with Jeff Renard today of the Vermont Virtual Learning Collaborative out of Springfield up at the Dean Center. And we talked about options for next year. We talked about options for this year in terms of providing some relief and to improve the program that we're offering to our remote learners. Jeff was feeling like the year is underway and it would be difficult to start halfway through the year. He did mention that there is what they call a to-go option, which is a prepackaged curriculum that is available. So a teacher can facilitate but doesn't have to create materials. That's available for K through 12. That would be available mid-year. It's something I would want to talk to Tammy about, whether or not we think that would be something that would relieve some of our teachers' workload. Otherwise, looking at next year, the limit is 20 students, Rich. So if we offered a full-time teacher, we would receive 20 student spots in the program. And that would mean we would be offering a full-time remote teacher. So a teacher who's not in the building necessarily. That would allow us to have 20 students participate in the remote program. The timeline for that would be, we would start those conversations with VTVLC in February. So this is timely for us to be making programmatic decisions and budgetary decisions now. If we were to add a teacher and allow 20 spots, we would need to budget for that now and make that option available for next year. So this is the time to do that. Let's see if there's anything else. There's quite a bit more. We talked for quite a while about the program. There are a few other options in terms of having a district liaison who can manage and help facilitate. That's pretty much the Reader's Digest version.
So Matt, maybe because we don't have a lot and we didn't prep the board for it, can you, when you have your talks with with Lori, Tammy, and Bill about the budget, can you, look into that and see if that's something you guys want to recommend? Because we would still get to count those 20 students that are learning remotely as our students. So it should be cost neutral to us, or maybe even a little bit. And also would that would also give us a staff member that we pay for that would be able to maybe help our staff do some remote learning, or do better remote learning if they need to, if we're still doing this next year, or give some tips or something. So if you can maybe prepare for that for us, guys, and we can have that discussion at the next meeting. And Peter, would you just add something about remote learning, teacher?
Yes, I have this.
Okay, and we'll make sure that's on the agenda. And then Matt, thank you for that. I hope it was a good conversation. I hope it's something that may be able to help. The only other thing I didn't know if we should put in there, or how it deals with, and Matt and Tammy, if you could maybe look into it. I want to, Laura says it almost every meeting, and a lot of the board members, and I don't think, the staff and the, not just the certified staff, but all of our staff has really worked hard, and it's been such a troubling time. I know it's the same with for the parents and the students and everybody. It's a really weird world we're living in. Can we look into, or is there supports for our staff, like a facilitator, a counselor, or a professional that can support staff during stressful time? And do we have enough of it? And is it something we need to move into, or add more to the budget? Or is it something that we can do now that we should think about too? So I had that note, and I had it under budget for some reason. So again, Matt and Tammy, I don't want to put you on the spot. So if you can just maybe do some research into that for us too. And maybe we need to have some line item or a section in the budget to deal with that in the future.
Richard,
Yes, or
what would the goal be of those funds? I'm not 100% clear. I like where you're going, but what would the goal be so that they have maybe more runway?
I'm not exactly sure, and I was just going to throw it out there. I just made a note because in our business, we just met with the employee assistance person that we get through our insurance. And I know sometimes they have it through health insurance, but I don't know if we need to supplement it all. It would just be is there a person that the staff can meet, or do we have a person come in and do yoga with the staff for an hour every day, if that would help alleviate some of the stress? I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm just throwing it out to Matt and Tammy, so that we can think about that, and if we need to add that into the budget, or if we need to do it now, if it would be helpful. And maybe it's not helpful. Maybe the staff all runs laps around the gym. I don't know, and that's how they get their stress out. Or so just something I want to throw out there. And I had it under budget for some reason, and I should have brought it up earlier. But I think it would also be something in the budget, because again, I think like Mark said, we get by this virus, and what's the next thing out there that's going to kick us in the backside? So if we're good with that, are we good to move out of the budget discussion? So I skipped around a little bit. Chris, I think we're all set. If you need to bail, you're good. Unless, does anybody have anything for Chris and Lori? Go ahead.
Thank you. Both.
Lori's leaving us, I think. He was thumbing out. Thank you, Chris. I go back to, so we skipped around a little bit by the remote learning, but memorandum of understanding, we have to ratify this. So you should have gotten in your packets a memorandum of understanding between the contracted certified staff for Wyndham Central, and River Valley has to approve this, because we do have Wyndham Central staff that works for in our buildings. And this is Matt or Tammy. Do you want to speak to this? I think Bill prepped you guys for this too. No, he didn't. I'm sorry.
I read it, but it's pretty self-explanatory, I think.
Yeah, my understanding from this was it was something that was happening more in the high school because of time that people needed, staff needed for planning sessions. So it mentions it's Steel and Gray and West River, but unfortunately, I said it doesn't apply to the Dover and the Wardsboro building. We do have central office staff that works in there, and the Wyndham Central contract is slightly different than the River Valley contract. So it wasn't as important for the River Valley, but Bill felt that the River Valley board needed to approve it so that the Wyndham Central staff that was working in the buildings would be covered under this too. So if anybody'd like to make a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding for River Valley, say, oh, go ahead, Matt.
I just had a question. I'm just reading on page 1 of the memorandum. It appears to indicate that it does apply to the River Valley's staff as well. Is that not the case?
Well, then I believe then it applies to River Valley staff also.
Okay, then the one thing I would just mention is that if you read down through it, it does note things such as, you know, compensations for not getting any breaks during the day, not getting any lunch breaks, no preparation periods, that sort of thing. So that I think is significant in terms of making a note about how that it does apply to elementary.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we not approve this until next meeting and discuss it, and we can have Bill here. He does a much better job of explaining it than I do.
Yeah.
I think what it is, Matt, is I think the West River contract was that they have a period that has to be identified during the day. And I think our contract has how many hours they have to teach. And I think that was a difference. That's why it didn't apply as much to the River Valley staff. But let's just confirm that. And again, there's so much stuff going on, I can't keep track of it all. So go ahead, Samantha.
So Rich, I worked with Heather Sperling, we're co-presidents of the WCEA, with Bill, and on this MOU, and it does cover River Valleys. We do not have a specified 30-minute planning time. It's based on the number of hours during the week, but it also allows the flexibility for staffing under these circumstances called COVID. So we felt it was important to make sure that we included the River Valleys, even though it's not specific to that time period. But the details cover teachers in our SU as well, in our district. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Do you mind answering some questions since you were involved in negotiating this?
I can sure as heck try.
So would somebody like to make a motion and see if Samantha's explanations that we may be able to move it forward if she doesn't mind speaking to it? Or do you want to wait for Bill and Samantha? You'll probably be at the next meeting anyways. And
if you guys are more comfortable with Bill, that's fine. That's fine by me. It's been signed and approved by the WCEA, so that the union has voted on it.
yeah, and we approved it at the WCSU level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I just don't want to put you on the spot, Samantha. I trust you. It's not that I don't trust you. I just didn't want to also stick you on the spot because you weren't prepared to talk about it.
No, it's fine. If people have questions, I'll do my best.
Okay. Anybody from the board? Go ahead,
When
Mark.
you read it, I did not read it as being for River Valleys, so I would appreciate having another meeting
Okay. Mark?
about it.
In that case, I'll hold most of my questions with the exception of one, which is, has West River ratified this yet?
I'm good. I believe they're doing that tonight. Although yeah, because we didn't vote on it until the 10th. So they will be doing that tonight as well, I believe.
Okay.
And the WCSU approved it. Wyndham Central has approved it already. Okay, so why don't we, Peter, we're gonna put the memorandum of understanding off for another meeting.
Got it.
Thank you. I am really sorry, guys. I got moving here. Do we have any, when we finished old business, I didn't ask, did anybody else have any other old business? Okay, and then under new business, does anybody have any other new business that I missed? Matt, I don't know, you sent an email out late too, and I didn't get to read the whole thing, but you had an issue at the school. Do you want to talk about that in the response? Because I think it showed that people, am I muted? No, that people were really, there was a situation. I don't know if you feel comfortable talking about it, or if that was just an email out to everybody.
Yes, that was just an email to notify you and Rick. There's no specific thing to report. There was a case where a parent found out that her family had been exposed by a visitor, and the visitor failed to disclose that they had been exposed and were awaiting test results. And the test results came back and they were positive, and they failed to notify the family until after they had visited and gone home. So as you can imagine, this is some of the fear that, that you read in the staff letter. And as I've been thinking about this throughout the meeting, I would just like to come out and thank the staff for putting together their letter. I think the spirit of that was what we deal with daily. I know most of you don't work in a frontline job or a place where you're exposed to hundreds of people a day or 100 plus. And so you can't fully understand and appreciate the stress and the intensity that the staff feel on a daily basis sometimes. So today's case, we hope the student who will be tested, who will be quarantined and tested on schedule, we hope that comes back negative. If that comes back positive, we follow the agency and the Department of Health guidelines on notification. And the staff reacted swiftly and efficiently to isolate the student, get him home, get the rooms cleaned, get the common surfaces disinfected in the event that the student may have contracted the virus. We won't know that, and we're teetering between students' privacy rights and trying to get information out, as you can imagine. Yeah, it was something that the school experienced today, and I thought did a fantastic job handling it. And but I think it is representative of some of the sort of fears and nervousness and stress that we face in doing our jobs. So that's a little brief, but.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Next on the chopping block is policy. Mark and Kate, I'm going to let you guys run through these. Well, actually, let's start with C11, students' freedom of expression et al. We voted to warn that, and it was posted. Matt and Tammy, thumbs up. You got it in your buildings. So the next motion would be to adopt policy C11, student freedom of expression et al. Somebody'd like to make that motion?
I'll move that we adopt.
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead, Kate.
Oh, I'll second.
Okay, Mark, she lets you move it and Kate seconds it. Peter, do you have that?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion, Kate, Mark?
None.
Matt, Tammy, have any comments on it? You guys ready to vote? All those in favor signify so by saying aye.
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 It appears as though the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next one, C20, student conduct and discipline et al. Wording discussion, I have underlined, and we need to adopt because I believe that was, we voted to post that, notice it, and Matt, Tammy, it was posted in your buildings and where everywhere it's supposed to be posted. Mark, was there something with the wording discussion?
We had that discussion at the 11-2 meeting.
Okay, I think Rick had brought that up. Rick, are you all set?
I think I'm all set at this point. I mean, I'd really like to hear from Matt and Tammy. When you read through this, this is an awful lot of work for the two of you. I mean, and is this something you're going to bring to the board? Policies and procedures for, I mean, what do we call them? They're not policies and procedures. They're
administrative functions.
Thank you. I mean, are you ready to tackle this? This is number one. This is a recommended policy. This is not a required policy. And number two, it's a ton of work if you've read it through.
They'll have to make up procedures, but procedures aren't voted on by the board. That's voted on by, or not voted on, but that's created by Matt and Tammy. So I think that's a good discussion. Let's do this before we do that. Let's make a motion to adopt it and second the motion, and then we can have the discussion. Let Matt and Tammy talk about it. If that's okay with people.
So I'll move that we adopt C20.
I'll
Second it. Okay, so Mark moved and Kate seconded that we adopt C20 and it's been properly posted. Do you guys, Mark and Kate, do you want to yield your spots to Matt and Tammy and let them answer Rick's question?
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
Tammy, we'll let you
Yes,
go
please.
first if you want, or Matt, I don't care.
We have put this policy in action in the past. It is a ton of work, but I think it is well worth the work that has to get put in to, abiding by the policy. Yeah, I mean, it is a ton of work, but that's really all I've got.
Matt, you good?
Yeah, just add, Rick, that a lot of this is student conduct and discipline. These are already practices that are in place. So this isn't new to us. It just it's a slightly different name. It includes some different things that were under some different policies. So it's really kind of part of the large package of the overall discipline system in the school. But I do think we need to, and Tammy and I have talked about updating our procedures so that they're consistent between both schools, so that we're collaborating on those resources as well. So that development will take a little time, but I think we're ready for that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're up for the task. It seemed like an awful lot, and it's all going into your handbooks, and it's all available to the public, and it all needs to be enforceable. And I just think that student conduct is something really difficult to put your finger on and say, this is good conduct, this is poor conduct, and this is what you get for poor conduct. I just think that things will come up throughout the year that will be conduct that you didn't think of, and then all of a sudden we're in this little quagmire of what do we do to enforce it? So I just wanted to bring that up and make sure you guys were feeling good about it.
Thanks.
And one of the things too is, remember, the reason Rick, you and I have had this discussion a lot, is there's a lot less policies now, was because administrative procedures, administrative actions, whatever, that's something that doesn't have to be approved by the board. The policy has to be approved by the board, and it's pretty rigid. Their procedures, they can adopt and change them as they need to. And if they go through the year and there's stuff that they missed, they can add to it without having to go through a whole procedure. Mark?
Yeah, I just wanted to, can't remember if we had this discussion in a board meeting or just in the committee meeting, but we brought this policy forward in large part because of an incident that occurred that wasn't covered in a current policy, which would have been covered in this policy had it been, excuse me, had it been in place. That's all.
Yeah, I think it was at the hearing we had that discussion. So it was at a board meeting, but it was in executive session for the hearing of the student. Is that correct? Does that sound right, Matt? Okay. Any other discussion? So the motion is to adopt C20 student conduct and discipline et al. Hearing no more discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 It appears as though the ayes have it.
Aye.
Oh, there she is. Appears as though the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's a unanimous decision. Next one is B5, employee unlawful harassment. It's the committee's recommendation that we make a motion to warn this and that it be posted to be voted on at the next meeting. Would somebody please make a motion to warn Article B5?
I'll make a motion to warn Article B5.
Thank you, Kate. Kate moves it. Mark?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to warn Article 5. Kate, you want to bring us up to speed on it?
You want to take it, Kate?
I'll let Mark take it. I think Mark's better versed in this.
The VSBA updated the existing policy in the middle of last month. The primary, if I'm remembering correctly, the primary reason for the update to this policy was Title IX. So they changed some language, but for the most part, they added some training information in there and updated the legal references. So it's not a huge change, but it is definitely updated from their prior version.
Sorry, training information, you were garbled.
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any questions for Mark? Any discussion amongst the board? Amongst anybody? Hearing none, are you ready to vote? All those in favor signify so by saying aye.
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 It appears as though the ayes have it. The ayes have it, a unanimous decision, Peter. So Matt and Tammy, we got to get that posted, please. Next one is F31, Intradistrict School Choice Program for Elementary. There's a recommendation that we readopt this. It's an existing policy. The only change that was recommended is to change it from F31 to F50 to avoid confusion. If we don't make any major changes, we do not have to rewarn it. We can just readopt it. Is there anybody that would like to make a motion?
I'll move that we readopt F31.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so Mark moved, Kate seconded that we readopt. So the only change is that it'll be updated. It'll show that it was adopted on this date and that it's we're just changing the number, which is not a substantial change.
And
any questions? Go ahead, Mark.
I just want to say, hey, Cabernet. Sorry, my dog's being a pain. What we decided to do at Matt's recommendation is to make all RVUSD specific policies numbered 50 and above. VSBA has their numbering currently from 1 to 30 something. and they don't anticipate hitting 50 in anytime in the near future. So this just gives us a range so that we don't conflict with numbers with either old or new policies from the VSBA. And we'll have one more policy to renumber coming up in the near future as well.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Is there any questions or everybody ready to vote? Rick, you all set? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of readopting policy F50, the former F31, please signify so by saying aye.
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 It appears as though the ayes have it. The ayes have it, Peter. It's another unanimous decision. And the last one is C13 homeless students, which I believe is a brand new policy, and it's required as of this past fall. So we need to warn this one because it is a new policy, and it'll be policy C13 homeless students. Could I get a motion moving on to the floor?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so Mark moved and Kate seconded to warn and post for warning policy C13 homeless students. Mark, you made that motion, I believe. So do you want to speak to it first?
It's a new policy the VSBA put out in October, and it is based on the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, and it is a required policy. If anyone has specific questions, I can answer them. It seems pretty straightforward.
Matt, maybe you can help me with the question, or Tammy. So we just had a homeless student hearing, and we didn't have this policy in place. What were we, do you remember what were we basing our decision on? We were basing on what Mark mentioned is that decision, but how come is this something new that they're now recommending? Do you not know? Okay.
Well, Matt, if you want, I was just going to say, I believe it was just based on the McKinney-Vento Act directly, rather than kind of through a secondary media the policy itself. So the act laid out what had to be followed.
Good, Matt. I'm sorry.
I think that's my interpretation too, is that it's really just a state level policy for a federal law. The McKinney-Vento law is a federal law, and so we have to follow it. I think this just makes it an official policy with procedures for Vermont schools. It sounds, the language is almost identical from my quick read to the McKinney-Vento Act.
Okay. Thank you. I just wasn't sure because I know that around Irene, we also had some homeless issues and we never had a policy because we were told we didn't need one. So, you guys ready to vote? Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Everybody keeps moving around. All those in favor then signify so by saying aye.
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 It appears as though the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So Matt and Tammy, you just got 2 new ones to post for us. And then Mark, the second meeting in December, if we have one, you'll be bringing us some more, correct? You and Kate and your group.
That's correct. I believe they only have one to post, just C13. F50 doesn't need to be.
I thought B5 and C13.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My apologies.
And then F31 we approved, and then the other 2 had been posted, C11 and C20.
And our next,
everybody beyond Matt, I was putting him to sleep almost. Okay. I have nothing else. Matt, Tammy, you all good? I do have one executive session on a contractual item. Matt, I just, and publicly, I want to comment you and your staff, though. It sounds like you guys, jumped on some stuff this week and it's been really difficult. So you've had some issues and it seems like it works out, and you definitely have the support and the thanks to the board. And you can convey that to all your staff. And Tammy, thank you for keeping everything going in Wardsboro for us too. And you guys are doing a great job. And when I look around at what other schools and in other districts are doing, we really appreciate you and our staff, and we thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing. It's some really difficult, strange times. We got to live through in the last few years, the 100-year flood and the 100-year pandemic. And I think everybody's done a fantastic job, and we really appreciate it. And there wouldn't be a reason for us as a board to be here and have these, to do our job if you guys weren't doing a great job with us. So we really appreciate it. And even let the parents know. I mean, if a parent realized something like that, it would have been really easy to just kind of try to, sweep it under the carpet. So our parents are doing a great job too, and the community's been very supportive. So, if we all work together, I think we have a little bit more hardship for a few more months, and, maybe we come out the other side next spring. It'll be like, it'll be a real rebirth and a real moving forward for everybody. So thank you to everybody, parents, teachers, staff, and our administrators. I know there's been a lot of burden on you guys and to Bill and the central office as well. So I can't say thank you enough.
Rich?
Half of the board also.
Rich?
Yes,
I just want to say one thing and along those lines. In the last week, I've been speaking to a number of friends and colleagues that I have across the entire country and telling them about what's been going on here and how things have been operating. And they are jealous at the efficiency that you all have created and the ability to maintain in-person education in such a ridiculously crazy time. So I just wanted to share with you that it really is, you guys have really done an impressive job, and we really thank you for it.
Tammy?
Thank you for the support that you've given us, and it definitely does take a team. It does take the parents working with the teachers and working with the administration, and all of us working together to make it successful. And we do really appreciate hearing your kind words and your support. It means a lot.
Thank you, Tammy. If everybody's good, I'd like to ask Tammy and Matt to stay in executive session with us for a little bit, but I'd like to entertain a motion to move into executive session for a contractual issue.
So moved.
And I don't know if we're going to make a decision or not, but Rich, we're going to have to boot you out and then bring you back in. And Peter, do you want me to just let you know if any decisions are made when we come out?
That'll work, or I'll wait for you if you want.
I don't think you have to wait. I don't know how long we'll be, but
Okay.
I think you did a great job. Thank you.
I'll have to check the recording for some things anyway.
Okay, sounds good. Rich, you all set? So let's let's make a motion, move into executive session for contractual.
I think Rick made the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rick, you moved?
I did move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Rick moved, Mark seconds. Any discussion?
Rich, you can come right back in. The waiting room is still there.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Sounds pretty unanimous. So we move to executive session for contractual. Bye, Peter. We'll see you in a few minutes, Rich. There's no, by unanimous consent at 8:31, we came out of executive session. There was no decisions made. Richard will work with the administration on a plan and get back to the board at the next meeting. Our next meeting is the December 7th at 6 p.m. And the big item will be the first draft of the budget.
Great.
I just need, oh, Matt's back too. Hi, Matt. Matt and Tammy, let's talk. What time's a good time to talk tomorrow? I have a 10 o'clock conference call. Well, actually, let's adjourn the meeting. The three of us can stay for a minute.
Sounds good.
Okay, motion.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So moved.
Laura moved.
Matt, yeah.
Kate seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right.
Hey, thank you guys. Mark, I'll talk to you.
let's call the meeting. We're at 7 p.m. precisely. Okay. And let's start off with our board norms, which are maintain our focus, communicate respectfully, be present, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda. Those are our board norms. And let's see. Oh, and look at that. Just like that, I have 6 more people to admit. Sorry, folks, I'm going as fast as I can. All right, while we're doing that, let's go to the Memorandum of Understanding.
Oh, members of the public.
I'm sorry, members of the public. Well, there are many. Welcome to all of our members of the public. I think we're up to 29 participants so far, and I will continue to let you in as you come along. Great, thank you. And on to Memorandum of Understanding.
So this is a, oh, Ken's trying to get your attention, Al.
Oh, go ahead, Ken.
Revisions to the agenda.
Yeah.
Should come before that.
You are correct. It is not on there, but yes, do you have any additions or deletions to the agenda, Ken?
Yeah, when it comes to the policy part, you have 3 policies to be worn. They're not supposed to be worn. They're supposed to be it just says review. They should just say reviewed.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, Ken. We were going to talk, that's already on the agenda.
But we updated it, so people may have an earlier version that says warning, and then after you and Ken reached out to me, I changed it to review. So I asked Ken just to make sure that we had that at the front of the meeting.
Great. Okay. Any other additions or deletions?
I'm good.
Thanks, Ken. You are looking more and more like Santa. It's amazing. That's pretty good. You're way ahead of me on Movember. I just started this last weekend, so I'm only a couple days in. Working on it.
This is Corona-vember.
You're definitely way ahead of me then. All right, moving on to the Memorandum of Understanding.
So I am pleased to report that on November 16th, I can bring this Memorandum of Understanding to the board that actually requested this work to begin in August. And I would like to thank the Wyndham Central Education Association, in particular, their 2 co-presidents, Heather Sperling and Sam Bovat, for working diligently over the past 3 months to craft this Memorandum of Understanding that provides 2 major things. One, it provides some flexibility for our contractually provided lunch duty that is duty-free. So it provides some flexibility for administrators to compensate members of the bargaining unit who voluntarily give up their lunch duty. That was a foreseen challenge, in particular at Leland and Gray, and we wanted to work with our Teachers Association to find an opportunity to support that, and we have done that. And then secondly, the ability to have a process for an individual teacher to request from their supervisor an alternate work schedule. Since these are very personal things, it was a request of the WCEA that a process be developed that was equitable because we know that the decisions will be individual. So it was very important that we have an equitable process that both the Teachers Association and the administration felt was fair and equitable, and very happy that actually the suggestion of the Wyndham Central Education Association is the one we ended up with. So there's a lot of legalese in these 4 pages, but essentially it gives the administration the ability to hear from an individual who is interested in an alternative work schedule during just this year, and also some flexibility for making sure that we can make sure that lunch duty is covered, and it's not a requirement. It is a voluntary ask of an individual, and they have the ability to say yes or no. So the WCSU Executive Committee has already ratified this on Wednesday, the 11th, and River Valley's Education School District is doing it right now. And I am asking the West River Board to ratify this memorandum of understanding.
Okay, so we need to make a motion on that?
Yes, I need a motion to allow the superintendent to sign the memorandum of understanding with the Wyndham Central Education Association.
All right, who would like to make that? Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Keegan. And any discussion from the motion makers?
None.
No?
No, thank you.
Anybody else? No? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dana.
Is this just for 1 year, Bill?
Yes, it is just for this school year.
Okay.
This fiscal year. So ends June 30th, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. Seeing no other questions, all thumbs up. Does everybody have their video on? I'm trying to see. Apologize. Okay, thank you. Thumbs up. All right, anybody? No. All right, seeing none, motion carries. Did
Thank
get
you
a count
very
on
much.
that? Thanks. All right, moving on to, by the way, Bill, I like how you put new business first this time around instead of old business, because we knew that perhaps this next part might take a little bit more time. So very astute of you. So budget development, direction to the administration. So yeah, we have some loaded questions here for sure. Does the board have a year-over-year target for expenses, class size targets, combined classes in elementary, number of administrators, target unified tax rate, invest in facilities upkeep and maintenance? So there's a lot to digest here.
So Al and I meet a week prior to every board meeting to discuss what to add to the agenda. We receive suggestions from board members, and then we kind of compile it all together. These are the questions that all the board members in conjunction asked late in the process during our budget building last year. They were brought up, but we didn't really get into them. And as we were getting ready to have our budget committee meet on December 14th, we thought it was just a good idea to leave a little time in the agenda to see if the board wanted to give any direction on these questions early in the process rather than late in the process, so that when Lori and the individual administrators and myself are meeting and preparing, that we are understanding where the board is coming from. I think, I'll let Al speak more to this. We're not looking for conclusions. What we're looking for is thinking and thoughts that can help the administrators get prepared for a presentation to the budget committee on the 14th and then the full board on December 21st.
Yeah, so I don't see any hands yet, but yeah, so I'd just like to kind of talk about how a lot of times it's really difficult to just kind of pin down a year-over-year target for expenses. I mean, I know Ken's favorite target number is, let's see, what's COLA? So I know where you stand on it, Ken.
Below the COLA.
Below the COLA. Okay, so if it's 1.4, then 1.39 or less. I got it. Perfect. So I guess before we kind of jump into this, I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to kind of take a look at the wonderful presentation that Lori put together last year that kind of outlined what are some of the puts and takes into making that budget. And is Lori on? I didn't notice if
She is in the other meeting and she'll be coming in a little bit later.
okay. So just some things I want to get her take on were, for FY20, for example, we underspent by about 300,000. So that's great. So how are we tracking this year, just to see if we, potentially we are also tracking where we're at a budgetary advantage. And then Bill, as you and I kind of talked about last week, what are some of the things that were taken out, which we definitely do not want to take out again this year, such as building expenses, cap and building expenses that were, just kind of really devastating to the budget. And then I know you'd mentioned there was one teacher position at Townsend that was a 1 year. That do we want to consider that again? So there's definitely some things that we want to take a look at, and those are kind of specific examples of things that we may act on, and then help give guidance to the budget committee as they go to do their good work.
Yeah, that you nailed it, Al. It's just, get an idea so that the budget committee, when they have time to really consider what is put forth before them, when they can discuss their priorities, that they have some idea of the sense of the board. Even though we all know on December 21st, you're going to get your first look at the budget, and we're going to have a deep discussion. We're going to have multiple of those deep discussions. We just wanted to make sure it was fruitful and not have these questions linger or come up late in the process. Maybe they're something you don't want to discuss now, but we didn't want to presume that we were making decisions for the board.
Go ahead, Dana.
I was just curious, like on class size targets, do we even know at this point what the class sizes might be for next year? I mean, is that something year after year we kind of say we like 20 kids in each class? Is that something that goes every year, or is this something new that we have to be looking at?
One, it's a pandemic, so it's very strange for us to predict out what class is or population will look like next year. But in general, we have not gotten to a distinct specific number for class size. We have worked within the guidelines that are required from a WCSU policy that are pretty flexible. They talk about, optimal class size, but we have never, as a board, the board has never gotten into a range or a distinct guidelines. It's kind of been an open conversation year by year.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question specific to that? I thought when we were coming up with the school choice policy, that part of that school choice policy was the class sizes range.
No, that's correct. That's the optimal class size, but it is a range. So it's 14 to 18. It's not like lock and load.
Bill, can I ask a piggyback question off of that? Related to class size, not necessarily like class size within like a kindergarten through 6th grade setting, but at the secondary level, do you have minimum class sizes that in order for like an AP biology class to run, you have to have 12 students signed up? Otherwise, that does not happen. Do you have a minimum expectation?
The board has never set a minimum class size. We have, Bob does a very nice job of keeping the board informed of how many people are in a class, but the board has never set, we will not run this class if we do not have 8 kids.
Is that conversation up for discussion, or
That's why these questions are on the agenda. These are the things that haven't really been pinned down, so I don't know if the board wants to discuss these things or not.
Based on my experience as an educator, I think it is a worthwhile conversation. Running a class with only 3 students or with fewer than 8 is not necessarily, I'm not having the right words at the moment, but for some experiences, like with some classes, I recognize that not many students will often sign up for them, but I think we should strongly consider having a minimum number of students intending to enroll before we just have the potential for some inequities to appear with like a class running with 3 kids and another class going on at the same time that may have 18 or 24. It's an unfair distribution of students and teacher time.
Thanks, Keegan. I think I've got Emily next.
Thank you. So I'm going to agree in concept with what Keegan just said, but I will say that it depends on the educational level. So I think, you know, once you get up into the high school, there are different needs and different class sizes. You can't compare them pre-K 12. So I think we need to be very cautious about policies around that class size. I will also say that the legislature the administration has considered this over the years and asked the legislature to make some decisions about that. I would continue as a school board member to oppose legislation from that level, determining class sizes, because I think that's something that needs to be decided at a local level. So along with what Keegan just said, I think it's really important that we do have the conversations, but I just want to, at a local level, but I just want us to be very conscious of the differing needs and equitable access to education. There are many times we have cut classes over the years at the high school because there were not enough students. With the declining enrollment, there were not enough students to sign up for certain classes, but you can't say AP classes should not be offered because there are only 8 kids in them when we have class sizes. So class sizes that are determined at a much higher level. So I just want us to be really conscious of that. We need to meet the needs of our students.
It's a very nuanced answer.
It is so nuanced. I'm sorry, I went on a little too long, but
no.
It is a really big issue for me to make sure that our students' needs are being met, and they are being met by the folks who are in the work. They're doing the work to meet those needs locally, and that's why I want to hear from all of you who are doing that work.
Great. All right, I've got a bunch of hands. And I'll just add my part here too. So I would agree again with both of you, but I think a lot of times it's better to look at the overall aggregate and how we're moving in a general direction. And I know Bill could probably verify this, but I think we've done a great job in kind of overall increasing the class size over the last 5 years, for many necessities, budgetary a lot, but also just kind of right sizing the classes as well. So anyway, lots of hands again. So let me go with Ken, Joe, Lindsay, and I think Howie, did you have your hand up?
Howie's actually had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howie. If you had yours, I apologize. Go ahead, Howie.
Yeah, I just want to affirm what was just said, because we run a small district. You know, policies are great to have, but the policy has to be common sense. You know, we don't want to be forced into a position where we cut a class because we set a policy of 8 kids and we only have 7. Maybe that teacher has a schedule that accommodates a class of 6 or 7 kids, and it all works out. Our goal in running a small district like this is just to keep the doors open and as many offerings as we can offer. And I think we need that maximum flexibility on a year-to-year basis to continue to do that. And so, too many policies just gets in the way sometimes when you just need to use common sense. So that's my feeling.
Thanks, Howie. Ken, Joe, and then Lindsay.
Okay, well, I'm going to say welcome to the 21st century, that if we do have a class size that's about 3 people, and actually Bob is really good at this anyway, he might decide to do an online course somewhere. You can outsource things like that to be more productive for the student and also cost savings for the district where that teacher's freed up to work somewhere else. So you have to keep in mind, I wouldn't put an exact number on a policy saying you have to have 8 kids or you have to have 6 kids, but Bob is really good at outsourcing stuff when he has to, and real good with time management. So I think we're pretty good there without a policy, but we need to remind the public that we have, somebody up at the high school that is really good at doing that stuff that we've had that problem in the past where we've had a class with 3 kids in it or 2 kids in it. We've had that before. And it's really, when parents find out, they're like, you can't have a teacher just do a whole, I got 30 kids in one class here or 24 kids in a class.
We lost you, Ken. Your lips are moving, but I can't hear you.
So you made, the point was made. I think we got it.
Point well made. All right, so Joe and then Lindsay.
It's the artificial intelligence. You've made your point, you're done.
I didn't mute you, I promised you.
I have to go. No, I'm the host. No, I really don't have a lot to add. It's been said. I mean, I was just going to caution that we want to be really careful with graduating classes, sometimes in the 40s. If you start making those numbers too big, you're going to end up not running a lot of classes that, and the ability to offer those AP classes and some of those unique classes to smaller groups is one of the things that makes us, desirable. So I'll be short before Zoom cuts me off.
Thanks, Joe. Lindsay.
Not a whole lot to add. I think it's been pretty well said that the administration has in the past done an exceptionally good job with this issue, and I feel like have really met the needs. The only thing I might add, just to stand on my soapbox for a minute, is a friendly reminder that we are here to educate kids, and the kids on the top end of the curve are just as important as the kids on the low end of the curve. And if we're here moving everybody up at the maximum level that everybody can move, then we are doing our jobs. And part of that, I think, is offering the AP classes, even if it is a smaller class. So anyway, yay administration, you guys are awesome. Well done.
Go ahead, Bob.
Well, first of all, thank you for all of your kind words there. It's a significantly team effort. I will just say, so you guys know, so it's good that you guys are having the conversation and can talk about it, and just so you have some background in your pocket in case you're asked. We do have some small classes, and some of them are the APs or upper level math or sciences. We also have some small classes that are more in the remedial ends, which is what Lindsay was just mentioning, both ends of the spectrum. We have some math classes on the paced for kids who need a slow pace, but also need smaller numbers in order to have that work effectively. So it goes in both directions. And then the last thing you should know is that we also group classes together a lot of times. So, if there's not enough kids to have a Spanish 3 or 4 class separately, we put them together in one room, and the teacher differentiates both of those groups together. And Gerald, I see, was on the call here at one point. I don't see it right now, but at one point, sometimes even as many as 3 different levels differentiated. We've also done that with phys ed classes at the high school, with our technology classes, and with our art classes, having multiple curricula running simultaneously in one room, and the teacher's able to run it like a studio. And it allows us to put more kids in the room and get better use of the teacher, but it also allows us to have multiple sections of those things offered throughout the day so that kids can access them better. And the online stuff, which was mentioned earlier too. So those wanted to make sure you guys had some info in your back pocket. Happy to give you more if you want.
Thanks, Bob. I think I've got Keegan and then Lindsay. Is that you again or no? Okay. Go ahead, Keegan.
So, Bob, my question is, do you feel that based on current practice and policy that you do have an equitable distribution of students among all of your staff? Like, it's not like one teacher has a very light student load versus another teacher who might have one that's really heavy? Would you say it's fairly equitable in its distribution?
Yeah, I would say that there's different types of equity. So I would say like the number of students that a middle school teacher has is very different than what a high school teacher might have. And a high school teacher, because we're in the semester block, will have half of their students in one semester, half in the other. But at any given time, the number might be very different. Additionally, the middle school teachers have usually not more than 2 preps. You know, if they're teaching in middle school, it might be 7th and 8th grade. Whereas a high school teacher might have 3 or 4 or 5 different preps happening simultaneously, and then some different ones in the different semester. Because we're a small school, you know, we run a lot of singletons, that is single section courses. And so teachers teach a lot of different things at the high school. So they might have fewer kids, but they usually have more preps. And that to me kind of balances out that workload.
Okay. Then my follow-up question, and then I'll be done. Have you had any feedback from your teachers about there being an unequal or an unfair distribution or a perception of student to teacher ratio experience, where the teachers have presented this as being a concern or an issue, or is this just, you know, a conversation at the board level?
I guess they've never had anything formal brought to my attention, like a grievance or anything like that, of that serious nature. I mean, there's certainly been conversation in the past that there's a teacher that has a particularly light load in some people's eyes one semester based on the 3 courses that they happen to have might all be on the smaller spectrum, versus another teacher might have more of the larger ones of that semester. People can feel like there's some, you know, frustration with that. I think the bigger issue that people have is the middle and high school differences. But again, people recognize that there's also other differences within that kind of balance it out. So I wouldn't say that people feel any challenges around that, to my knowledge.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep.
Great questions and observations, everybody. This is important work, and thank you for all those questions. Dana, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, on the 1-year position at Townsend Elementary, are we still in need of that? Can Craig speak to that? I know Craig's on.
Yes. Hello. Hi, everybody. Yes. So I want to let you know that during my budget development, I did include that teacher in that position for next year. And just because we are projected to have some pretty big numbers next year. So I think we're at like 102 for next year, but I anticipate a lot of the homeschoolers coming back, meaning that's 116 really. And in that grade in particular, where it's grade 4, so the grade 4 position now, we adopted it and included it this year for 10. It went up to 12 a couple of days before school. And just recently we had some kids move out. So, I mean, the numbers are still there. And I just want to say, Dana, thanks, because as we're talking about class sizes and teachers, that kept going into my head. It's like, okay, we're talking about what's really good for students and having teachers around and available. So, you know, we may have a small number in that cohort, but I anticipate it getting bigger for next year with homeschoolers returning. And I did put it into the budget.
Thanks, Craig. So yeah, 102 is what you currently have, but you're thinking that could flex up to 116. And I'm just trying to think what that would be relative to this last budget when we added that teacher. I want to say that sounds like an increase to me if you hit the 116, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. When we initially put that in, we were at 100. And so we're looking at just increasing it. And again, just to rewind, we thought about the social emotional learning and everything that was happening with COVID and how important it was to have a teacher that's connected, to have a teacher, you know, being, you know, preparing just one grade level of things, being an expert in that area. So providing all the support, especially with gaps. And we're going to see the things next year as well. You know, Townsend is facing its own unique challenges of its HVAC system. I appreciate and thank the board for allowing us to get a couple of kids into the building, 30 kids into the building over this past 3 weeks. That's really helped out. But those gaps are going to grow, and the educational gaps are going to grow, and we're going to need somebody really dedicated to make up those gaps. So I anticipate it, and yeah, we're going to grow, you know, probably by 14, 15 by next year.
Wow. And I'll just, I'll speak from historical experience. having been the chair at Townsend Elementary, there was a point in time when I want to say we had a 80, low 80s, and we had a teacher in every class. So for sure, over the last 5-7 years, the class size has grown significantly. Not to the point that it's too big, but certainly in the right direction. Go ahead, Ken.
How many of those students are pre-K students?
Yeah, that's a good question. Are you talking this year or next year, Ken?
This year and next year.
Okay. Yeah, currently we have 25 enrolled in pre-K, and that's with current enrollment. We did max out, and we had to put people on the waiting list, and our license is currently good for 32 students. Looking at the town data for next year, we are also going to max out at 32, so we'll have that there as well.
Wow.
So shouldn't these resources be going to the pre-K since there's so many students being influxed into the pre-K? Just a question.
I would love to answer that question. What kind of resources are you talking about, so I can answer that directly?
Staffing.
Yeah, so we have 2 certified teachers who are licensed K-3, and then we have 2 classroom aides in there as well. So we're fully covered, just above the ratio of what's allowed by the early childhood division. So we're all set there.
Thanks, Greg. I've got Lindsay and then Dana.
Thanks, Al. Speaking about pre-K, I know that the conversation has come up in the past about equity between towns, and I'm also curious about the numbers of pre-K that you can fit and how that fits with the actual need in the district. And do we actually have enough space for pre-K to meet the need at Townsend, or is it not enough? Where are we at with all of that?
I would say globally, we have very few people that are on the wait list. We're talking in the single digits. I don't know if that would change if you opened up a 3rd classroom. Basically, we run 2 classrooms right now. Craig pointed out that serves 32 students. So, if the board was interested in us in investigating the cost of opening up a 3rd classroom at a different location, it would be the price of a teacher, around $80,000, the price of a paraeducator, anywhere from $45,000 to $60,000, and then the appropriate space that would be prepared. But we can my hope is those kinds of questions are the things that the budget committee and the board goes ahead and asks us during this process, and we can show you what that investment would look like.
And also to follow up with that, has there been any outreach I know that there was a survey, was it last year, the year before, that we did that pre-K survey about interest? Gosh, it's been, who knows, a little while. But I'm just wondering if there's been anything recently done, just looking at, is there more need that we don't know yet, other than people that have said, hey, I want in, but there isn't a space available?
Yeah, we have not done a formal survey since that original one, which I'm right with you, 18, 19 months ago, something like that. Yeah.
Lindsay, is it your feeling that we need to revisit that?
I mean, maybe. I don't really know. I know the conversation hasn't been had that much, but if we're talking about, I feel like the information would also be helpful for our future planning conversation, certainly. So I guess yes. I feel like yes. I'm making up my mind right now. And how we use that immediately versus for future planning, I feel like it's still helpful to have that information.
So maybe that would be a good outreach from the communications committee. And Al, I think there's some people in the waiting room.
Oh, it's Lori. Oh my goodness. I left Lori.
And I just want to just follow up because Bill is right. Our waiting list is generally like single digits and it's very, very low. And usually we start taking a waiting list, of the previous year. And again, our license is 32. And what we do is we cut off at 30 just in case some kids move into Townsend late. And then it's always a discussion between myself and Bill, like the day before school. Do we accept these students anticipating no one else is going to move in like the day after? And will we have more space? So it's always a conversation. And then we're actually able to fulfill everybody's needs who has an interest.
All right. Let's see. So I definitely see and hear some interest there from Lindsay and perhaps some others, at least investigating that. Keegan, is that something that actually, Bill, was it a Survey Monkey that we did last time, or how did that?
Again, I'm with Lindsay. I don't remember how long ago it was, but yeah, I think it was, a Google form, and getting the interest. I think the challenge for us was finding all the people. That took the most work, is trying to find the 2-year-olds that were going to become 3-year-olds, and 3-year-olds that weren't availing themselves of Act 166, so they weren't in our system. But I think it's a worthwhile effort, and now is the time to kind of start doing that because we're doing the budgeting period. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay. So could your team be the ones to find those people, and the communications committee be the ones to generate the questions to be asked?
Yeah, I will take responsibility to work with our team to find out how we can find those people. And then I'm happy to partner with the communications team about how to contact those people and get that information. But I think you're right that we would be the ones that would have the best opportunity to find them. It would probably be a combination of the principals and myself working with our administrative assistants, in particular Heidi Russ, who's been very helpful with all of our pre-K work. But yeah, I will put it on my list. And the communications committee, you don't have to worry about it till I figure out how to contact the people.
Okay.
Thanks, Keegan. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lindsay. Does that work for you? All right, perfect. Let's see. I see Emily, Ken, and then I thought I saw another hand. Must have been taken.
Dana's hand was up before me. Dana.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dana, go ahead, Dana.
I was just gonna say, I mean, at one point Jamaica did have a pre-K program, but we moved it to Townsend and overburdened Craig with pre-Kers. A survey, I was just gonna agree that maybe a survey should be thrown out just in case we end up with 56 pre-Kers and half of them are from Jamaica. You might want to put the program back into Jamaica. Just a thought.
It's a good thought. Thanks, Dana. Emily, then Ken?
Yeah, and I was just going to sort of echo the same thing. I don't need to beleaguer this. It sounds like we've already moved forward with what Lindsay's suggestion was. I feel pretty strongly about moving forward with outreach, because I also know that in the region, there are limited spaces for students. And so I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of kids, especially knowing, the impact of COVID on families right now. I want to make sure that we're offering what we can in whatever way we can and whatever way we can afford. So I really agree with this.
Thanks, Emily. And on top of that, if it was 18 months ago that we did this, yes, with COVID, a lot has changed. And I think there are a lot, I know it's probably more over in the Dover area, but certainly a lot of people are moving to this area that may have 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. So yeah, that's great. Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, 2 questions. One is, I was going to do the second one first, but I forgot it. So I'm going to give you the first one. The first one is, being that I heard Craig say something about where we go 30 students and we hold back 2 in case somebody moves into Townsend. May I remind Bill and Craig that this is the West River district, not the Townsend district, that if somebody moves into the district, then there's a spot available for a program that is only in one school due to equity reasons, being we're going to be touching on equity and policy, that there should be no spots held in case somebody moves into Townsend. This is the West River School District. We have one pre.
Hey, there's the AI again. I don't know if Craig misspoke, but it's holding it for West River students. It's not holding it for Townsend only students.
Townsend. I look at that as a Townsend thing. Yes, that was definitely a misspeak. Because we do have interest from students who want to tuition out. And so we hold on to that. So we make that determination of how many people can we get in district, and are we going to take away a spot from someone who is tuitioning in?
Thank you. Thanks, Ken, for reminding us who we are. Appreciate it. And was there a second question? That was your second? Were you going back to your first?
There was, and actually I just remembered it. Thank you for reminding me. The first question was going to be, if we do look into another pre-K in another school, the first thing we should see is which one has the availability of space. And if we do have that, then we should possibly look into, or actually we should look into, if we can move, because maybe by having it at another location, maybe we'll bring in more students.
Good point. Thanks, Ken.
That's it for me on pre-K.
All right. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Sorry, I muted myself. I'm thinking about that tuition for pre-K. Is that something with interest? Is that something that becomes actual worthy income in our district? Is it something that we should consider as a good income source for our district? I know we talk about wanting, tuition for high school students, but shoot, if we can get them for pre-K too, I know they're not full students, right? But if we can help our numbers, let's do that.
No, it's significant because you get 10 hours for your $4,100, but we run a pre-K system that's 35 hours. So it's 25 hours that is paid beyond the 10 hours. So the first 10 hours is $4,100, and then it's 25 hours that is paid based on the $14,000 that we charge for elementary, and then we prorate that 25 hours. So no, it's significant revenue. It's just an investment before you get that revenue, because you've got to have the teacher, you got to have the space, and you got to have the assistant. So it's a cost benefit analysis, but yeah, no, it's a great opportunity.
It's a great point, Lindsay, and perhaps that could be part of that communications outreach beyond our borders to see what's out there. I mean, we have an amazing pre-K program, and let's tell the world about it. Great. Wow, I ran out of hands. That's amazing. Well, great. I hope that that was a great discussion, and I think we got a lot of information out there, and hopefully gave some guidance to the budget committee as to what the broader board feels is important. And I think it felt like the opinion was that that one-year position at Townsend is probably something of great value and would continue. How did everybody else feel about that, considering the numbers going up? All right, very good. There's some other kind of obscure questions in here that we put, like target unified tax rate. That kind of feels to me as further down the road. But if anybody has any comments about that, great. And then invest in facilities, upkeep and maintenance. Bill, did we have, was there a target number for that? I know what we took out.
I just, we went through the process last year, and in order to reduce the overall expense budget for West River, we essentially zeroed out all of our investments in facilities, maintenance, and upkeep. And I think if we've learned anything over the past 9 months, that continued uninvestment in that arena simply puts our community in a rock and a hard place. So I would advocate that we don't do that this year, but I understand the financial pressures, and I understand the financial challenges, but if we keep kicking the can down the road, it becomes a bigger and bigger challenge that I think we're experiencing very acutely right now. So I just want to emphasize that these are assets for the community, and I would suggest that we continue to invest in them, or invest in them as we would wanted to have done, but actually to do that.
Okay. And yes, go ahead, Keegan.
I saw also on the list the number of administrators question. Is there a question around adding more administrators or reviewing the distribution of the administration team?
So last year when we were building the budget and we got down to April and May, the board engaged me in discussion about what would it look like if we had less administrators. How would that play out? How much money would we save? And where would those people be assigned to work? And so if the board is interested in that, again, I just didn't want it to happen at the end of the process. I wanted it to at least begin in the December process. So that is why that is on there.
Good question, Keegan. Go ahead, Ken.
Yes, as far as building maintenance goes, we just got a report back saying the life expectancy, and I hate to do this because I love Leland, but the building has a life of 5 more years left in it. We just took out a bond to put this big heating project into it, and then all of a sudden, then we got the results from this, audit. Building audit. So we should make, we got to have clean water in there. The toilet's got to flush in there for the next 5 years. This stuff about, well, it might last 10 years. Well, yeah, I might live to 140, but I doubt it. So, let's get real. We shouldn't be investing any money into that structure other than to keep the kids warm, the roof from leaking, clean water from coming in, and the wastewater going out properly. And any other, and obviously the air, because we have a grant for that, so we're going to do it, and we need to do it to get them in there for the next couple of years, God willing. But we should not be investing money into a building that is structurally unsound or going to be structurally unsound in 4 years and 8 months. Is it left? I don't know how long, but you guys get the drift.
Thanks, Ken. I'm sure you would agree that that's north of 0. So we'll arrive at that number. Let's go Mike, Mike, Dana, and then Emily.
Thanks.
As long as it's under the COLA.
I just want to say, in response to what Ken just said, I definitely remember that study, but that was just one study. The study a couple years before didn't say that. Typically, these buildings have a much longer life than that. And we were going to have the engineer come up and talk to us about it, but they never did because of COVID. So I guess I'm just not quite ready to write LNG building off yet. because most of it seemed to be structurally about those steel columns, which, you know, from what I know about construction and stuff, I know that those can be replaced. So regardless, we should make our investments wisely for all of our taxpayers and for our community. But so maybe we need to really flush that out a little bit more.
Thanks, Mike. Dana and then Emily.
Yeah, I was kind of going along with what Mike and Ken were thinking about, but I was wondering, how about a second opinion? We don't have major surgery done on ourselves unless we have a second opinion. Let's bring in another engineering firm, different, and see. I would rather put a little money into another study and finding out whether this first group is talking, you know, if they're all talking on the same page and Leland and Gray is done. I want a second opinion before we start having to go down another route. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Dana. Bill, can you remind me what was the cost on that? Was it somewhere around $40,000?
Yeah, I was just going to say between 30 and 50.
30 and 50, okay. Great. I see Lori nodding her head. Thanks. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. Just quickly, I don't need to reiterate what Dana and Mike just said, although I am. I would just urge caution around statements that Leland and Gray is only going to be viable for 5 more years. It makes absolutely no sense to make that kind of statement. We don't know that. In fact, I live in a house that's over 200 years old, well over 200 years old, and it's still going pretty strong. And I think that it's selling our communities and our students and our taxpayers short by making a statement like that. I think Leland and Gray's got many more years in it if we decide to make sure that we've taken good care of it. And I will just say, having been involved with Leland and Gray for as many years as I have been, I think I first got on the Leland and Gray board in 2000. We've made a lot of significant investments in Leland and Gray in the building, and they were good investments. And I would say that they were good investments because we saw a longer life for the building and the facility. Doesn't mean it has to stay exactly the way it is. Doesn't mean we don't make a decision to go somewhere else. But it doesn't mean that the building's falling apart either. So I'll just echo Dana and Mike. Thanks.
Thank you. Keegan.
Thanks. I think that this is a nice reminder that prior to the catastrophe that has become COVID, we were in the process of looking at 11 different future options. So I've mentioned it before, the prospect of fiscal year 23 and planning for that budget and thinking long-term about declining enrollment and equitable, equal access to educational opportunities and safe environments, that needs to be on top of our future agendas. I know that dealing with COVID right now and getting kids back into the buildings and being safe and secure in the immediate future is most pressing. But fiscal year 23 is coming. We know we're going to have some hard conversations. And I think the sooner we start having those conversations and reviewing back what those options were, the better off we're going to be. And I would also like to share that, you know, we paid a good deal of money to this particular engineering firm to give us their honest assessment. I don't think anyone goes into an engineering field or goes into a building with the hopes of saying, how can I get this community scared enough that they're going to have to invest millions and millions of dollars, or to put out those scary terms. I don't think that's what they do intentionally to scare people. I think they're engineers. Engineering is what it is. Numbers are what they are. They don't have feelings. People do. So I think I appreciate wanting to have a second opinion, but I don't think we need to sell our initial report short. So I would just like to remind us, long-term planning, long-term vision is important, and fiscal responsibility looking ahead needs to be part of our conversation too.
Thank you, Keegan. Appreciate that. It's funny you say that about the enrollment. I was just looking at that wonderful presentation that Lori put together last year. And there's just a really, I wish I could show it to you right now. Sorry, it's on my other screen. But it shows the equalized pupils leveling out and slowly starting to trend back upwards again. Right around fiscal year FY23 too, I think. Is that about right, Lori?
Cautious optimism, I would say.
It was right. You know, there have been some significant changes that has come our way because of COVID. So, you know, we'll have to take a look at it again, but you are right. It had been trending, you know, on a good path. So.
Thanks, Lori. But Keegan, no, you're absolutely right. FY23 is right around the corner, and definitely we need to start planning for that. We need to look at, you know, what's going to be happening with the weighting study and many other factors involved. That they're pluses and minuses. So yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. Let's see. I have a hand from the audience, so let's go with that hand, and then we'll go with Mike and Ken. I see Crystal. Go ahead and you can, there you go.
Hey Al, I'm just wondering, on Ken's statement, is that like he thinks we need to start thinking about a new building?
I think that was kind of possibly where he was going to, you know, the lifespan of the building recognized as 5 to 10 years, but as Emily said, and Mike, there are many things that we can do to affect that, including having another opinion that may not always necessarily agree with that. But yes, I won't speak for Ken, but I think that's where you were tracking, Ken. Yep, he gave me a thumbs up.
I'm not necessarily saying we need to do a new building, but that's up to the public, because that's going to be a vote. That's not up to this board. We can propose it. It don't mean it's going to happen.
That is very true.
But the main, when we'll wait till we get to me.
Crystal, did you have any other questions?
Nope, that was it.
Great, thank you. All right, go ahead, Ken.
I think you were going to do Mike first.
You're absolutely right. I'm glad you're keeping score. Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, my hand was up from earlier. I took it down.
Oh. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it is Ken. A couple of things. First off, Dana, you're a military man. You know, sometimes you don't have the option to get a second opinion on a major surgery. For any of those who've ever dealt with the Veterans Administration, you'd understand that.
It's a luxury.
But I'm wondering if we should, I mean, I would like to make a motion to have another study done on the columns, specifically just the columns, before we even put, you know, before we can say, because I'm not saying, this is why I do this. I'm quoting what I'm told by the board through reports. This building has, the engineer said it has a lifetime of 5 years. And then I got him to say, well, maybe 10. If I twist somebody's arm long enough, I can get him to say 15. But that's not the point. The point is, we paid, like Keegan said, we paid a professional to do a job. They did a job. They gave us a report. Do we want a second opinion? Well, outcome looks pretty dismal. Is it worth spending that money to get a second opinion? Or do we close the doors down in 5 years? We are responsible for the safety of the students. If we hire somebody and it says the building is safe for 5 more years, You don't open it up a 6th year going, well, maybe the roof won't come in. We're talking about the supporting columns that hold up the damn building, people. They're rotted out from the inside. Anybody read the report? We don't second guess these things. If you want a second opinion, speak up, get one. Don't stand there and say, well, it could last longer. Yeah, if it never rains, the wind don't blow, and there ain't no snow on the roof. But this is Vermont. We get all that. A lot.
All right, Ken, we got you.
Got it? So if somebody, I would suggest somebody make a motion to have a study done on the columns. Instead of saying, well, I believe it's safe because another building lasts longer. I don't think that's correct.
All right, Emily, and then Lindsay.
Thanks. I just have to point out what I thought was obvious when Ken, you just said that you spoke to the engineer and you, when he said when they said 5 years, and you got them to double that.
Not I.
Well, what you just said, it sounded to me like was that you got them to move it to 10 years.
No, it was a member of the board, but it was not me.
I thought it was you that said it. It doesn't matter. What I'm just saying is that when we say things like that, it just undermines the whole report. I mean, if you complain, suddenly all of a sudden it gets doubled. All I'm trying to say is that we need to proceed with caution around this, because that's a pretty significant statement to make, that our school only has 5 more years. And I don't want to alarm anyone. And I'm not suggesting that the engineer's report is wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that that was an engineer's report. And you just said that if you spoke to them, you probably could get them to go to 15 years. That undermines the report itself, I think. So I would just urge caution and say that we have looked at this building. We have looked at this building for many, many years. We have had many, many reports on those columns, and we continue to operate the building safely. We will, if we are not operating the building safely, we will close it down. It's that simple. We are always cautious in that area. I just would just ask us to take a step back and be calm about this and find a path forward on what is needed for our kids. I don't think the building is actually falling down around us. If we are questioning that report, then we absolutely should be getting another report, another engineer's report on it. That's all.
Thanks, Emily. I've got Lindsay, Howie, and then Mike.
So I'm in agreement with Emily that I feel like we need a little bit of caution about how we talk about this. And also, I think that we had asked for the engineers to give us a better explanation than just, you have X amount of time left, without a real understanding for us of why that is. And so clearly, none of us are the engineers that looked at this building and have an idea of what that means. So we need the idea. We need the engineers to give us a better explanation of what that means when they tell us X number, they say X number of years. And what would it mean, because those engineers can also tell us what would it mean if we want it to be longer than that? What does that mean? And yes, they are the professionals, and we should be asking them the questions instead of all of us non-engineer professionals sort of arguing about it. That's sort of my thought.
Thanks, Lindsay. Howie, and then Mike.
So I'd like to make a motion that we ask our engineers to prepare a request for RFP, a request for proposal to repair those beams. I mean, evidently, I agree with Ken. If those things are rusting away from the inside, we've known about it for years. It's the kind of thing that, yeah, everything is going to be fine until you get a heavy snow load on the roof and the building falls in, which, you know, it just isn't going to give us a lot of warning. I also, I don't agree that, to say that the building's only good for 5 years is placing a value judgment on things. So given that they've already done the work and know what is needed to make the building good, let's ask them how much it would cost to put out a request for a proposal to replace them. And let's get some numbers from general contractors to make the building structurally sound. And once we have that number in hand, then we can make a value judgment as to whether we need to replace the whole building. Maybe we can get those beams replaced at a reasonable cost if we put it out there. So I make a motion that we go back to the engineers and ask them to prepare a request for a proposal to fix the building. That's my motion. Somebody would second that.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I would say I don't want to second it just because I don't think that necessarily we should be looking for an RFP from them. I think that we should be getting an explanation of the report they've already given us,
Right.
so that we have a clear understanding first, so that we make sure we're asking for the right thing in an RFP, if that is indeed the way we want to go. I think that we need the engineers to give us a more clear explanation of that time frame. And then we need to go from there and decide, okay, well, if it is exactly these 7 items that are the problem, or whatever they tell us, then we know which direction to specifically go with future development. So I would say, I guess maybe, they were already, I thought that they were already going to be doing this before COVID happened. Maybe we can just get back on that.
So you're looking for clarification?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I see no second. Sorry, Howie. I'll go to Mike and Joe. And Ken,
Sure. Lindsay said some of what I was going to say, because we do need to truly understand the report. And I was really just going to remind everybody that we talked about this over the summer, and we took it off the table as a service to our community, really, right? Like, with so much change and so much uncertainty with COVID, we, as a board, if my recollection is correct, is we just decided to run what we've got and focus on that. And now I know it's budget season's coming up, so we have to have these conversations now, but that's why there was no action from then until now, was aside from the pandemic, was we as a board felt that we wanted to, my interpretation of it was that we wanted to, give our community some sense of normalcy, and, now we have to deal with it. So I agree. I think we start where we already were, and which was, we need an explanation from the engineers. I can't help but look at a 250-year-old building that we own across the street that's still happily serving as a school and can for many, many, many more years. I have a hard time thinking that LNG needs to be scrapped. So that's my 2 cents.
thanks, Mike. Got Joe and then Bob.
Okay, so I was trying to find the report so I could read from it, but I can't. But I was on these building committee meetings and did read the report, and the report did say that the building was nearing the end of its useful life, and there were a number of factors in there. The columns were rusting, and the treatment of the columns was not great, and the cost of replacing the columns, because of how they're integrated into the building, was cost prohibitive. There were also problems with how the building is set into the actual land there. It's unstable, so we couldn't add on to it or expand. We were trapped into this. We know we have issues already with radon, and we've mitigated that, but they were concerned about more of that coming up. And there were just a number of factors that really led them to say that, this building is kind of getting done, and you need to think about moving on from this, and the fixes are not worth what you end up with at the end. You know, I think we should go back and ask for some cost estimate kind of things versus an RFP, which is very specific and very detailed. It would be good to know that, but I think we had just from that report some sort of crude estimates of the cost and why that was also making the building sort of becoming obsolete. Anyway, that's all.
So Joe, glad you mentioned that. So I just was thumbing back through emails, and there was something from Chris this summer, July 20th. He had spoken to Jason about it, and essentially they want to do the drainage and wait 6 to 12 months before they reevaluate for further pricing. If the column corrosion issue appears to have slowed significantly, it would definitely add another 5 to 10 years, he stated. So I think that's where the 5 to 10 years comes from. But I don't know if they want to reevaluate. I don't know if Chris is on here or if anybody wants to speak to that about them waiting 6 to 12 months before reevaluating. Go ahead, Bill.
So I'll apologize because I asked for this question about investing in facilities upkeep and maintenance, and I had no intention of it going this far. I was literally just talking about, can we put in a couple $100,000 to keep our buildings in its current form? So might I make a suggestion that I reach out to Director of Operations, Mr. Medina, and he reaches out to the building chair. Do we still have a building committee? Joe, Mike?
We disbanded it after whatever because it had served its purpose.
Okay, so I will ask Director of Operations, Mr. Medina, to review the report and then to come back with a possible meeting like this with the board to understand the report at a future date. Because I agree with Mike that it was a very emphatic conversation this summer, that we wanted to give certainty to our community that Leland and Gray was going to continue on into the future. That is a important path to go on. The finding out more about the building is the parallel path that I think does not have to happen right now. I'm talking in the next 3 to 4 months, I'll ask Mr. Medina to arrange something like this. You guys can reread the report, you can ask your questions, and then we'll know kind of what next step to take on that. So I apologize for priming the pump for this. I just wanted to know that we were going to clean our buildings, we were going to buy cleaning supplies, we were going to fix tiles, we were going to paint, we are going to do just some basic maintenance. So I sincerely apologize.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, I think we've definitely gone down the rabbit hole for sure. Bob, I think I saw your hand.
Bill actually just took care of it. I was going to suggest the building committee meet with Chris and read the report and come back with a report to you guys. So
yeah, I would completely agree. Okay. Can everybody be in agreement on that? Yeah. All right. Excellent. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, let's move on. Anything else on budget development? I think we've. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Al. I have no problem with that. Is there a way that we can get that engineer to come in and tell this board what he perceives the problems are for giving that building a 5-year lifespan? Now, I didn't give this number of 5 years, okay?
Oh, the white pants? That seems like a good idea.
I did not give
That's a great idea, Sarah. I couldn't agree more.
Wait, it's after Labor Day. You're not supposed to wear white.
Oh yeah, that's right. Faux pas.
What do you do after school?
Al, mute her.
Do an all
Mute her.
mute. We can do an all mute.
You can mute her, Al.
Al, mute her.
Sorry, Sarah.
Okay.
There we go. All right, go ahead, Ken.
So can we get the engineer to come up before this board and let him explain his report on why it's 5 years that he thinks the building will last? You know, when I'm told the main reason, I mean, I understand you can't add on to a building because you're building it on a semi-swamp. I get that. Okay, I've worked construction before.
All right, Ken. I point well taken. Bill, can you just take that as part of, you know, potentially the engineer?
Absolutely. I know what the next step is. I will work on it.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
All right, great. Mike, did you have anything else? Mike, is that an old hand?
That's an old hand, sorry.
Okay, great. Okay. Wow, budget committee. I think you got enough to work with. There we are. So speaking of budget committee, Bill and I were racking our brains, and I think the budget committee we have is Joe, Mike, Trish, and Lindsay. Was there anybody else that was on there?
Weren't you?
I was, yes. Which would
Nice
mean
try, Al.
No, that's all right.
Which would mean we could definitely have another person. Am I seeing Keegan raise her hand?
If
Yeah.
you don't mind, I'd love the opportunity to be on the budget committee. But
Okay.
if you have enough seats filled, then that's okay too.
Joe, you think 5's a good number?
I think 5's plenty.
Okay, there we go.
If we get any more, we're a quorum.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. So we got Joe, Mike, Trish, Lindsay, and Keegan.
So December 14th, Lori, do you have a time that you want to lock down with this group?
Joe and I spoke about 6:30. Is that work?
It does.
Last year, Mike was on the committee. I just want to point that out. I don't know if you've changed something and I just missed it.
Oh, yeah, I said Joe, Mike, Trish, Lindsay, and Keegan. Did I miss somebody?
Joe?
Yep.
Oh, did you forget Ken? He's waving.
Yeah.
Ken, were you on it? Okay. Is 6 too many?
It's a quorum of the board. And
Yes, it's too many.
Yeah, it's too many. It is too many. Okay. I have Trish raising her hand. Trish, are
I'll
you?
let Lindsay take it.
Oh, Ken can have my seat.
I'll let Lindsay take it, or I'll let Keegan take it, and just remember below.
I think they know what your guidance is. Yes, thank you. Below cola.
Cola Ken.
Go ahead, Trish. Sorry about that.
I thought that I was off the budget committee. I was on last year's budget committee.
You're off. You're off, Trish.
You're off. Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
Which, Ken, that means you can be back on if you'd like. 5 would be yes, thumbs up.
No. You have 5. You have 5.
I've got Joe, Mike, Lindsay, and Keegan.
Joe, Mike.
Joe, and you.
And you.
Okay. All right.
Joe, Al,
Right.
Mike, Keegan, and Lindsay.
Okay. There we go. That's 5. You're right.
Okay.
All right. 6:30 on December 14th?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Anything else on that? If not, moving on to winter sports guidance.
I have something. Is there any way that this is going to be a warned meeting, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you could make sure that all the board members get an email in case they want to pop in?
Yes.
Thank you.
You got it.
If board members attend the meeting, do we have to warn it as a board meeting as well? Yeah.
Yeah, if you have 5 people on a subcommittee and a board member shows up as a observer,
The quorum.
Yeah.
I would think you'd then have 6.
If we're sending it out to the full board, it has to be warned as a subcommittee anyway of the board. If we're saying that, if we're sending it out to the board for them to attend, then it has to be warned as a board meeting as well.
So
Yeah, I was just going to say, given
I just wanted to say that Ken seemed pretty interested in being on the committee, and I will do this job. I am not super thrilled about this job. I mean, right? Ken, if you would like to do this, I am happy to let you have that extra say. I'm here because we need people. So I just want to put that out there. If we're having this conversation and I can make it easier, I will.
Go ahead, Ken.
My main thing is the COLA, and I just bring in the real part of it. I just bring the reality into the numbers. So if, anybody wants to be in there, go ahead. If it's going to be open to the public and a board member shows up, then every committee meeting we have to, even a policy committee, we have to warn it as a board meeting, because if policy members show up, or board members show up to a policy committee meeting, and there's more than 6 board members at a meeting, it is considered a quorum.
Not
Only if there's more than 6, not otherwise.
if there's 6 or more. That's not what I meant. If I can just
Go ahead, Emily.
clarify what I meant. If a board member shows up in a basketball game and there's 6 people sitting together, you can still call that as a problem or not. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, if we are inviting board members to a committee meeting and saying you're welcome, we should warn it as both. I would just caution us to trust our committees that we have appointed to represent us, and they can only be 5 or less. Otherwise, we need to warn it as a board meeting and allow them to do the work that we're asking them to do. If someone shows up and makes it 6, if it were me, I'd leave. But if I felt like I needed to be there, I would stay completely silent and be an observer. Most people wouldn't need to do that, but I would just be really careful of the open meeting law. We need to know what our intent is.
Thanks, Emily.
The intent is that if a board member wants to be well informed when it comes, especially budget, should be able to listen in on the budget meetings to be pre-informed before making a decision on something that's brought up during the.
We lost you, Ken. Yeah, go ahead, Emily, and then Mike.
I'm sorry. I just have to say, if we need to feel like we need to participate and not trust the feedback from a committee, then maybe we should be recording those meetings so people can watch them afterward. YouTube, whatever. This has never been an issue before. We've had committees, subcommittees for many, many, many years. And so I think if we're concerned about that, maybe they need to be recorded if we don't trust the minutes and the feedback.
I'm
Go ahead,
not
Mike.
saying I trust the minutes of the feedback. I'm saying I want to be informed.
And you'll be informed out of the subcommittee. Yep. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Emily was saying. It hasn't been an issue. If this one meeting is, we have a lot of people who want to come to our budget subcommittee meeting and a lot of board members want to do that, wonderful. Let's warn this one meeting that way. I don't think we need to warn every single meeting I agree with Ken. I do understand the potential that he's talking about, but if it hasn't been an issue so far, and I mean, if we think there's going to be a hot topic at a subcommittee and we want to warn it as a full board meeting, fine. I think that's case by case basis.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so we have our 5 committee members. We have a time, we have a day, and who will set up that Zoom?
Joe, you the chair of the budget committee?
I was. Well, once we call it to order, we can come up with a chair.
As the past chair, do you want to set up the Zoom?
I'm happy to set up the meeting and come up with a little bit of an agenda working with Lori and put it together. Yeah.
Perfect. Great. All right, can we move on to winter sports guidance? Board clarification.
I think Ken still has a comment. He's flashing on my screen.
Go ahead, Ken.
I'm just suggesting that if a board member shows up who is not on the committee, they have no say during the committee. They're there as a citizen. Because we all pay taxes. They don't have any right to tell the committee where to go, but they can listen in.
When you're a board member, you're not a citizen. It's just as simple as that. You're not just like every citizen, that's all.
Sorry, unlike some politicians, I was an American citizen before I was anything else.
But you're an elected official.
Only in that capacity to which I act.
Okay, I'm going to point to a couple board norms right now, and number 1 is communicate respectfully, and second, keep the board productive and effective. So I think at this point we need to move on. So let's go to.
Jump in, Al?
I'm sorry?
It's a great time for me to jump in with the winter sports stuff.
Yes, please.
Excellent. So some of you guys hopefully have had a chance to read the document that was in the packet about some of the presuppositions we're making around the opening of winter sports. And I just want to make sure that we were reading the board's intentions correctly about a couple of things. And so part of that is that the 4 weeks, 2 each, on the sides of the Thanksgiving break and the winter recess, the intent is to be fully remote from school. And my presumption is that would also include lack of practices for sports. Is that a safe presumption for me to make?
I'm sorry, lack of practices during that block of time, the 2 weeks?
Trying to keep the kids remote because of travel. You don't want them playing basketball together is my guess. Just want to assume, I wanted to make sure you guys were supportive of that.
Great.
So,
go ahead, Keegan.
So I was reading through this, and that made sense to me. I know that there's going to be some hurt feelings, and there's going to be some heavy feelings, especially with upperclassmen that are, experiencing like their final season of winter sports in some cases. But I was under the impression that the whole point behind having that 2-week block of time to quarantine with remote learning was to keep the kids at home so that we had that quarantine window. If we say you're not coming to school, but you can totally go play, that doesn't really ring the same bell to me. So I'm supporting the 2-week quarantine time following holiday with the understanding that those practices and games, like I feel for the kids, I feel for the parents, I feel for the teams. But our intention is to be safe and to follow protocol and health guidance. Can I ask a question based on your experience with the VPA? Are there other schools that are facing the same situation of potentially having to forfeit a couple of games or missing out on playing games because of this window? Or are we the only district that has made the decision to keep kids safe beyond the expectation of academic, or excuse me, beyond the athletic engagement?
Bill can probably answer more how many districts there are that are doing things like this. We've heard of a few myself, and I think it's starting to spread. I've also heard today in my high principals call with other principals across the state that there are clusters of superintendents in regions that are considering not having sports at all. And just so you guys are aware, like, this was a fairly controversial decision by the state to let this happen. So it's not a VPA decision. The VPA sets up policies and procedures around how to do it safely. The decision was made by the medical professionals at VDH and the governor. That being said, they left it in the hands of schools locally to make decisions around whether or not they wish to have it at all. And there are some places where they're considering not having it. Some of them are based on shutdowns. Some of them are just based on they don't feel it's safe. Some of it's based on the inconsistency between how certain things are done. For example, in a phys ed class, you can do things in a basketball practice in a gym that you can't do in a phys ed class during the day because of the different rules that apply to sports that apply to phys ed, as an example. And then don't get me started on music and everything else, but there's inconsistencies around how these things are being interpreted. So some people are displeased with that, are leaning towards not having sports at all. Now, my position has been that if the state allows it, then we want to give our kids the opportunity such as we can. And I think Marty is here on the call too, and he's a firm believer that the kids need to have the activities. We recognize there's inconsistencies. I don't have a great answer if I'm asked by a parent or a kid why those inconsistencies exist, but I know that I didn't create them. So, and you guys didn't create them. So that's part of the challenges out there right now. So yeah, the way that you described that 2-week gap is exactly how I interpreted the board's direction. So yeah, we will probably not be alone in missing some of that time. There may be schools that don't have seasons at all. And those decisions are being made either by superintendents or boards, actually. Bill might be able to add more to that, but I think I don't know if that hopefully answers what you're asking.
It does. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Keegan. So Marty, before I get to you, I saw your hand. Just on the 10 practices, right? Obviously that you have to have 10 practices. Is there any way those 10 practices can be done remotely? In other words, have the coach in front of a Zoom with their 10 players or whatever. Is that a possibility if we're talking about this window of 2 weeks where they could do that from home or from their court?
That was not part of any of the guidance. I'm going to defer to Marty. He's been on the VPA calls with Bob Johnson and the ADs. Marty, did anybody ask that question? Was that ever answered?
So no one has asked it. It did come up in the fall during fall sports, and we were able to do some Zoom workouts. So I would imagine that it would still count in the winter. As myself and the basketball coaches, we've discussed, based on the program that we have purchased, we have the ability to do that. And that's what we talked about with the potential of getting buckets and basketballs and sending them home with the kids. So they are able to do those type of workouts that were put together by their coaches online. And the program that we have, the Coaching Blueprint program, is wonderful. It allows them to see everything, the coaches to see exactly what the kids are doing and put practice plans on their firm. So yeah, quick answer is I believe we would be able to do that through Zoom, and those would count as practices.
Great. I'm sorry, did you have anything else, Marty?
I just wanted, like Bob said, I've been on the VPA meetings. The VPA has not sent out their official document yet. So there's still a lot of up in the air stuff as far as what basketball is going to look like. There is a document being circulated through the state for ADs, and that November 30th deadline, I'll be really shocked if anyone starts basketball on November 30th. There's a lot of schools saying that they're going to push it back till after the holidays. So I don't know if their board has made a decision for them to have a quarantine. They might be making a decision that after the holidays, they're going to quarantine. So, I don't think it's I think you're going to see a lot change over the next week once the VPA guidelines come out and schools have to make decisions. What's their safest solution to go from there. But
thanks, Marty.
So Al, the second question you can see is underlined, assuming that the building was actually cleared for use, how, I know the 2-week quarantine allows or anticipates travel during the week of vacation time. And I'm talking about the December one, not Thanksgiving. But would practices, if the building was clear, would practices be able to continue during the winter recess, given that, and then stop for the 2 weeks after? That's just a clarity question, or do you want there to be nothing happening during that time span? I know this is getting into nitty gritty. It's not normally a board level kind of conversation, but I want to be super clear that I'm following what the I don't want to feel like I'm going against whatever expectation you guys have when you set the 2-week quarantine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lindsay. Geez, I'm looking at the question. Go ahead. You have an answer, right?
I don't have an answer, but I guess I have a thought on it. Would be that first off, that the quarantine, 2-week of quarantine is the safe period. That is what is allowing health and safety to continue. So I would say that I don't see any issue with the health and safety of that. My only thought that came to me, and it potentially is not an issue based on what Marty was just saying, with who knows what's going to happen everywhere else. I'm wondering what the possibility would be, if it would be helpful, if it's even allowed, if we could say, well, if you're a student athlete and you would like to participate in earlier practices, you could do 1 week with a negative COVID test instead of 2 weeks in order to sort of hurry that timeline along. I don't know if that's even something that we can actually say to people or if it's helpful, but it just was another thought of another approach to getting that same level.
Yeah, and I appreciate that thinking flexibly. My feeling is there's already so many inconsistencies that give the athletics, in a lot of ways, more access than the academics, that I feel like doing something like that would do the same thing and extend that. And that's not something that I'm, as a principal, interested in doing. If they can't be there for academics, they shouldn't be there for athletics during the 2 weeks. So unless you guys changed what you did for the 2 weeks and had schools open after one with a negative test, but I think that's chaotic from a school perspective. I just wouldn't be interested in managing that from a sports perspective. I think it sends the wrong message.
Fair point.
I second that 100%, Bob. I agree.
Because you'd be managing it, Marty. Because you'd have to manage it.
Yeah, it's, to sit on some of these calls, like, so one of the committees, the big committee of the VPA, the Activity Standards Board Committee, they sit on these calls with us with all these ADs and they're saying the same thing. Like, this is a hard sell, with all these inconsistencies based on academics and athletics. This is a hard sell. I think everybody wants basketball. I want basketball. I know that. And I know a lot of our people want basketball, but we also want everybody to be safe. And we also want our school open for academics as well.
Yeah, it was an interesting process. I was part of the Winter Sports Restart Committee at the state level. And it was an interesting process because we asked the question a lot, like, so I can't sit 5 feet apart from a student in a math class. And that forces me to operate a hybrid model because I can't fit all the kids in the room if they're not within, 3 feet or so. But I can guard someone in their face playing basketball. And, the inconsistencies around that is just really hard to understand. And, but the doctors signed off on it and the VDH signed off on it. And that's, unless you guys decide that you don't want it to happen at all because in stepping on the side of safety and consistency, that would certainly be your call or Bill's call to make. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys had all the information. So if what I'm hearing so far is that I'm interpreting the 2 weeks correctly, that practicing during the winter recess and then doing the 2 weeks after seems reasonable because you still have the 2 weeks after. I mean, that's kind of the logic. And then as we start to explore other sites, not knowing when our building will be cleared, I guess my question, like we did with the Jamaica Firehouse for the calculus students, what's the level of expectation you guys have around third-party facilities being used? The old Austin School gym, Winston Prouty Center, has a gym that they're willing to rent to us. And I'm guessing it's a pretty old building. Maybe not as old as Emily's house, but it's pretty old. I don't know what condition the HVAC system is in. We're only there for, an hour to 2 hours at a time. So the kids aren't there for 6 hours at a time. So anyways, I just want to put that to you guys. How do you view, you guys made the decision on the HVAC. Where do you stand on us using a facility that may or may not meet the standards? We just don't know.
Well, I'll just speak for myself. I like the creative thinking. Certainly explore those options. That makes perfect sense. What is the possibility of? I see that one of the ideas is potentially tent coverage of the tennis courts. I would assume heaters would be involved in that as well.
Well, yeah, Marty's still waiting to get word back from Green Mountain Tents on that one. I don't know about the heater. I mean, sidewalls for sure. Heaters, I feel like having a propane heater inside of a basketball court with balls flying around doesn't sound like a safe thing to me.
No, I was being facetious. No. But I'm sure they would generate enough body heat. Yeah.
Yeah, you're keeping people out of the wind, and you don't have to shovel the courts. And I mean, it does a little bit of that kind of thing. And I know, James Pexock, who's on the call here too, is our varsity boys coach, and he and I were talking about the other day, and he didn't seem any too excited about coaching outside in the wintertime. But we want to keep the options open, because if that's the only way to do something, we at least want to have that. Maybe the practices are shorter because it's so cold. I don't know. But that obviously would be better, because you don't have to worry about ventilation, because you're in a sense in a tent. But I wanted, before we spent a lot of time pursuing other options, I want to know what guidance you could give us about it.
Great, thanks. Sorry, a couple of hands here. Ken, Dana, and then Keegan.
Yes, well, you opened up a whole new can of worms. Thank you, Marty and Bob. I don't think that it would be in good faith to send our students into another building that we don't know what the air ventilation is, because the whole purpose is, if we're not meeting the standard, we shouldn't subject our kids to it. And while I value sports, I was a double letterman myself. I would like to say that I could not fathom my high school years
Sorry,
Al,
Ken,
you got some people in the waiting room.
Yeah. Oh, I see it now. Thank you. Somehow Mike got dropped. All right. All right. Thanks, Ken. So we got Dana, Keegan, and then I see Lindsay as
hear
well.
me right now. Or now can you hear me? Okay, because I cut out for a minute. Is it possible for us to get a signed waiver from each parent of each student to have practice? If we have parental consent for a minority of students to come into a building and practice their unique sport in preparation for upcoming matches, it leaves us not liable. And how well do parents trust the other parents?
So you're talking about doing that at this other gym you're talking about, not our gym, correct?
No, well, it could be at our gym or another gym, because if we don't know what the other gym is, we might as well put them in our gym.
So I, again, appreciate the flexibility of that. I would be concerned about that approach, that if we're bending over backwards to allow basketball to happen, and I assure you, I love basketball too. I coached it for years. Why wouldn't we do that for the academics? Why wouldn't we have every family in the district sign a waiver and get them in the building if that was the approach we were going to use? So that would be it's that equity piece, just to kind of keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Well, the equity piece there is we're talking about education versus extracurricular activities.
And I think what
Not
Bob's trying to say is
not
that you
everybody
need to have
has
equity
to play
between both.
varsity basketball.
Education probably should take precedent. We are
I
an
agree.
educating education facility. So,
And that is why we made the call on the education part.
right.
If you can get the whole team to sign a waiver saying, yeah, we'll go in there and possibly get COVID, you know, I'm just saying we're not going to say that's going to happen, but liability for the district, and you know, we have to think, you know, logically here.
Yeah, I guess Ken, my argument would be if I'm a parent and I would want to make the same argument that my math skills for my son or daughter might be more important than basketball, I'd be willing to sign that waiver too. And then all of a sudden you guys are facing that choice. Slippery slope is all I'm saying. And I want to be super clear. I'm okay if the board says don't explore outside buildings that you don't know what the HVAC system is like. I think that's a reasonable precaution given the precautions you've taken about the building. I just wanted to be clear, if that's where you were, that's where you were.
I hate to do this, but every time somebody gives a rebuttal to when I say something, my screen freezes and I can't hear a word they're saying.
Well, Ken, you can assume that if it comes from me, it's very eloquent.
Obviously, Bob, I have no doubt about that.
Is that your plea to have no one disagree with you?
I'm sure Bob said, whatever you said, Ken.
Something like that. Yes. All right. Dana's been waiting forever. His hand's been up like this for about a half an hour. Go ahead, Dana.
I was just curious, Bob, is it even possible that we're even going to have winter sports? I mean, with the increase happening, you know, the cases of COVID in this state, with the outbreak of the hockey league, is it even possible that we're even going to be even considering winter sports?
And that's what I was alluding to earlier. I think, you know, whether the state chooses to shut it down or whether individual boards or superintendents decide to close it down, I do think that's entirely a possibility at this point. You know, the risk of outdoor sports is very different than indoor sports. And we talked about that very clearly because I was on the fall sports committee restart meeting as well. And, you know, doing stuff outdoors, they had no problems with masks and everything else. But basketball, hockey, cheerleading, all the other things that happen indoors is very, very different. It wouldn't shock me to hear that things got closed down either by boards, by supers, or by the state at some point.
What about the GIST program? Is that even being considered, or?
So the GIST program is operated by the Mountain. They're still in the collaborative. They're still doing that program.
Okay.
I mean, they're offering the passes and such. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not totally out of winter sports. We got skiing and snowboarding as an option, possibly.
Thanks, Dana. Go ahead, Keegan.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions related to like the number of students. Under normal circumstances, there's always going to be a great number of students that are interested in participating in winter sports. Are you finding that there are equal or more numbers of student athletes and their families that are still avid proponents of like no matter what, we need to have basketball? Are you seeing that level of demand shining through? Or are you seeing like a lowering number because of safety?
Well, we just put the surveys out to kids this week, so I can't answer that yet with numbers. I mean, I don't know if we end up with a few less, wouldn't shock me, but basketball is our biggest sport as far as numbers go because we have, you know, 2 high school teams at each gender and usually 2 middle school teams in each gender. So it's a lot of kids play it, you know, so it's the only sport that every high school and middle school in Vermont has. So that was a lot of the impetus for the governor to, you know, his whole concept of get to yes on this, figure out what you do to get to yes was sort of the argument that he had. So, but I don't know about the numbers yet.
Okay. I think then that in regards to looking for alternative locations, we haven't allowed our kids to go into the buildings in some cases at all, because it's not safe. And I think that with all of the work that we've done as a board, making decisions around air quality, making the HVAC systems up to code, still recognizing that there are areas of deficiency, I think it would be irresponsible of us to say, well, you know, it's not safe to learn in school, but if you wanted to go and explore some other avenue, I think that's incredibly irresponsible. And I feel for the kids. I know how important and how instrumental, you know, athletics are to our students. You know, in many cases they define a community. But I think we need to remember that these are not normal times. It's temporary, and it might be a hard nut to crack, but I think this board needs to have that hard conversation. I understand that a lot of people are going to have some really heavy feelings. I know that the seniors especially are going to, you know, not like what's going on. But this is one season, one moment in time where we need to safety first, right? So I would err on the side of, if the school properties can be safe and you can have practices within school and the school's properties are able to sustain indoor practices and we can meet those expectations, then great. But if we can't ensure that the locations where our kids are going, if we can't guarantee that they're safe, then what's the whole point of why we've been keeping our kids out of our own buildings since August? And I know that sentiment is not going to feel very good to a lot of parents of student athletes, and I feel for you, and it's not going to feel good for the kids, and I understand that as well. But what do we value more? The opportunity to learn and to have a safe and healthy community, or the opportunity for maybe a game before we have an outbreak or an experience where practicing outside in the cold and kids get sick, or there's an accident because things like between the heat and the ice and now we have broken ankles on the team.
Just so you guys are aware that if we get to a point where we are playing games, there are no spectators allowed. That's part of the state rule. Everyone's wearing masks. We video stream stuff for people to watch. So that's part of the way that they've laid it out. Al, the last set of questions I think I have are really at the bottom of the first page. And so this is an interesting one because it's kind of a technicality, and there's a lot of these that are happening as we go through the guidance. In fact, the principals who are on the call and Bill can agree. This is a lot of what we do is try to figure out how to make sense of some of these guidance documents. So just to give you guys a little bit of a backdrop on the AOE Safe and Healthy Start guidance, it talks about that visitors are typically not allowed in buildings this year. That includes, you know, guest speakers. They want parents really to not even be in the buildings. They want meetings to be done by Zoom, so on and so forth. And so when they put all that out there, that's fairly restrictive, and we respect the safety first element of that. And then the governor released the recreational sports guidance, and the recreational sports guidance kind of contradicts it a little bit. The rec sports talks about, and this is like when we talk about our junior pro Saturday morning basketball crew, for example, they fall under the recreational sports guidance, not the AOE guidance. And it says that recreational sports can take place in, for example, the gym of a large receiving middle or high school, so long as the kids who are coming are only members of those sending towns, which is typically what they are anyways. You know, Newfane has a team, Townsend has a team, Wardsboro has a team, Jamaica has a team, whatever. And they play at Leland Green on Saturday mornings. And so the rec guidance said that that is okay, and that they don't count as visitors because they're part of the school broader community. So thinking about that, we start thinking about, well, could we use then the elementary school gyms? Because technically our players would be visitors in those gyms. But if those gyms were cleared for use, could we practice in those gyms? And so the rec sports guidance doesn't go the other direction. And so we were trying to figure out, like, so what does that mean? How do we, do we allow the winter rec sports teams to use our facility, which is in compliance with the rec sports guidance, but kind of against the AOE guidance? And if so, do we then allow our athletes to go into the elementary school so they can have a gym to use in the meantime until our gym is available? So these are the kinds of things that we're dealing with. So I kind of throw it to you guys to see what you think about this.
So like going to the Jamaica gym or the new, and obviously it would be a school that is currently open.
Right, the gym would have to be cleared for use. The building would be open for the gym to be used, and we'd work with the schedules of the principals and availability and all this and that. I mean, those things would obviously come secondarily, but those would be moot conversations if you guys didn't want those sorts of things happening.
Gotcha. All right. Thoughts on that? Let's see. I've got Ken and then Lindsay.
Yes, absolutely many thoughts on that. But before we get to that, I'm going to backtrack to Marty saying something about they already purchased equipment to possibly go remote. Is that correct? A program to go remote for basketball, yes or no?
Yes, we purchased a program that allows us to put practice plans and things up like that, skill development, through remote for practices.
Thank you, Marty. Okay, so all right, I'm going to go back to the second part of this. Then we are not the Leland and Gray School District. We are not the Townsend Elementary School District. We are not the Newbrook Elementary School District. We are not the Jamaica School District. We are all one district. We are the West River District. If the basketball team needs to use Jamaica or Newbrook, I don't think the board should have any problem with that or the staff, as long as normal classes are not going on at that time. And I think that is probably your best viable option, being we don't have to outsource. We know what the air quality is in those buildings. There might be a little busing issue, transportation, but that's easier worked out than going down to Austin School and renting it out. I think that would be a great idea. And if any remote practices can happen in the meanwhile, the more practice, the better. Marty, you know that. You're a coach. You don't stop practice. You tell them to go home and run a few more laps on their way there.
You try.
Yeah, you try. They might not do it, but you're not always watching.
All right. Thanks, Ken. I agree with you. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, at this point, I would just say I would agree with Ken. If the building is safe for our littles, it's safe for our bigs. We've already determined safety. Let's do that.
Go ahead, Marty.
I agree with both Ken and Lindsay, but I've had this conversation with Bob, and it's awesome if we can use those other facilities, our elementary schools. You're talking, it could be a safety issue, and you could be really limited on what you can do in there. You're talking about a much larger, more athletic student athlete moving in a very small area, and the liability becomes extremely high. I always say, even, for those of you that are familiar with the Dutton gym, to put a varsity practice in the Dutton gym is scary. To put a varsity practice in a elementary gym / cafeteria with one basketball hoop, in my world, is frightening. But our coaches are more than equipped to be able to bring that practice plan down and be able to at least do some things, for sure. But we would have to really practice or plan practices much, much differently, for sure.
Yeah, Marty, I agree with you. I think the board is just saying that would be an option, something that could be done. Maybe it's just part of an overall network of things that you do. Maybe you work 3-on-3 or something, or smaller skills and drills in a smaller facility like that. And then who knows, depending on what you find with tenting for outside, maybe that could be the bigger facility where you could run full practice.
Marty,
we've discussed it for sure as a coaching staff. All the options that Bob and I have spoke about, which were elementary schools, which were outdoor tents, which was this Winston Prouty school. So they're all on the table, but so for sure.
Marty, not for this being your first invitation, but welcome to 2020.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
All right, I've got Lindsay and then Keegan.
I'm wondering if the question was posed, I'm assuming it was, and they just haven't done it, but if Winston Prouty had their air tested already, or any of these other places, have they done it? And if not, does it require special equipment that we do not have and could not test on our own? Would we have to hire out the testing to get that done? Or is it something we could at this point show up and be like, hey, we'll know tomorrow?
No, it is a very formal test done by a very formal procedure.
Yeah. Based on the age of the Winston Prouty Center, I have my doubts.
I can tell you, Lindsay, after speaking to the woman that we would have to go through to rent it, she did mention that you might want to keep the doors and windows open at all times. It gets a little hot in there. So I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, it's could be a problem.
Maybe not certified. Yeah.
Yeah, that I have no idea. But if it gets hot, but you know what? It gets hot in Dutton too. We used to have to pop the windows in practice too.
Go ahead, Keegan.
Thanks. So listening to all of the questions, all of the work that's going to be required to create a safe environment for the kids to play and participate. When we think about all of the hurdles of checking air quality, of ensuring that if we are going to have the big kids go, like the seniors and the juniors from the high school going to Jamaica Elementary School to practice their games. I'm curious what the board thinks. Is it worth having do we want to work towards finding ways to get the yes, or do we want to alleviate the challenges of finding space, finding the wherewithal to ensure that all practices are happening? I know that it's going to be a hard question, but as was mentioned earlier, some districts, some boards, and some superintendents are deciding not to participate in winter sports just this one season. If we don't have a building open and available for learning, and we're talking about having tents outside in the middle of January so that kids can practice their layups, I'm awfully curious to what depth and degree are we willing to ask our kids and ask the coaches and ask our community to say, we're gonna figure out a way to make it happen. If we get to play games, you can't come in and cheer on your children. I'm curious, like where on the spectrum of this board are we feeling? I want to do what's best for kids. I want to do what's responsible. I want to do what is the least restrictive of creating an opportunity for children. But I also want to make sure that we're keeping our eyes on the big goal, which is safety first. So if obviously that's an unpopular, stance to be on, like, let's make sure the kids are safe. Because of course we want the kids to play and we want our seniors to have these moments. I know a lot of people are probably going to be afraid to say, you know what, no winter sports. We can't figure it out. It's too many hurdles, too many jumps, too much. But I'm curious, what is the sense right now? are we really wanting to find every possible avenue to ensure that winter sports can happen? Or are we willing to have the conversation of, you know what, maybe just this once, we need to avoid an outbreak in our communities, or we need to avoid putting kids in harm's way or putting them in environments that are not designed for their bodies. I'm curious to see what the sense is.
It's a great question, Keegan. I will just say that I would love to see it go forward in some form or fashion. And I think it's been said a number of times, we could make a decision right now that allows for something to happen, and then the state come in tomorrow and say, forget it, it's all shut down. I think for myself and from a board perspective, I would just love to give at least the opportunity, the potential, just to leave it open, keep the door open, right? Because again, state could come in and swoop in and it's over. It's all over. So
I don't think Marty's afraid of the work involved. Just so you know, of like trying to make this happen. Like he's not afraid of that work, and he's got the ability to pull that stuff together. So don't let that be a factor in any decision.
I hate to interrupt this conversation, but we have a student. It looks like Casey.
I see it. Yeah. I was going to go there and then to Marty. Yeah, thanks, Ken. Katie and then Marty.
Hi, this is actually Abby.
Hey, Abby. Sorry.
I just wanted to say, as a student board member, that I think that extracurriculars are one of the most important things right now, because the students need this socialization, especially with the online learning that we're doing. And so I think that especially the senior basketball players want to do everything possible to keep this season for them.
Thank you, Abby. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Marty.
So yeah, a lot of thoughts going through my mind right now. But back to Keegan, I completely understand all your points, and safety has been our number one concern. We pulled off a successful fall season with hosted many events, both for our middle school and our high school. We followed it to a T, and we were very successful and probably lucky. I'm sure there's always an element of luck involved, but felt very confident how we did it. I feel, as being the athletic director, being involved in education, and we want equity between academics and athletics, that every day as teachers, we have to do our best to learn how to present our classroom through a box. And we can't say we're not going to offer that. And I feel strongly that the same way for athletics. I have to find a way for our kids to be able to experience some type of extracurricular activities, whatever it may be, safe. But just like the classroom, it's until the state shuts it down, I feel like it's my job to make sure it happens in some capacity. And I'm willing to keep exploring options and always lean on the side of caution and safety. I do, but whether it's 5 practices or 1 game or 4 rehearsals or whatever it may be till somebody shuts it down, it will make a difference in those kids' lives. I truly believe that. So that's the fight that I'm willing to take for them. So.
Thanks, Marty.
Well said, Marty. Yeah, I think we should try to do this in some form or fashion until the state says otherwise. Go ahead, Ken, and then I got you, Keegan.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I believe we should be able to do this until the state turns around and says no. But I'm going to point out that we've been ahead of the curve in the state, and this board has been ahead of the state. We're taking precautions that the state isn't taking, and we knew that this uprising was going to happen in the number of cases. Trust me when I say I don't want to be responsible for any child to get sick. And I know our staff doesn't, our coaches don't, and this board doesn't. And I know many parents don't. some parents just throw it out to the wind. I hate to say it, but they do. Because it's your last year and you got to get that scholarship, or you got to get that, and you can't do that. If we have it bad here in Vermont, other states have it worse. So I would suggest to stay. I'm going to stay my course and say, err on the side of caution. Do what we can to keep the kids physically active, as much socially involved as possible. And I want to see a productive year. I want to see some baskets. I do. But, you know.
All right. Thanks, Ken. I just want to say, I want to echo what Marty said. I mean, I watched it firsthand. My youngest son played middle school soccer, and Marty and crew were on it. If you didn't have your mask on, didn't have your mask up, then, you know, you're warned. Exactly. You're warned. And then if you don't heed the warning, then you can leave. Marty and team took it that seriously for the safety and health of the people that were there. And I agree with them without an incident. I thought it did a fantastic job. And I feel that the same would have happened with basketball, that you would handle it with safety at the utmost. And that if any issues were to be seen, that he would address it immediately. And again, of course, we're just going to work within the guidelines of the state. And anyway, that's what I got to say about that. And I see Trish.
Can I ask my question real quick?
Yeah, sorry, Keegan.
Thanks.
Then Trish.
Looking back at the notes and the questions associated with this, I'm curious about the Winston Prouty Center. Would the possibility exist where we could ask them as a kindness to the kids of our district to check on the status of their HVAC system and ask them to do that testing and to confirm that their location is safe? Or would that be outside of the scope of what we should be asking a business that's not connected to this board's work, but they are a community member?
I think we could ask the question and they certainly could tell us, no, thank you.
Yep. More than likely, they're going to tell us we didn't test it. Okay. We don't know.
And we probably couldn't rely on other area high schools that are currently open to say, hey, when you're done with practice, can we join your gym? Would that even be up for a conversation, like maybe connecting with Brattleboro High School?
Again, those high schools have not done the same air quality testing that was required by the West River Board.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good, Trish.
I was just gonna, Al, you kind of hit on everything that I was actually gonna say, but the only additional thing I wanted to say was just as the parent of an only child, believe me, socialization is so far at the top of my list right now. But I do think that we just need to follow the state guidelines and allow parents to make the decision in the end of, do I feel safe enough allowing my child to attend whatever event, participate in whatever event. I think it's also important, but we also have to leave it to some extent to parents to make that decision for their families.
Thanks, Trish. And that echoes what we do educationally as well, because we offer the all remote option when the hybrid is ready and people can come back, they can choose that. So it does echo that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we're just giving them the opportunity. So we've had a lot of discussion on this, and it is 9:15 right now. I just wanted to be cognizant of that time and just say that our next meeting is on what date, Bill? What's the date? Budget committee on December 14th.
December 21st.
December 21st is our next board meeting. Okay. So 10 practices, Marty, when did the 10 practices need to be completed by?
So officially right now, basketball practices can start on the 30th of November. Games have not been cleared to start until January 11th. But based on the understanding that Bob explained tonight from the board, for us, practices wouldn't be able to start till the 14th of December, and games wouldn't be able to start till the 18th of January based on our 2-week protocol after holiday breaks, unless we did stuff online. And once again, I don't know if there's going to be guidance to come down from the VPA about that. It was fine in the fall. We used it in the fall. But once again, things are changing daily. Like they just came down really hard on open gyms. There are no open gyms right now. So,
yeah,
it's.
I think
it kind of sounds like
is an issue, Al. I think the 10 practice thing is not going to be an issue for us. We can deal with the remote. We have from.
We should be able to get them all in.
I'm not worried about that.
No, right. I'm not worried either, but I was just trying to get a sense of the timing. So if our next meeting is on the 21st, the 10 practices would need to be done. I'm just trying to figure out what would be not physical contact. I mean, is there the potential there wouldn't be any need for being in a gym, either to make Newbrook or somewhere before the 21st anyway? We could just resume the discussion on the 21st if there is a discussion to have.
I mean, speaking from a coaching standpoint, and I don't want to speak for our coaches, but sometimes I have to. Obviously, they're going to want to get into a gym. The sooner that they can get into a gym and have it be safe, the better. But obviously, until that can happen, we'll adapt to whatever we can do to give our student athletes an opportunity to better their skills and be ready for what's ahead of us. That's all we can do.
And Al, I apologize for some of these questions are maybe too open-ended for a board to make decisions about. So maybe at that later meeting, we ascertain where we are at that point, figure out how we're doing with what the facilities we're dealing with and where we're at, and then come at you guys with some more specific things that you guys can say yes or no to without having broader conversation and take more time. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think at the very least, we as the board should give you the runway to get the 10 practices in, most likely remotely, and then potentially with the use of Jamaica and Newbrook for smaller practices, as Marty would say. You don't want to have 10 bodies crashing around on the floor.
And outside too.
Or potentially outside, yeah. I would just ask that of our board, is that we just give these folks the runway to try to do that, and then see where we look on December 21st. Everybody agrees with that?
I just would propose is we keep it specific to, we should probably designate one school for the girls teams and one school for the boys teams to keep it more simple and consistent, and to make contact tracing even that much simpler.
The hard part right now is we don't have Newbrook and Townsend's gyms have not been approved still. So we only have Jamaica at this point.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right.
But that's a great point. If at some point Newbrook becomes available, that's probably a good idea. All right. So is everybody in agreement with that? We'll just give folks the opportunity to do that best they can between now and the 21st. Anybody? Joe, Emily, feelings on it? Joe, good? All right. Okay. Perfect. There we go.
May I suggest that, Marty, and I know you're going to do it without the board suggestion anyway, tell them to practice on their own as much as possible.
That's right. Get a ball in your hand. All right. Thanks, Ken.
Dribble.
Appreciate it. All right. Let's move on to the boiler bond, future possibilities. I'm sure that Lori's been, or no, go ahead.
No, Lori's gone, man.
Lori's gone.
It's past 9 o'clock. I've got this one.
Sorry.
Medina's not coming on. It's only Bill, and I'm going to be efficient. So we passed a $450,000 bond to our communities over a year ago. The fix for the boiler is going to be about $250,000. So that money has already been acquired. And it would be my recommendation to the board that we use the other $200,000, which has to be approved by the electorate, to do the water system, which has been highlighted as a need, and to get a generator. I believe that we can get it for the price that is still available underneath the bond that is already passed. So it doesn't cost the electorate any more money than they've already approved, but that money is already bonded. And so it's not like we're going to give the money back. So it has to be used for a specific purpose, but because we're only spending $250 of the $450 because Medina and Lori Garland were able to get matching funds, now we can use the additional money that has been freed up for other needs at the Leland and Gray district. So I'm asking for permission to engage the attorney to bring you all a warning on December 21st that you guys could approve that we would then do at town meeting. So you get your first look at the warning on December 21st. You'd approve it in the 30 to 40 day time period, which would be late January for inclusion for town meeting.
So
Can I? Thank you. Awesome.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion from the motion makers.
I think this makes a ton of sense since I moved. I assume you meant me first. I think this makes a ton of sense, and I would love to see us move forward with that. And I'm very grateful that we can do it at the same time that other things are happening and not ask our electorate to come out at a separate time. So thanks.
Thanks, Emily. Keegan, you?
I just, commend our business and smart financial brain power to find ways to get matching funds and to allow opportunities like this to even become up for, conversation. So way to go, admin team.
Thanks, Keegan. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, as I said before, any maintenance that has to do with the water coming in, the water going out, until we know what's going on is a great idea. I'm not trying to push the issue. I'm just trying to say that we need to take care of our kids and make sure they have a safe environment. And town meeting is going to be a fiasco this year anyway. So let's not put any more on the electric that we don't have to.
Go ahead, Dana.
Move the vote.
That requires 2/3, but yeah, let's. Any other discussion? No? All right, very good. Thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Trish? Trish, you still there? All right, thank you.
Oh, and Howie is too.
Appreciate it, thank you. Unanimous. Motion carried.
That was, he called for a motion to call it.
Yeah.
Had over your 2/3 vote. Now you have to do another thumbs up.
I got 2 thumbs.
Well, he made a motion to call it, and I looked to see if there are any other questions. There were no other questions, so we just went to the vote.
But to call the question, you have to have a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay. All right, we're gonna do this, Bill.
Majority vote. Let's be legal. We got the 2/3 majority vote. Make the vote.
Fine. Do we have 2/3?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. All right. And then all those in favor of the motion. Great. Thank you. Once again, unanimous. All right. Appreciate it. Annual reports.
So you have been shared a table of contents for the annual report. We have a different person that will be producing it this year. The person who produced it last year is not available this year. And so our grant manager in our office is going to be doing this for both River Valleys and West River. I'm just providing you a table of contents, and you will see a draft layout on December 21st. I was just looking for anything glaring that is not in the table of contents. It seems pretty extensive. It's very similar to what you have provided in the past. And the thing with 2 stars is something you have not provided in the past. Everything else is stuff you have provided in the past. So that's under district accomplishments. We just want to make sure we do some publicity. We're going to be sending this out for everybody.
Yeah, looks great.
Okay, keep rolling. Go to the old business.
Old business, HVAC workflow updates,
All right.
TES options.
So you have been provided with the annual monthly report that shows you where everything's happening. The big things that are happening is we finished our second servicing at Townsend, which Craig and I are going to talk about in a second, and that we're hopefully going to have the air testing done at Leland and Gray starting next week. The first one is going to be Dutton Gym. As you can imagine, Alliance Mechanical is busy across the entire state because all of this has to be done by December 30th under the grant from Efficiency Vermont. Specifically on Townsend, you were provided a very specific piece of paper that shows what the CFM was after cleaning, and the ASHRAE 100% air rate, which we are trying to get over. And we are looking at the very small one, you can see, that we are not able to have the populations of the Townsend Elementary School in the classrooms and reach that 100%. So if we are going to bring the kids back into Townsend, we cannot and go over the 100%. Just not possible. The way the system is, it is not possible to have those many students in those rooms, and it's not a lot of students, but they can't be there because every student counts when you do the calculation. So, knowing that we cannot bring all the kids back at once, Mr. Roach has done his due diligence. He has met with his faculty, he has met with his principal advisory committee, and he is going to share some options that we would like to pursue.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Yeah, Bill summed it up pretty nicely, is that to get the full population of students into our classrooms, including our staff that we would have in, we're certainly not able to go and provide that. So with the success that we've been having the last few weeks of having 30 students in the building, limiting the students in that have ASHRAE safe rooms, we wanted to continue to explore options to get more students in the building, knowing that socialization was important, knowing that education was important, knowing that both teachers and students really want to be back at school because it's really the best place for them. But with these limitations on the HVAC, we really wanted to see what we could do. And so I met with, as Bill said, a lot of the folks around who make decisions and help guide me with my decisions of what we want to do and what we thought would be best on the safety of the kids, the safety of the staff, and what would be the most beneficial for everybody. And we came up with like 2 options that we thought were logistically possible. One, and that's the one that the teachers felt very strongly about, was whatever is going to be happening in the state COVID-wise, for us to continue inviting students in, providing some additional assistance, additional opportunities for social gatherings, basically just continue on with our 4 days of education per week. And with the ASHRAE standards increasing a little bit, we now have a little bit more flexibility with more rooms and getting a few more kids in than we had prior. And the other option that we have is for us to explore the opportunity to do, an AB model. And, how we would set that up, I don't know. Whether we would go AB and then Wednesdays we still do remote and then do another AB model, or AA or BB. That plan with the teachers wasn't something that they were particularly confident in. And we didn't really want to explore that too much more. They thought that the education that we were providing right now with 4 days of remote learning and having the opportunities to get kids in was the best way forward until we know more about what's happening in the COVID world, especially taking into consideration what's going to be going on after the holiday breaks. So those are our two options, and we'll explore both options, but we want to pitch them to you and see how we could help our students and staff, you know, a little bit more with their education and just try to provide some normalcy to their lives. So without, you know, with knowing that we can't get 100% in.
And so our purpose tonight was Craig and I were to inform you guys. You don't need to make a decision on this, but we wanted you to be comfortable understanding where we're coming from, because we're going to need a decision on December 21st. We're going to give you a recommendation, but we wanted you to understand. We wanted to match, you know, we just got the air testing back. So we wanted to explain with the air testing back and where that puts us in a position to make a decision for Townsend. But we're not asking you to have a discussion and a decision tonight. We just wanted you to understand what the air testing meant for how we're going to have to plan going forward.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Greg. I don't want to get into a great discussion either, but could you just explain a little bit better the first model that the teachers like? I understand the AB model. I'm just trying to understand the one that they would like.
Yeah, that's great. So it's just currently the model that we have now. On October 19th, I believe we went to the board and asked for us to just get some kids in the building in ASHRAE approved rooms, which at that point was 4 rooms of very small groups. And so the teachers have utilized that by reaching out to parents and reaching out to students to have small groups of students in. Sometimes they rotate through 2-3 groups and eventually you get the whole class. Some have done kids specifically based on data and recommendations, and knowing, you know, educators are pretty in touch with how their kids are doing, both socially and emotionally and academically. So reaching out to parents and inviting them in. So we've had about 30 different children in to provide either services that they are needing to get or just some sort of remediation because we're concerned about them one way or the other. So that's where we are now. And again, with the ASHRAE improving from this last round of tests, we're actually able to have a little bit more flexibility. So have maybe groups of 4 or 5 now in the building in each room.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, so as Bill alluded to, we won't have too much discussion, but I do see Lindsay and Ken.
Sorry about that. You kind of answered it partially already, but my question has to do with the small groups in the building. And I guess I'm curious how long it would take for every kid to get into the building. And is that a way that this might look, or is this really just on a, you know, whether it's a special ed basis or however you're doing it, is the idea now that there's more rooms available that probably every kid is going to get in-person time, or is that not necessarily the case?
Yeah, well, I think every kid is going to be given the opportunity to come in. And again, that's up to the parents to decide whether or not they want to have their kids in small groups in the building. Again, COVID is what it is.
Of course.
But our expectations and my conversations with the teachers are, if you're concerned about anybody, not just special ed, but general ed kids as well, invite them in, see if you can provide them with some additional assistance, do some small group work with academic support, special ed, of course. But we will have the ability to go and get everybody in if we need to, without, you know, saying we're fully open and we're going to be doing an AB model. But it just allows us the opportunity to do it. It's kind of a roundabout way of saying we're going to try our best to accommodate as many kids as we possibly can who want to utilize that service.
Thanks.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Lindsay. Go ahead, Ken.
Yes, while that's all great, the board had passed a motion that the buildings would not be open until they met the ASHRAE recommendations. And I'm fine with if all the, Greg, or Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, all the air testing was done in all the rooms?
Yes, that's correct.
So we know how the fresh air exchange is in each room?
That's correct. And we also know the safety of what would be safe to have those numbers in the classroom too. We just know that we can't fulfill everybody. So, you know, a class of 17 in 5th grade with 2 teachers that would be in there would be 19, but we know that we can get probably something like 13 in. So we know what would be safe for that room and that space.
Okay, so the board's the board's prevalence was pretty much clear. That's your maximum then until that can increase. If you get 13 in there in that room that says you meet 13, that's great. I want to see you get 25 in each classroom. I do. And we'll get there. And we also have to remember that COVID is the one that forced the question of what is the air quality. Okay, every flu season we've had kids out. Now you hear the media going, well, flu season and COVID season are overlapping. They're not overlapping. Flu season comes every year. It's been here every year. Is COVID season going to come back every year? Lord, I hope not. But what we're going to try to do here is we're going to get that air quality up in every building so that whatever is spread respiratorily through the air isn't going to happen to our children. That's what the whole purpose behind that motion was. Is it's not only COVID, it'll also help with the flu. It'll help with, you know, whatever comes down the line. And that's what we're trying to do.
All
So
right. Thanks,
that
Ken.
in mind, keep your guns going, and we're behind you.
All right, perfect. Point well taken. So we have 2 options to choose from between now and the next meeting. I'm sorry, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I appreciate that from Ken. What Bill was sort of talking about earlier, and I just want to reinforce right now, is we got the results back. We know that we can't get our whole school in. We want to try to provide services for kids. We're just going to provide you with ways that we possibly can, but ultimately it'll come down to the board to direct me on how you guys want us to get kids in the building and how to keep staff and children safe. So we're just trying to explore to say, hey, just because this came in, we can't get everybody in, doesn't mean we can't try something. And that's what we're trying to do. So we'll listen to you, and I'll listen to your direction, and I'll speak with Bill about that as well once we get that decision back at a further date. But we just want to let everybody know in the community know that we care and we're trying to do something.
Awesome. Thanks. Really appreciate it. Go ahead, Amy. Amy?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, sorry. So I just had a quick question. So not if, but when we get to a point when we're all hopefully back in person and at full capacity at the school, if a parent such as myself is still kind of on the fence as to like, oh, I don't know if I'm really ready to send my kid back in person, especially if the cases keep rising like they are recently, is there going to be an option to continue a remote? I mean, I know the teachers will be obviously busy in the classroom. So is there going to be an option for parents who decide maybe I'll just finish out this year, you know, at home? Or is that going to be, you know, it's either you come back or you don't kind of thing?
Amy, we are running a hybrid system in West River Elementary Schools. It's called School Supported Home Study.
So that'll still be there then?
I don't anticipate that changing.
Okay.
Good question. Anything else, Amy?
No, I just wanted to make sure that once we got to that point where the school was fully open, that if parents were still hesitant, that system was still going to be in place for people who were a little concerned still.
Great, thanks. Appreciate the question. Okay, we able to move on now?
Real quick question.
Go ahead, Ken.
Sorry, Al.
People are dropping like flies. I just want to.
No, I know. With Newbrook open and Jamaica open, is there room in those two schools for the elementary school students right now that go to Townsend that could possibly go to those schools? Administration, work on this. Can we get all those elementary school kids in our 3 buildings? We have 2 fully open, 1 partially open. If we can do this, let's get them all in there.
Hey, Ken, this is Scotty. If I could interject, most of my classrooms are at or near capacity in terms of what the standards allow, in terms of our airflow and our fresh airflow specifically. There are a couple of classrooms where we have to be careful not to send 2 adults in, 2 support adults in at the same time, because we would go beyond. So I just wanted to bring that up. I would be certainly open to looking at that, but we are very close.
Thanks, Ken. You're absolutely right. We want them all back. Totally agree.
Yes.
Totally agree. All right, so I'm going to change things up here a little bit since it is 9:40. Student report, principal reports, and superintendent cabinet report. All very amazing and great reports. I hope everybody read all the principal reports, all the superintendent reports. But the most important of these would be the student report. So I want to hear from our student report, if she still happens to be awake and not past her bedtime.
Hi, this is Abby again. I just wanted to know if we do decide that high school sports could be at the elementary schools, I hope it would also be considered for theater rehearsals to be in those buildings as well.
That's a great point, Abby. Appreciate it.
Ansley, do you have anything to add? Anything to report on?
Not much, just besides, remote learning and everything we're going through. And I would also like to think about, if we do high school sports, and think about that in the elementary schools, allowing the theater program to expand and let them have that opportunity too. So.
Thank you, Ansley. Thank you, Abby. Appreciate it. All right, I see a couple hands. Go ahead, Dan, and then Ken.
I was just wondering if we could offer it up to the theater group to check about the Jamaica Town Hall. See if that's a viable option for them to meet there, since it has a stage, and maybe there'd be something.
It's a great idea, Dan. Go ahead, Ken.
Well, as long as the town hall had their HVAC system checked, I don't think the district would have a problem with that. But no, you know what? Great idea. Get the drama people out there. Lord knows we can't have enough drama during 2020. But seriously, maybe we can do a pay-per-view. Have it filmed, do a pay-per-view viewing.
Must-see theater. I love it.
Right, must-see TV. I mean,
yeah.
Bob can't hog all the numbers with his show.
Thanks, Ken. All right, so in all seriousness, if anybody had any questions on principal reports or superintendent report, speak now or forever hold your peace. Great. All right. So moving on to the
approved minutes. Approved minutes.
Oh, we did. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of October.
I will approve the minutes with the correction of Newbrook is not 2 words, and there's not an E on the end of Brook. I think it's the 3rd page of the minutes. Other than that, I approve the minutes.
As amended. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion carries. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Communication committee update.
All right, real quick, we coordinated our first posting with building leaders and community sites related to the sharing of information regarding the extended 2-week remote model following Thanksgiving. We found that there were some lingering questions, wondering, community members wanting to know why the decision was made, what those ramifications were. So we were thinking about the next time we have a sharing of information, if we also include like a brief justification about what the board was thinking in that decision-making process. So at least there's less questions of like, well, why would you do this? It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. But at least our constituents will have a better understanding of where these decisions are coming from and why we elected to do a 2-week as opposed to just a 1. With regard to how we got to fiscal year 22 budget, I'm thinking that when we had last connected as a team, we were hoping to frame the budget through 3 lenses. First, looking at the learning impact of the budget making decisions and the budget design, the social emotional impact that the budget has, as well as the financial impact that the community is going to be feeling depending upon what the tax breakdown is. And we were thinking that if we were able to frame the budget through those lenses, we can better help our communities have a clear understanding of how the funding actually connects to programs and the student experience within all of our schools. I think the survey, we haven't connected about it since, related to interests of like, what do people care about? What do people want to see? We kind of dropped that. But I did write down that our new survey that we're going to be working on is related to pre-K access and interest. And I'll be waiting to hear from Bill around the 2, 3, and 4-year-olds that are in our district that would perhaps be interested in joining us and becoming future kiddos in all of our schools. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Keegan. And then on your third bullet point, so you're all fully coordinated on the school Facebook, newsletters, at least Facebook, right?
It worked out well one time, so I'm gonna say, you know, our batting average is looking pretty smart right now. I do not yet know if Bill had a chance to connect with Suzanne Pa, or if she had accepted the position of being our communications liaison. But until we have that position filled, I'm your girl, so we'll see how it goes.
I believe Suzanne is on, or somebody from her home is on. You might want to message her.
Hi, Suzanne. Nice to meet you. I don't even know if now would be the appropriate time, but did you get a chance to review the position, and is that something that you might be?
I did a little bit. I think I need more time to think about it, but I definitely feel like I have the ability to do it, but I'm not sure I had the bandwidth right now.
Understand.
If that makes any sense.
It does, truly. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
She does have the capability. She can do it. The bandwidth, I'm the one who keeps cutting out during the meeting, so I can't talk.
Great. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks, Keegan. Great update. Appreciate it. And Suzanne, good luck in your decision making. All right. Let's see. Approve financials.
That's pay orders, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the pay orders.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
2 board members looked at them and approved them?
Both Trisha and I.
Okay, where's Trish? You go to sleep?
Nah, Keegan's just too damn fast with that second.
Oh, okay.
I like to move things along.
You like to read your name in the minutes, I think.
All right, all those in favor, say aye. All right, thank you. Let's see, we are moving on to remote days, snow days.
So this is almost informational, but I just want the board to, I guess, give the A-OK, but now that we have implemented remote learning in all of our schools, we have the ability on most occasions to have snow days turn into remote days. There'll still be those times when something comes in, an ice storm, losing power, when we couldn't prepare, we couldn't send things home, we couldn't get Chromebooks home. But for the most part, if we have just a little bit of anticipatory time, we will be calling remote days instead of snow days, which is a benefit to not having extra days in June. So I would say, 3 out of 4 calls, we're going to be able to do this. There are going to be other calls that have to be immediate, and there still have to be snow days. But I figured as we get into this weather, people are going to be asking board members about this, and I just want to make sure you guys are comfortable with that managerial decision.
Thumbs up. We're good.
Motion necessary or just?
It's still a student day, so I don't think there's a motion needed to be necessary because.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Okay. Go ahead, Ken.
Sorry, I have to do it.
Okay.
Being in Vermont, we get one of them storms when it comes up with 2-3 foot of snow. Guess what? Some of us that live on dirt roads the bus don't come to, we got to shovel or plow them out. Those need to be called a snow day. I'll leave that to the discretion of the superintendent, whether it's a snow day or a remote day. But
another thing for people to be upset about. You got 50-50 every time you make a call.
Hey, you know what I love about this elected position is whoever I don't make mad, they're happy. And I know in life I can't make everybody happy, but I'll try to do the best I can to keep everybody safe. That's my job.
There we go. All of our jobs. All right. It is 9:52. I'm going to ask.
Oh, Mike is ready. Mike is ready, man. Mike is ready.
Okay.
He'll be efficient.
I was just, okay. All right. I was going to say, do we need to push these off or we can just plow right through them?
Well, we could push these off we already warned A25 and C29, right? So we could vote on those tonight because we won those last meeting. And then Bill has asked the policy committee to review all of our policies that are 3 years old. We went through the first 3, which were A1, B1, and B2, which was conflict of interest, substitute teachers, and volunteers. So we have reviewed those. And now I don't know if the rest of the board, I don't know if we want to put it on for the next meeting for the board to, accept our review of those or give the 30 days or not. That's where we're at. But we could pass A25 and C29 tonight.
I think we should probably go ahead and do that if we're ready to go.
I move we approve or we adopt those 2.
We'll do one at a time?
No, do them together. Doesn't matter. We warned them both at the same time. Let's adopt them at the same time.
Yeah, I guess if there's an issue, then one of them then it would fail and we'll split them, I guess. But I don't anticipate that.
Okay. Ken, are you making that motion?
I'm making that motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry. I apologize. I did bypass discussion. If there was any discussion on that, I apologize.
Do we need a second motion on the A1, B1, and B2? The committee has reviewed them, so I guess this would give the public 30 days to weigh in on them, and at the next meeting we'll
move to adoption.
Move to adopt them.
Okay. Yeah, I would say let's take that next
So
step.
I'd like to make a motion that we warn A1, B1, and B2. Conflict of interest. A1 is conflict of interest. B1 is substitute teachers, and B2 is volunteers. It's been reviewed, and we'll talk about it at the next meeting.
It's been reviewed by the policy committee.
Yes.
Very good. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Dana. And discussion? Having none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Appreciate it. That wraps up our agenda other than executive session. Our next,
Very fast, very fast.
yeah, great. So our next budget committee meeting is December 14th, and our next meeting is December 21st, at which we will have the budget first draft. So, I'm
Goodbye, Scotty. Goodbye, Craig.
Thank you, guys.
Moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, good. We were still
The
recording.
the minute taker's out too.
Good evening. It is the Newbank Select Board regular meeting, November 16th at 6 p.m. We're meeting here with Shelley and Mike and Chris. Angela is on Zoom, and I'm Marion. And we've been having some issues with getting everything newly set up with new technology, and I think it'll be perfect soon, but please be patient, everybody, if there's some glitches tonight. We're trying our best, and certainly Winetta's working very hard on it. So, additions or amendments to the agenda. Does anybody have anything to add? Okay, no. Yep. Okay. Wait a minute.
Christopher, you didn't want to bring up the trail?
I'm sorry. Oh, did you want to talk?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I
We got a
thought.
problem with a trailer I'd like to mention.
Yeah. Would you like to talk
What's the
about?
trail?
Huh?
What's the trail?
The town trail,
The one over
the
the
road.
You want to explain that?
Well, do you want to do it as part of the road foreman's
Oh,
report?
we can do that. Okay, great. Okay. We don't have an executive session planned for tonight.
No.
No. So the next is the approval of the minutes. The first set of minutes are for our regular meeting, which was on November 2nd.
Make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comments or questions? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
None.
Aye. Aye. Okay, good. Angela. Okay, so it's unanimous, and thank you. We move on to November 9th budget meeting, and we have minutes for that. So if anybody would like to make a motion.
Make a motion to accept it.
I make a motion to accept them.
Okay, second?
Oh, the second it?
Okay.
No, I made the motion.
Yeah, you made the motion. You second it? I'll second. Okay. I'll second.
Okay.
Pay attention.
All those in favor say aye.
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 I wasn't there, so.
Aye. Well, we still have a quorum. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Road foreman and road commissioners report. Jay Wilson is not here. I can read the report and then, or why don't you read? No, I know Chris. I know Chris.
I don't like to read out loud.
He loves to sit and listen. Okay, but
More that way.
Chris would like to add something at the end. So, number one, Sawmill Road is ready at the entrance. We are waiting for DMI to come and pave. Number two, the Depot Road culvert update is that we have one easement still waiting on the bank and court for the other side of the road. Number three, Wyndham Regional put out the speed counters last week for the highway safety audit for the Newfane Village. Once they send the data, it will be forwarded to the audited people to include in the report. The sand salt shed update is that there are no updates. It's in process right now. Number five, we have now gravelled Adams Hill, Toby Hill, and Upper New Road. Thank you from Jay Wilson, Road Foreman. So are there any motions to accept?
Well, I just want to make a comment also.
Sure.
South Wardsboro Road was raked or whatever and gravelled or whatever, and it looks good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
I've got one thing on the roads.
Okay.
Up at the end of Hobby Hill Road, they closed off a town trail put a cable right across it.
And who is they?
I know his name, I can't think of it.
A private party, you mean?
Yeah,
Powers,
Powers,
Robert Powers.
Robert Powers.
He lives there?
Yeah, he lives out the end.
Mhm.
He's done it 2 or 3 times this summer, so I've been told. But I went and looked at it this weekend. Great big cable right across it. He has no right to do that.
So he lives out beyond that?
Yeah, way out.
So
That's almost a quarter of a mile at his house.
his access is what, by foot or by?
No, it's a road, he can drive out there.
Oh, okay.
They used to go all the way through to Wadsboro.
Is this a town road?
It's a town trail.
Oh, town trail.
It's considered a town trail.
But vehicles can go on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't stop them.
Snowmobilers, whatever. Worst thing is by putting a cable up, unless he's really good at marking, anybody ever hit it,
Yeah.
by the penalties.
He hit it marked it, I'll say that.
It is marked?
Oh, and he's got ribbons on it all the way, about a foot pad all the way across. But he has no right to have it there, that's
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
So,
Has anyone had a conversation as to why that was put up?
No.
so I guess how do we deal with it is the question. We have,
Take it down.
Yeah, it'd have to be removed. But like I said, anybody ever run through and hit it, they probably sue the town.
yeah, well, it's gotta be removed. Do we just go out and remove it or?
Probably the best thing to do is send a letter telling them to remove it, if not the road crew will have to take it down.
Yeah, that would be the best thing.
So give him X amount of time to remove it?
Just
Because
send him a letter.
It's a public access and it can't be blocked off.
Yeah, but if we give him a date of when it needs to be removed, it's as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Right.
ASAP.
Right. And we have Jay, follow up on it
By the 1st of December, right?
by the 1st of December. So we have a
Is this
action.
Is this a resident or a vacation?
Yeah.
So that's 1st of December is basically 2 weeks, little over 2 weeks.
That's plenty of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Take him 5 minutes to do it.
So Winetta, can you write that letter on behalf of the Newfane Select Board? With authorization from the town commissioner and road foreman?
That it's illegal to put that there. It has to be removed. And he has until December 1st to do it, otherwise the town will remove it.
There is one in the town of Newfane. The person had permission. And it's been there probably 40 years.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
on the, down by you.
Oh.
The
Railroad line.
railroad lane. There's a gate there.
Right.
The guy got permission.
That's a gate though.
Yeah, but it's on wheels. You can open it.
Right.
Oh,
And it
no.
says on it, please close it when you go through.
It's a gate.
Yeah.
Like I said, like a cable, worst thing ever. So I went through the snow machine,
Yeah.
got hung up in it, or something like that.
Decapitate them in a
Yeah, it
hurry.
was against the law, you can put cables up in it anymore, right?
Well, thank you for bringing that up, and Winetta will write to him, and we will let this person know that he has a little over 2 weeks, December 1st deadline. And,
Or otherwise it will be removed.
yeah. Okay. So, any comments or questions about Jay Wilson's road foreman's report? If not, is there a motion to accept it?
Make a motion to accept it.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nay? I don't see you. Where's Angela?
I think she's missing.
There she is.
There she is, all the way on the right. Angela?
Yeah.
I said aye. I approve.
Yeah, we didn't see you. Okay, thank you, Angela. Okay. The next is administrative assistance report. And we don't have that this week. We will catch up with it next time. Okay. Now we're moving on to scheduled members of the public. And tonight that means that we have several people who are on Zoom to request appropriations for their particular organizations. And Winetta, are we doing this? Would you like to lead this part because you know who's here and.
Christine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
I'd just like to say to everybody, we'll have, let's say, 4 or 5 minutes the most for people to speak so that we can get everybody, okay?
Okay.
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for having me. I am the general manager of The Mover. You had formerly known the town appropriations going to the Current. We're all one company under Southeast Vermont Transit. We're a nonprofit transit agency that provides fixed route and elderly and disabled transportation for demand response. And we're just finishing a rebranding. So from this point moving forward, we're just known as The Mover Wilmington and The Mover Rockingham. So just for future reference. So I am the new general manager. We sent a town appropriations letter as well as the application for your review. Last year, Newfane was incredibly generous and offered and donated for us $750 towards our transportation. It's local appropriations, which is our local share of funding to match our grants. We provided 194 rides within the town of Newfane with van and volunteer service for elderly and disabled demand response. The cost of that was $5,926, so it's quite the value. We have a couple of regular clients that we serve every week in Newfane, as well as a few other clients that just take non-emergency medical trips. So that's about all I have to talk about, but I'm here to answer questions if there's any other questions or.
So it looks like your gross revenue last year was $5,668,000 and change, and then your last year
revenue, yeah.
Your last year expenses were $5,451,000. So you had some extra.
We had a little bit of extra, yeah, which was rare. Actually, a lot of that was because of the federal CARES money. The grants got switched in the last quarter. Some of the grants used to be a 50-50, and they turned in 100% funding just because of CARES money. So they were trying to help us out with cleaning expenses and so forth. Unfortunately, that kind of went back to what it was. So we basically run a level budget, you know, we break even budget, and we serve about 36 different towns total with our entire Wyndham and South Windsor territory in both divisions. So it's quite a large territory.
So it's a $750 contribution.
Mm-hmm.
And they've provided 15 clients for 194 rides. So.
I make a motion to it.
Yeah, and I'll second it.
Okay. Any questions or further comments? Okay, great.
Thank you for your services.
All those in favor?
Thank you very much for your support.
Wait, we have to vote. Minor little detail. All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, great. Thank you, Christine. And
thank you so much.
And thank you for your services.
You're very welcome.
Now, I thought that the appropriations, we were just listening and then discussing them in budget.
Oh.
Instead of passing each one as it goes.
We've been reprimanded.
So you're gonna thank everybody for the information, but then it goes to budget meeting with the paperwork.
We have to go to budget meeting.
But you've already approved this one, but
We
going
approved
forward-
it.
No worries.
I think we approved them last time, didn't we, too?
No, there was a couple that.
Yeah, but we're not supposed to be doing that.
Okay, well, thank you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
It'll be fine. Okay, Winetta, who is next, please?
Kate from Green Up.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Hi, Gloria, our volunteer town coordinator for New Fane. Bravo. I'm here speaking on behalf of Green Up Vermont. It is a 50-year-old nonprofit started by Governor Dean Davis in 1970. And our mission is to not only produce Green Up Day, but also to spread awareness and stewardship for a clean environment for Vermont year-round. And we do that by educating, supplying educational materials to K through 12 schools throughout Vermont. We also spread awareness and stewardship by doing extra activities throughout the year. For example, this summer we helped with Burlington Parks in having them develop a park stewardship program where volunteers would come into the park and help clean up once a month, once a week, and once a week. So there are extra activities that Green Up does throughout the year, as well as just Green Up Day. Last year we had about just under 14,000 volunteers statewide. We picked up over 241 tons of trash statewide and over 9,000 tires. It's unfortunate that littering is still a problem, but it does happen. And it's important for Green Up Vermont to stay in action, to recruit all of these volunteers for this one-day event, but also to spread the stewardship throughout the year. Our main goal of the educational materials and working with our youth is to build pride in youth, in their environments, in their communities, and also give them kind of a civic engagement lesson so that they really are connected to their communities and see how good it feels to outreach and do some community service. And Green Up is something that everyone can do. It doesn't matter what your income is. It doesn't matter how many people are in your family. It doesn't matter where you go to school or where you work or if you don't work. Green Up can be done by all of us. And it's important to keep that pride and civic engagement alive in our youth. So we are requesting the level funding at $100. I do want to make special note that Gloria is our volunteer town coordinator for New Fane, and her statistics that she gave at the end of Green Up Day last year, you had specifically for New Fane, you had 60 volunteers, 40 miles of roadsides cleaned, 110 bags of trash picked up, and 4 tires, along with also some metal. So just imagine what 110 bags of trash would, compounded monthly, daily, would look like on the sides of your roads. It's important to keep this going for the not only the environment, but the beauty aspect of your neighbor. It helps residents, it helps businesses. thrive as well. So we continue to ask for your support at a $100 level, and we appreciate everything that Newfane has done, your residents, Gloria, and all of you have done to keep this going.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate all you do. And I know Shelley, weren't you in charge of this for a few years?
Yeah, couple of years.
Mhm. And it's very important. It's something that one wouldn't expect to find in Vermont, because we are so appreciative of the nature and the beauty around us, but unfortunately, it's part of life, I guess. And so we thank everybody who participates with you and your group.
And if I could just say something too, that usually the V-Trans cleans up on Route 30, and they didn't do that. And so as I was driving, there are certain patches of Route 30 now that the foliage and all of the bushes have died back, that you can see the result of the compounding of it not being cleaned up. So if we find that that might be the case next year, we might want to go ahead and even do the Route 30 sections of that.
Yeah, I used to do Route 30, but I understood that they were doing it, but I didn't realize they did not do it last year.
I thought I heard that they didn't do it this year, but I mean, this last green up.
So maybe Kate can tell us.
I can speak to the fact that there were many budget cuts with both state and town municipal workers. So that may have been an unfortunate effect of that. I don't know. It's hard for me to say, but I had heard that.
And we couldn't do the typical green up this last year. And so the people just went ahead and did the green up. And I'm sure that there are a lot more bags of trash that were picked up and just taken to individual homes and put into their own trash collection. Yep.
Yeah, that's been a consistent message throughout all Vermont town coordinators. Yeah. Thank you.
Tonight. Okay.
Thank
Renetta?
Joan Weir from Williamsville School Preservation. Good evening, Joan.
Hi there. Can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I serve on the board of the Williamsville School Preservation Society, which is a small nonprofit that owns and maintains the old Williamsville School in the village of Williamsville. We have owned this property since the early 1980s, and for many, many years have not only maintained this historic building, but also leased out the first floor to the Timpson Hill Preschool. And they run a very active childcare and aftercare program and continue to thrive in this location. So each year we come before the select board to ask for a $1,000 appropriation to help us in our mission of owning and maintaining this building. And the town has been very generous over the years, has always provided that level of funding, and we hope that that can continue. We will plan to use that appropriation for a exterior painting fund. We won't be planning to do any painting this year, but generally we, need to save up towards, $10,000 to $12,000 to actually paint the entire exterior. So that's what we would intend to use the appropriation for. We would essentially be saving it in a fund for the future. We serve really all of Newfane. In your application, you wondered how many people were actually being served. And I thought about that a lot and realized that by maintaining this historic building, we're doing that for the whole community. And certainly by leasing the building to Timpson Hill Preschool, they are providing very essential service to our young families in the area. So we hope that you will continue your support, and happy to answer any questions.
Do most of the kids come from the Newfane area, or do you have other, well, you wouldn't know necessarily from Timpson School.
Right. What we know is that there are students from Newfane and the surrounding towns. So it's not just the town of Newfane that it serves. Goes beyond that.
Well, I like the idea that you're earmarking the money for painting, for exterior work. So, what do you have
One interesting fact that you may or may not know is that this building was owned by the town of Newfane and the Newfane School District. And the deed that was conveyed to the Williamsville School Preservation Society basically indicates that so long as we own, maintain, and insure this building, we can continue to own it. But if we fail, that the property reverts back to the town. So, so we are in some ways working as your agent to keep this going. And so that's one of the reasons we feel it's critical that we need the town's support to help us do this.
It went to my family.
All right.
And it wasn't used.
Well, that's a good bit of information to consider.
Thank you. Anybody have a question? So, what we were saying before is that we have a budget meeting every other week at this point, and we review all the applications, and so you'll be hearing from us after we've interviewed everybody, and I'm sure we'll.
No.
Did you say something, Angela? No.
Okay. I think Gloria did.
Oh.
What did Gloria say?
I don't know. Well, thank you, Joan, for coming to our Zoom meeting, and it was good to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Winetta?
Okay, so I have Hal Moore from Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services of Southeastern Vermont.
First off, yes, Joanne just came in from Senior Solutions, so she'll be after me, but she's here now. So, well, thank you for having me tonight. I am the Chief Financial Officer for HCRS. We're the designated service agency for Windham and Windsor counties, and we've been providing services to all these communities since 1967. So we've been around for a wee bit, and we're one of 10 other designated agencies across the state who provide community mental health services to the areas. We're looking for funding, and thank you very much for your past support for our, what we call our access navigator position. And what that is that the position that when we get calls from the, either they call on the phone, they used to come in and visit us, they still might one day when we're out of COVID. And we are able to hook them up with services and bring them in. One thing that we did start this year, which is we now have what we call open access, which means that we have 3 access navigators, one in Brattleboro, one in Springfield, and one in Hartford. And what they can do is if someone calls and they say they need services, which means that they will be able to get in the same day. And we're going to start it in actually April 1st, but we sort of got delayed because of the COVID. But we did start it on October 1st. And I know in our first month of operating it, we had 100, we were bringing 100 people in the same day, which is an amazing, it's a wonderful thing, because it's hard enough to get people to come in the door to make the phone call and to be able to connect with them and get them into services, or is a great, it's wonderful. It's a service that isn't necessarily funded by the state. It's just part of us trying to meet our mission and bring clients in to be served. Once they're in, then we can, obviously we can get reimbursed by, paid by the state for that. Right now, we have, and we look to the communities to help fund that program for those 3 programs. We have 46 communities that we serve, and 38 communities last year passed on their warrant, provided funds to do that, and Newfane obviously was one of them. And thank you very much for that. Last year we provided services to 24 Newfane residents, which was like 524 hours of services across all our different programs. We might have served other people through the other clients through the services. We have a police social worker, and we have other services we provide that we don't necessarily track, quote, we can't track to see where the service was, but we have quite the network. And we're also we manage, or we run Kindle Farm School in Newfane. That is now, they're one of the programs that came under our wing a number of years ago, when I think now 8 years now, I think, because I remember coming up here to do that. I love coming to Newfane. So I don't know if anyone has any questions for me.
Yeah, I do. Where are you located, and how do people find you if they are in need?
Well, we have an outpatient office in Brattleboro at Fairview Street. And our home office is Springfield. And we have another office up in Hartford. But so they can call. We have a, I don't have that number on me, but you can call. We have a number that you can call. And if you like, I can send that to you all.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll send you some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
The whole program.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, because we could post it and have it available for people.
Right.
To answer questions.
Oh, yeah. We do have posters.
Good.
We'll take care of that.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a comment or question? Okay. Well, again, we thank you for participating with us tonight, and we wish you all the best, good health, and you will hear from us soon.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much for being there. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, Winetta.
I have Joanne and Housing from Senior Solutions, and she's partnering with Gloria together.
Hi, how are you? Thanks. I almost didn't make it, but thank goodness I found the Zoom address and here I am. So I would like to thank you for letting me give you a little presentation. Not sure how much you know about Senior Solutions, but we've been in operation since 1973 as part of the V4A, or Councils on Aging, throughout Vermont. And we're funded primarily, the bulk of our funding comes from the Older Americans Act, which is federal money. We do get some state funds which help us operate some of our nutrition programs. And the rest we get through grants. And we do get some from town funding, which we greatly appreciate, because if we don't have a connection with the towns, how do we know what to do for people? So I'll go real briefly. I don't know if I guess I should tell you, like, our mission is to promote the well-being and dignity of all older adults in Vermont. And our vision is that we want every person who will age in the place of their choice with the support that they need for meaningful relationships and active engagement in their community. And now, as we all know, with COVID, isolation and loneliness is almost getting to be as big a killer as COVID-19. It really impacts on the health, especially of the older population, who many times live in actual environmental isolation, which then adds and exacerbates their social and mental isolation. So as part of that, one of our really wonderful programs that we have been doing the last few years is our visitor programs, which we have 3. The Senior Companion Federal Program, which is morphing, but we still have it. We have a Friendly Visitor Program, which means anybody of any age can be the visitor. And we vet them, we do background checks on everyone. And our newest is our Vet to Vet Visitor Program, which partners a vet who is, active and can get around with a veteran who maybe is no longer either ambulatory, can't drive, can't go out and socialize. And what it is, it has been really successful because it's an extension of the buddy system that all veterans have experienced, no matter which branch of the armed forces they've been in boot camp, they all get the buddy system. So it's like they each have each other's back. And I have to tell you, our volunteer visitor coordinator who does all these programs, it's her vision and her passion. She really has done a wonderful job. And I personally have experienced it because I've been to your congregate meal site at the Congregation Church in Newfane. And I was lucky enough to be able to go and sit down at a table with one of our volunteers for the Vet to Vet program, Jack Green. And he was sitting with one of his partners who was a World War II Air Force vet. And it was just wonderful to see the camaraderie and to be able to know that there are people.
Connect by screen sharing wireless. That's 01. On your PC, select actions and more devices in the notification area of the taskbar. That's 02. Then select connect or project and complete the connection process by select mute.
I can't hear. Do you want to know, should I go to something else here? For what we provide to Newfane, we have received 90 calls and office visits from Newfane residents in the past year. We also have gotten 31 calls and visits for Medicare assistance and advice from Newfane. In-home social services have been received by 13 residents. And nutrition, 18 adults have received 2,053 home delivered meals. And we have 6 people in Newfane who received our flex funds. That's help that we give to people that are not covered by other agencies or other resources. Am I not heard?
I'm listening. I hear everything.
Okay, thanks.
Your organization is so important, and I appreciate everything that you do for our seniors in our area.
Okay, thank you. We have, we also have 4 of your residents who are participating in our visitor services. So there's other things we do, like caregiver respite for people who are taking care of loved ones that have dementia. There's a lot of, we try to collaborate with local and regional transportation services if people want to reserve a van or a minibus or something. We don't do Meals on Wheels. In other words, the congregation church does it and community partners do it. So, but we get the money through the government and we don't get enough to give enough to the providers.
Right.
But we give as much as we can. And because we are the administrator responsible to hire a dietitian to oversee the menus, and that dietitian can give a one-on-one consultation to any Meals on Wheels recipient.
That's great.
Call our helpline. And do you know the helpline number? I'll give it to you.
Yes, please.
That's 802-885-2669.
2669.
And we have a couple of people that answer the helpline in our office. And then when we're not around, if the answering people will get a call back in at the most 2 days. So we try to be very responsive and take care of people. We help them with 3 squares signing up. We help them with fuel assistance. We have a Pearls program, which helps to counsel people with minimal depression before it gets too serious. If it does seem like it's really serious, we will refer them to a psychologist.
Yeah.
Do you have questions? Because I'm rambling. There's just so much to say.
You're doing a great job, Joanne.
Oh, I forgot. We're on the community partner committee for the Moore Library for your oral history for the community history. And I don't know if I'll remember it all, but I learned a lot in the 4 Saturday workshops that we went to in October. So yeah, anything people need. The thing is, we want people to call us. We don't want people to worry and say, oh, I can't take care of this or that. Call us and we'll worry about it. And we'll find some resources.
Well, it's such a great organization, Joanne, and thank you so much for your presentation. It was wonderful.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity and good luck to oh, yeah, and we're asking for the same amount, $1,150 that we've been asking for the last few years. And thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Angela.
I just took over from Doris. You just.
Hey, Gloria.
Go off of your computer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You can hear everybody.
Yeah, there's just some extraneous things going on. I just wanted to add that it seems to me, I took over Doris. Was ready to be finished with this, and you just appointed me.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We've had some technical difficulties, and so we apologize, but we all appreciate the work that your group does, and that the things that you shared are very important, particularly about COVID now, and isolation and loneliness is very important, in addition to everything else that seniors go through.
Yeah, go to service.
So right now, we don't have a picture up. We're working off of a laptop, so just give us a second.
It's a wireless connection. You're broadcasting this.
For this, yes. But it's supposed to, I'm supposed to be able to bring this back up and just connect the wireless.
I'll be having a nervous breakdown to do this. Oh, the worst.
Did you go to source?
outside.
See the road.
They do themselves.
Yeah. I think they're already here, but nothing wrong with their house left, you know.
Hey, we pay to feed the bastards.
Wow. What's it cost? It says, what's it?
We're still trying to get the connection to the large screen here in the office.
That's being cruel.
Thank you so much.
I think they should have.
Discoverable. Is there like a button that you press to
Yeah.
search?
2 years ago, we hired, they had a supervisor. They did a lot of work around the roads. Got the brush and stuff. I don't know how the hell I let him use a chainsaw. They weren't bad criminals, they were just bad people, bad boys.
That he's as loud as he is.
Display information.
Right.
Display one. Select display
As we say in
information.
Chinese, "Wo bu zhi dao."
Joanne, I would just like to say that I go walking almost every night with my dog, and I check in with a lot of my elderly neighbors to make sure that they're okay and if they need anything.
Oh, that's great, Angela.
It's very important to make sure everybody's okay. It's a scary time.
It means a lot to them. It really does.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference, even 5 minutes below.
And I don't think if it, you know, if you're 5-year-old or if you're 95, just to make sure everybody's feeling.
Absolutely. That's
what community is all about. So
isn't it wonderful? We have found that our Vermont communities, our Vermont people have been so responsive and just reaching out to help in any way they can.
Yeah.
No, it's really, really gratifying.
Sorry, my dog.
That's
To add to the commotion.
Hey, you must be part of this too.
Yeah, but I wanted to say too that Senior Solutions has tied in so much and provided kind of a network with the Newbrook Neighbors that we started in Newfane, as well as the expansion of that to the West River Valley Mutual Aid.
Yeah.
And I know that I get calls or contacts from people in Senior Solutions, and I did this even before I was a representative, to can I deliver food? One time I went all the way to Springfield, and 298 miles later, you know, I got home.
Wow.
From distributing the food. But the other thing is that it's telephone calls with Newbrook Neighbors. I've got some people who say, I can't go out and do this, but I can make phone calls. So we have a couple of people who are doing that and providing that assistance.
That's great.
Yeah. I mean,
they also get, you know, I get a call because Senior Solutions said, you know, call Gloria, and I do Meals on Wheels, deliver them in Brattleboro.
Oh, nice.
So it's just a nice network, making sure people are covered.
Well, Gloria, do you find that by volunteering so much, it even makes you feel better?
Oh, yeah. I mean, somebody asked me to respond in some and said, you know, what are you doing? And, you know, how has COVID been? And when it's COVID for me, it's like, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, and I'm going to go down tomorrow with the Vermont Food Bank and help distribute. I got another Newbrook neighbor woman to come with me.
Wow.
At these community places, like there might be 30 people in this apartment complex, like Melrose. So we're going to deliver the meals.
That's fantastic.
It just, you know, those are those things that if we can
You're
just
doing,
get,
you're doing as much as like 3 or 4 other people.
well, I have the time, and you know, it keeps me active. Or I'd be sitting here in front of my fire, just
enjoying the warmth.
But anyway, so I think that the connection of things, and I was just on West River Valley Thrives, and theirs is more directed to youth. than it is to, but Meg has been part of the conversation for the Newbrook neighbors. And I think that, you know, providing things like somebody's going to go and fix somebody's roof. I built a set of stairs for somebody. You know, it's just things that need to be done, and people don't have the ability to do it, nor do they have the funds necessarily.
Yeah, it's a combination.
Yeah.
That's what
Well, even
community
now-
is all about too.
Yep, exactly.
And, you know, when COVID first hit, I was supposed to get some work done on my porch, but then the contractors were not considered to be essential workers.
Exactly.
So I can't imagine people that, you know, are really out in the country and they don't have a lot of people to call on.
That's right.
Our friends and neighbors are crucial.
Absolutely.
And
I grew
that's
up in this area. I actually was born and raised in Newfane, and it is one of the things I like to do is give back to my community that gave me such a great childhood. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
so
it
nice.
is.
That's really great. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Well, now that we've had this good conversation, how are you doing? And Sherry?
Are they operational?
Hi, Sherry. I'm not sure where they are at the office though.
Well,
We're having our own meeting.
3 of them sitting there.
Well, here, let's see. Marion, how's it going at the office?
It's not going really well.
No,
No,
but you can hear us, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
So do you think we could
Laptop.
do you think we could have who's
Steve
the
and
next person?
Just audio.
It's Steve. Do you think we could have Steve do his presentation?
Yeah, we'll have to turn up the volume of this here.
Okay, that'd be great. That way we can keep going. We can hear everybody
There
tonight.
we go.
That would be good.
All right, I'm gonna take over and say, Steve, you're on.
Okay, good.
Are we ready?
We're ready for you, Steve.
Everybody's paying attention. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but we'll get through them. We've gotten through 8-9 months of COVID. We'll get through this.
That's right.
This slight glitch. As everybody has, I want to thank all of you and all the residents of Newfane for all your past support over many, many years to help us do what we do and help people who have various needs that they need assistance with. For those who don't know, we're Southeastern Vermont Community Action, known as SEVCA generally, and I'm Steve Geller. I'm the executive director of SEVCA. We're the designated anti-poverty agency serving Windham and Windsor counties, and we've been doing that since the beginning of the war on poverty in 1965. In overall summary, I can tell you that we provided over $166,000 worth of services to Newfane residents, 39 distinct individuals in 28 households, and they include a wide range of services, including emergency and basic needs services, such as crisis fuel assistance, emergency housing, rent arrears, security deposits, other kinds of things that keep people from becoming homeless or enable them to get housing if they are homeless, and many other crisis resolution services. We provided a great deal of weatherization to people in Newfane this past year, which includes a heating system repair and replacement, often in the dead of winter when people would be without heat, or with fumes, toxic fumes coming into the homes, and we make it warm and safe and healthy for them. We provided income tax preparation assistance for a number of people, financial counseling, a match savings program for people to meet their financial goals. Somebody mentioned helping with 3 Squares Vermont. I think that was you, Joanne. We do that as well. We do outreach and help people with the applications for that. What used to be called the food stamp program is now 3 Squares Vermont, and general information referral and assistance in many, many ways. We also have a relatively new program that some Newfane residents participated in this year, our new solar energy credits. from our community solar array at our office in Westminster. And those credits go out to people who have high energy cost burdens and help them meet their energy needs at no cost. We provide we split as many of those credits as we can get from our solar array with the people who need them. Other services that we provided in previous years include small business startups and support, workforce development and training, home repair, vouchers to our thrift stores for people who are in dire straits, disaster recovery, such as we had with Irene in 2011, and many, many other things. Of course, most recently, we've been right in the middle of providing relief and recovery services to COVID-related issues and people who've been impacted by COVID. A whole variety of projects that have doubled our budget this year to serve people who are needing that assistance because of one reason or another, either the health crisis or the economic crisis that has resulted, or both. And we provided an enormous amount of assistance just from all of the money that we've been able to get to help people who have been impacted by COVID. One of the things that we're very proud of is this new statewide program called Vermont Everyone Eats, which they've been doing in Brattleboro and in 14 other regional hubs around the state, which SEVCA is the statewide coordinator for that program, which provides nutritious meals to COVID impacted residents by supporting local restaurants, farmers, and food producers to keep them in business, keep their employees working, and enable them to prepare and to distribute those meals to people who need them, in this time of need. Last year's services were provided for just $1,600 in town support, which we've been getting for many years. That amounts to less than 1% of the value of those services. Or looked at another way, for every dollar the community provides to support our work, the residents of the community get back over $100 worth of services, which is a pretty good return on investment when you think about it. Over the past 5 years, SEVCA has provided almost $415,000 worth of services to 330 residents in 170 households for just a total of 5 times $1,600 each year, or $8,000 overall, which is just under 2% of the total value of the services provided. Now, it's important for you to know that while only a small portion of our budget comes from the town support, that support is a critical part of our funding because it's the most flexible funding we have. The vast majority of our grants and other funds are very restricted to a particular purpose or a particular, set of contracted, expenses that we have to use it for. And with the money we get from all the local communities, we're able to identify the needs that we see on the ground that people have, that you tell us about, that the people who have the needs are telling us about, and we can use that money to help us meet those needs, whereas sometimes the things that we get funded for are not what people need, and we might be able to help them with those, but the other things they need, we can't. So the unrestricted, this flexible funding is very important to help us do things that we would otherwise not be able to do. It goes without saying that we enormously appreciate the residents of Newfane's consistent and generous support over so many years. We're asking for the same amount, the $1,600 we've received for many, many years in the past, despite the fact that the total value of our services to town residents has increased dramatically over the past 5 years. And last year's, it more than doubled from last year's value. So we'll continue to do that. We're now providing many more services, hopefully on a temporary basis for people affected by COVID. And we'll continue to do that as long as that money holds up and the needs continue to arise. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about our services or any of our operations.
I would like to say thank you first for all that you do for our residents and for everyone that needs all the services and help that they can that they ask for. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary job that you do, and that you can remember all the things that you're doing is amazing, because you're covering so much area in somebody's life, physical, emotional, financial, health-wise. So thank you, and thank all the people in Sevka. I've heard about you for years, and I applaud your work, and you're a tremendous organization to support the people in Vermont.
Yes, outstanding.
Thank you so much. I have to say, with all the other representatives of organizations here, and some of them have alluded to the fact that none of us do this work in an isolated way. We all work together. We're all community partners that we may not be able to give it, someone or a household everything they need, but working with Senior Solutions and NHCRS and all the other organizations that work together, that cliche that it takes a village to get people the help they need. We've had that happen so many times that the needs we've seen are so great, and we've been able to meet those needs by collectivizing, collaborating, and getting people all those needs through all our collective work together. So I'm proud to be a part of that.
Absolutely. It's all intertwined organizations that help everybody get the services that they need.
Right. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I think we're all very lucky to live in Vermont, because everybody's there to help each other as a good team.
Nice to see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Steve. Great. May I introduce Sherry from the Wyndham Freedom Center, Women's Freedom Center, sorry.
Okay, you got it.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here. And thank you for all the work that you do for our community. So I'm actually filling in for Vicki, our director. So I have a brief statement that I would love to read, and then I'm also happy to answer any questions if you have them. So just for folks who maybe aren't as familiar, the mission of the Women's Freedom Center is to work to end physical, sexual, and emotional violence against women and children of Windham County. The Freedom Center works to fulfill its mission by educating the community regarding the root causes of violence against women, challenging the systems that help keep that in place, and providing support and services, including shelter, safe housing, to women and their children who've experienced domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and dating violence. Since our beginnings in 1977, we've provided support to survivors of these crimes, as well as consultations, educational activities to a wide range of community groups to help create a community in which violence is not tolerated. Emergency support such as shelter, safety planning, financial assistance, and information and referral is available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Ongoing individual support for women and children, legal and medical services. Sorry, my computer's not cooperating here. More tech issues. My apologies. Whoops. Let's see if I can get this to go. Thanks for your patience. Legal, medical services, housing, social services, advocacy, and cooperative work with other agencies are provided during the week. Due to the rural nature of Windham County and the isolation inherent in many abusive relationships, we're committed to meeting with women wherever we may do that safely. Sometimes that means assisting them to get to us, and other times it means us going to them wherever they're safe in the community. During the fiscal year of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, the Women's Freedom Center responded to over 1,900 crisis telephone calls, sheltered 125 people, and provided thousands of hours of individual and group support, crisis services, advocacy, emergency financial and housing assistance, access to legal representation, transportation and childcare to 1,163 people. 711 were women, 34 were men, and 418 were children who had been abused. These figures include 8 survivors and 1 child from Newfane. In addition, we provided 24 community outreach activities, including school presentations and workshops to over 650 people in our community throughout Windham and Southern Windsor County. The Women's Freedom Center is a private nonprofit organization relying heavily on community support to provide our free and confidential services. We thank you for your town's contribution to the Freedom Center and hope you're going to look at that as an investment in creating a future free from violence, something that we all deserve.
I would like to say thank you so much for everything you all do. You're a wonderful team and you provide such a great service to women, children, and men, and any survivor of domestic violence. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And did she mention men? You also handle cases with men who have been abused?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. We always want to make sure our community knows we still have, part of our original grassroots name of the used to be Women's Crisis Center actually in the mid 70s, and we changed it to Women's Freedom Center. But we're committed to supporting survivors of all genders who've experienced domestic or sexual violence, or something we've begun seeing a little bit more of in recent years, which is sex trafficking. So we know that can happen to all genders, and we support every single person that needs that kind of help.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. So again, you mentioned that we'll be reviewing it.
Yes, we will be reviewing all the applications from the different organizations. We have our next budget meeting on Monday, November 23rd, and we're hopefully will be complete with the budgeting by the end of November. So you will hear from us, and we thank you all for your presentations.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, good night.
Bye.
Bye, thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela.
Okay.
Well, at least this time it was documented.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Where
Bye,
people
Joanne.
go on.
Take care,
Right,
see
they
you.
can hear about this.
yeah,
You too.
absolutely.
Okay.
Angela's left.
I mean, Angela's still here.
Oh, Angela.
Hi, Angela.
Oh, there you are. Okay, we're up to unscheduled members of the public, and I don't think we have any, is that correct?
Correct.
So, old business is Penna Road. And again, because Jay Wilson is not here, and I just spoke to Chris while we were waiting for the technical problems to be solved. And I think we're just going to postpone the issue again until our next select board meeting, which is December 7th. We will get to this, but it's not the right time.
Okay,
Okay?
sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New business. Okay. This is an announcement that we had 3 applicants several weeks ago who came to interview for a part-time employee for data entry position. All 3 applicants were very lovely people and qualified people. And we did finally make a decision to hire Katie Bristol. So she was in the office today. She has started working with the listers, and I'm sure she'll do very well. And we also, again, want to thank the other applicants. You were very impressive to us, and it's always hard to make a final decision, but we had to do it. And so, good luck and all the best to you. Okay. Due to the COVID-19 warning for town meetings that normally are on the second Tuesday of the first Tuesday of the month of March, it is under discussion right now through the state of Vermont in terms of how And if we're going to be able to meet that date and meet in town meeting and concerning with clusters of people being together in one space. And so we have information from VLCT, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and nothing has been decided, but it's definitely being discussed in our building too. Does anybody want to say something about that?
Well, I think we should make this available on our website for people to understand.
Yeah.
Because there's specific methods, you know, for articles, voter-backed petitions. There's no need for petitions for anybody that's running, but they still have to register with the town clerk if they want to be put on the ballot. But you don't need to fill out a petition.
Okay.
And have people contact
Because of
others.
COVID?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. But there's information in this VLCT quick guide to town meeting. Okay. And because it's becoming, we're not sure how it's going to be handled, those that needed to understand what we're going to be looking at and considering, those are the rules at this time.
Right. So one of the things that's been discussed so far is that if we were not to meet as a large group of people for town meeting day in March, we still would have Australian ballot voting because there are positions that are ending in March. There are people who want to get in on the ballot and be voted in. Other things that need to be voted on have to be done, as far as we know right now, still on March 2nd.
Yeah, the budget.
I mean, the second Tuesday, first Tuesday in the month of March. If we don't meet in our standard town meeting day, there will still be Australian ballot voting, and of course, you would know well in advance where that would be held.
And all the information will be made available prior to your Australian ballot voting.
Yes.
So there would be an informational meeting with things discussed, what the budget is, who's running, what's under consideration, what's a new article.
Right.
All of that will be in an informational meeting.
Yeah. Do you expect that that's going to be a special meeting? Have you been hearing about that, or is it?
It would be something that the select board would give as a special select board meeting prior to town meeting.
Yeah.
So we could do it.
Can we do this at a regular meeting? Just focus on that topic. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We should also invite our moderator to be a part of that so that we can
discuss. On one of the last paragraphs, it does say to make plans early.
Yeah.
And include the moderator with any decisions that are being considered.
Right.
Yeah. And Deb Luskin is our moderator as voted from last year? Correct. Correct. Yeah. Those are the important things that we needed to let people know.
Okay.
Correspondence?
Correspondence.
Just that one letter. I didn't know if you wanted to discuss it or if we just put it in the folder that, we acknowledge that they received the,
I think,
the policy and animal control.
it's about, we've discussed this in the last few weeks, that we do not have an animal control officer at this point. So there have been people wanting to know what's going to happen with that. Lynetta, do you want to say what the Wyndham shelter?
Well, I spoke with Mark Anderson at Wyndham County Sheriff's Department, and he is in the beginning stages of
creating a regional animal control officer. And right now, Newfane is among 4 other towns that are interested in having that services and being informed when that project is available to us. He did mention that he would be willing to come to one of our meetings to discuss it further on what the cost would be, and he's hoping to have a larger area. He did mention 32 other towns, so whether or not there's a need that large, or if it's just going to be, you know, Wyndham County.
Okay, I think that's it.
Yep.
So again, everybody be safe, have a good evening, stay warm, and we will see you on Monday, December 7th. Good night.
Okay, and this is Senate Government Operations, and we're starting today with looking at the governor's executive order that we think he just lifted right out of our bill S-124. So I'm glad he's reading our bills. And we have with us Commissioner Sherling, and I see today Matt Birmingham actually has a face. Usually he's just this little white thing like that, or a telephone. And Ingrid Jonas is with us, Major Jonas. So and I don't know how long we'll take with this, and then we'll look at Betsy and we'll go through some of the House changes that have been made up to this point with 124, so we can keep abreast of that. And then at 3 o'clock, we are moving into a different virtual room, and we're going to join the House General and Military Affairs to hear from General Knight and Ed Stanek and Richard Kapinski. I was wrong, but I know it was, but you know who I mean.
That wasn't too bad, actually. That wasn't too bad, actually.
Okay.
So,
okay. So that's the drill for today. So let's start with looking at what the governor's executive order means for 124 and how, if there are differences, how will we resolve those, and just kind of walk through that. So Commissioner Sherling, if you would like to just lead this discussion, that would be great.
Oh, I will do my best, Senator. And if lifting is the greatest form of flattery, I think a lot of this actually originates with our the 10-point strategy that we put forth in right. June, and I think shared is probably the best way to describe it.
You are right. I think that many of us are going in the same direction, and the fact that they kind of all converged right now and so I would say, Commissioner, if you want to kind of just take it away here, and I would say if Matt and Ingrid want to join in at any time, that's kind of, this is your show for a while. Okay.
Okay. I'll be brief. And I haven't done a line by line comparison of the differences necessarily in terms of the executive order. I've done a high level side by side section analysis. So I'll work from that. Both the executive order and 124 have a section around best practice for hiring and promotion. On the executive order side, due on the 1st of December, but actually we're planning to deliver a package, I believe we're going to do everything that was on the executive order list, some of which was due October 1st and some December 1st. We're planning to try to deliver all of that on October 1st, with one exception, and that relates to the training section of the executive order. And that's only because we are still awaiting the arrival of an executive director for the Criminal Justice Training Council. So it doesn't seem fair to do that in the absence of a director. So with that side note, relative to timelines, we're planning to deliver some templates around hiring and promotion for October 1st. In S-124, there's a section on, this is all under section 10A. Sub 1A directs the LEAB to do some similar work. And I'll just go line by line and then we'll come back if that makes sense, or I can stop at your discretion.
Committee, what would you like to do? Would you like to go through all of it or ask questions as we go along?
Either way.
Let's go through it all then, and then.
Okay.
Yeah, I think going through most. Good.
There are two report outs in the governor's executive order, one on the data system and one on body worn cameras. There is a report out on body worn cameras in 124, again, 10A subsection 6. There is a section in the executive order on a statewide use of force policy, which would include the circumstances under which quote unquote military equipment would be utilized in the governor's executive order. There is a component of that, the military equipment component is subsection 7 of 10A in 124. There is a report due to the governor on training in the executive order, and there is a more broad assessment of the Criminal Justice Training Council and some additional items in sections 2A and 2B of 124. So there's a place where there is a difference in scope in particular that I'll call out. While I said I didn't have line by line, there's a couple areas that stand out as having a different scope of work, and that's one of them. There is the next section in the executive order has a direction to develop some ideas around a statewide investigative model for internal investigations. I don't have a note indicating that is in 124, although there's some community oversight. So I'll bolt these two together for a moment. There's also a direction to deliver some model community oversight concepts to the governor in the executive order, and section 3 directs of 124 of subsection 3 of 10A and 124 directs the Attorney General to work with stakeholders to do the same. There is a section in the executive order that directs us to report. These are I'm sorry, I just conflated two things. One is direct delivery of the investigative model, and that community oversight component is directing us to propose a legislative model. So they're in two different sort of large sections of the executive order. One is directing reports and action, and the other is directing legislative proposals. So I apologize, I conflated two different approaches with two different things there. Under the section that's legislative proposals, I mentioned one of the three, which is the community oversight models, which also exists in 124. There's a direction around a proposal for universal reporting portal and a methodology for the release of data around investigations in law enforcement in the executive order. Subsection 4 of 124 contemplates similar action, and the governor's executive order asks for some models around models around use of force investigation and review, and I don't have a note indicating that that's in 124 specifically. So that is that's the high level overview of the sections of the executive order and how they relate to 124.
So I just have two things. In 124, when these are addressed, it asks for different groups to get together. We tried to think who would be the most appropriate groups to work on each of the issues, but certainly it could be expanded to include other groups and other agencies or departments. Is that the same? Does the executive order ask for the same input from or expectation of input from outside groups such as LEAB and the Human Rights Commission and different groups?
It does. The very first short-term priority is community participation, and we've started some of that process. I think the methodology we're hoping to employ here is to frame up the ideas. So rather than just go out to the communities and say, what do you think about topic X? Go to them with some framed concepts for feedback. So it's a little more galvanized process from the outset. So that's the approach that we're taking.
And then I guess, unless people have other questions, if you would like to expand a little bit on the training issue. But first, I guess, does anybody have any questions about where we are so far? It sounds like we're kind of all headed in the same direction here. Brian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Betsy might be able to answer this. Is there anything in 124 and in the executive order that puts things at odds, that makes something not work the way either side had intended? I didn't ask that very well, but I think you know what I mean.
No, you did. And it was good.
Yeah, hi. For the record, Betsy Ann Rass, Legislative Counsel. Hello, everybody. The only thing I agree with you, Madam Chair, and with the commissioner, if he mentioned it too, it does seem like the governor and the legislature are looking at the similar issues in both the executive order and S124. The one place where I thought that there might be a conflict is that in the executive order, there is language for there to be a recommendation to the Criminal Justice Training Council as to a model body camera policy. And in S124, as passed the Senate, the proposal is for the LEAB to maintain its authority to create its model body camera policy. The General Assembly required the LEAB to create one in 2016. S124 would require the LEAB to consider any revisions to it. And then as passed the Senate, the language would say that starting on January 1, 22, any agency that authorizes its officers to use a body cam has to comply with the LEAB policy. Whereas its executive order, the proposal was for the Criminal Justice Training Council to create a model body camera policy. I'll just note that on the House side, in House GovOps, their current draft would transfer the model body camera policy from LEAB to the council, which would be consistent with the governor's executive order.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I should just add, Madam Chair, that wasn't a specific mindful attempt to transfer. It's just the way the language landed without contemplating the existing language around the LEAB.
So in coming up with this, though, could we assume that you would at least consult with the LEAB since that is one of their roles?
Yes, I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but the same folks that serve on the LEAB largely serve on the Criminal Justice Training Council.
I know.
So it is tough to extricate those two things from one another.
It is, I don't know if the same thing happens up there, but it reminds me of down here, we have so many nonprofits and so many organizations and so many boards that you can be in one meeting and then go to the next meeting and all but one person goes and there's one additional person and then you just it's a lot of the same people. So
You
I
have to be
appreciate
careful
that.
not to have an inadvertent quorum and have a meeting by accident.
Yes, Betsy Ann.
I'll just note to put it on everybody's radar that S124 would substantively amend the membership of the Criminal Justice Training Council. So it would, if enacted as currently considered by House GovOps, look a lot different than it does today, whereas the LEAB would remain nearly as it is now, which is more of a focus on law enforcement related members.
Okay, when we get there, I would like you to go through that, what they're considering changing. So, Anthony?
I just want to ask a very basic question. I mean, obviously, we're working on, there's two different things going on here that are very parallel. And I'm just wondering what's the difference between, I don't mean the practical difference, I don't mean like specifically the elements of them, but we have an executive order which becomes implemented when the governor executes it. We have legislation that has to be approved by everybody, signed by the governor. I'm just wondering, will the question be like, why are we bothering to do this if the governor's already done it, or vice versa? I'm just wondering which one of these, how they interact with each other.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think the view that we had was not knowing how complex the work was going to be for the General Assembly coming back into this unusual session. The governor wanted to keep the momentum going on these key areas. So that's why the executive order was issued. It does provide, I think, an opportunity for us to, if we were to put the legislative components on pause for 90 days, gives us an opportunity to do a bunch of work that's already in motion. You'll then have the benefit of being able to review that work and then contemplate which components you'd like to move forward with or modify, or may not be necessary given the outcomes of those things. So to put you in a position of advantage in January to have a more in-depth conversation about some of these things, that's an option.
And the force of law is similar for both? Betsy, is that the same force of law?
No.
In the executive order and S124?
Yeah, I mean, executive order lasts as long as an executive order lasts, as opposed to legislation, which goes on forever.
Well, so the executive order is, as I see it, and Commissioner, I don't want to mischaracterize this, so please correct if I'm not giving an accurate characterization, but it's recommendations to the governor as I see it overall. Whereas S124 is requiring miscellaneous entities to provide recommendations to the General Assembly for future legislation that the General Assembly might consider. But then S124 also imposes actually many substantive changes. But if we're looking at the recommendations aspect of only S124,
Yeah.
I think generally it's the executive order requiring recommendations to the governor, which the governor might then propose to the General Assembly after the governor considers those recommendations. Whereas S124 is requiring a variety of entities to report directly to the legislature. You could reach the same result where many of these entities are making similar recommendations. It seems like it would all go, if there's going to be any statutorily enacted requirements, it all has to go to the General Assembly for the General Assembly to use as it wields its lawmaking authority.
Yeah, I think that I don't see any conflict with them, and I would hate to, if there is legislation required, wherever the report came from, it's going to have to come to the legislature. If there isn't legislation required, then it's going to go to the appropriate training council or wherever it's going to go. And I just, my hesitation in, because what we're talking about really is that last part of 124. We're not talking about the rest of 124 at all. There's a lot of stuff in here in 124. But my hesitation in saying that those studies should be put off for 90 days, I want to make sure that the appropriate groups and entities are involved in the conversation. And however you do that, if you do it by, as you suggested, Commissioner, coming up with some kind of a framework and then going out to communities and engaging them and coming up with it. I would hate to see, because for example, on the or the release of information, I guess we're talking about, if that was one of them, we were very clear in making sure that the Press Association, for example, was involved in, or the media was involved in that, I believe, and the ACLU was involved in different things. So I don't see them happening separately. I see them as kind of the same process. I don't know why we would put it off.
Again, at your discretion, ma'am. I agree with Betsy Ann's characterization of the different tracks and how they do diverge a bit in their outcomes. All I'm suggesting is that there's a variety of work that's in progress that you may be able to use as a foundation for some of the decisions that you're making, and you'll have the benefit of that within about 30 days. And if we launch another parallel process, it's going to take it'll take another round of work, and we will actually be on 2 different tracks. So it's really just, I guess another way to describe it is, if we wait a little while, there may be less work because we can stack work on top of each other. Versus taking 2 tracks that are going at the same time, we're definitively doubling the amount of work.
Oh, and I don't even see it being 2 tracks. I see it being the same track, just having different people involved in it. I think that having 2 tracks going on at the same time, you're right, would be a waste of time and resources. And so if you're looking at, for example, the statewide, use of military equipment, that's also in 124. So you just do it and you have a report, and the report may be the same report you give to the governor as you give to the legislature. And the same thing with body cams. So I think that we just want recommendations, and we want the community involved in those recommendations. That's what I think where we are. But Senator Clarkson, you're muted.
Trying to be so good. Also, we have some house repairs going on, so I'm trying to keep that at bay. The executive order has no expiration, so this is not tied to the emergency orders. This is an executive order that would stand in perpetuity, and so that's one aspect of this, which is interesting. And not that it preempts legislation and more consideration. It asks for legislative proposals, obviously, and proposes that we discuss things in a legislative format. But yeah, anyway, I guess my point was just to go to Anthony's and discussing the differences between 124 and the executive order is, one, we've had some impact as we've all thought about things, and as Michael has been part of our conversation, and he's clearly been very involved in creating and crafting the executive order. So it's been cross-fertilized, and which has been, I hope, helpful. And I don't know. They seem to me separate tracks and together all at the same time. So it's sort of I don't quite know what, do we take these pieces out?
No.
Do we take these things out of 124? Do we want to modify it at all when it gets back to us?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand why we would do anything if the executive, first of all, the executive order isn't the same kind of executive order as, for example, the one around ethics of appointees. That's something that keeps on going. This, as I understand it, is an executive order that asks for a bunch of reports to come back. When those reports come back, the executive order is over. It isn't as if this is going to keep, I think, but
it's accomplished what it set out to accomplish.
yeah. But I don't know why we would change it. I think that we've asked for reports by what, January? So it seems to me that if the timing is, if, as Commissioner, you're saying that your reports are due on October.
Yeah, sooner.
You then have November, December, and part of January to build on those reports to come to the legislature. I don't see us necessarily making any changes or doing anything that I think they fit together very nicely for the most part.
Oh, I do too.
Except I guess for the training, which is you were going to talk about. And now, Commissioner, you are muted.
I have some construction in the backyard as well. Not my backyard, an adjacent backyard. We are, think Vermont. There, I'm looking for the section on training. We have, I think this relates more to the executive order than what you've drafted, but I think we're disadvantaged in both regards that we don't have an executive director on board at the moment. It's going to take them a little bit of time to get up to speed. So just one area of concern would be any timelines around the recommendations that relate to training and allowing for the new ED to get up to speed on things and have the requisite input.
When I think about reports that come back, there often are things like this that provide impediments to getting those reports done in a good way by the expected deadline. And my feeling always is that it's better to do the report right and to come in on January 15th, if that's the date, and say, here's where we are right now. We don't have a completed report because our executive director wasn't hired until such a date, and we've been working toward it. So that I'm not concerned about deadlines there.
Okay.
And whether the governor is or not, that's his concern.
Yeah. So overall, to speak to many of the things that that senators have generally brought up, I think you're right. We're going down the same roads, and relative to the work itself, we don't have any grave concerns about the scope of work or the types of things being assigned, be it in the executive order or in the legislation.
I think it's great that everybody's going in a similar direction, and I'm pleased with that. So I don't know how other committee members feel.
I'm happy with
Brian?
Yeah, sure.
Chris, did you want to, or you just say yep?
I'm just, I had my lunch before, and I didn't want to be eating my sandwich in front of people.
It's okay. We do it in committee.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just beaming in to say, thanks to everyone. I feel like there's a lot of good thinking, and we're moving in the right direction, and we're basically going together. So thank you.
Good. So Ingrid or Matt, do you have anything you'd like to throw in here?
Ingrid, do you want to go? Because I know you have to jump off.
No, I don't have a lot to add. I'm happy to speak to anything specific if that's helpful, but.
No, thank you.
I don't have anything to add either, only in that I think it is good that we're all we are all going the same direction and we're trying to accomplish the same thing. So a lot of work is being done right now behind the scenes on this, which I'm happy to report.
Good. And I would assume that that your newest hiree is going to keep you on track in terms of hearing from community.
Without question. I think Major Jonas is getting on a call with him shortly. Are you not?
That's correct. I'm about to jump on a what seems like a national call with Aton and Captain Scott to talk about police reform and other changing from within regarding policing. So I
Good.
agree with your sentiment, Senator White.
Good, thank you. Allison?
And what Ingrid, remind us what Aton's title is, your new hire.
So he's the co-director for fair and impartial policing and equity advisor, racial equity advisor.
And racial equity advisor. That's thanks.
Chris?
Yeah, I do have a question for our law enforcement team here. You know, and this is just sort of a high level question. Has it been a surprise to you to see sort of the extent and passion around the discussions that are going on in Vermont or nationally in the last 3-4 months? Was this a surprise, or are we just sort of picking up the pace on a prior conversation?
I'll start by saying part of it is a surprise. The need for, as I like to refer to them, these modernization initiatives has been well known. The energy behind them is not a surprise. The surprising part is the polarization related to this, and frankly, some of the very disappointing mistrust, in particular of Vermont law enforcement, who I think, and I obviously don't have a completely clear perspective on this, but having done this for 30, I don't even want to say it, 31 years now, the folks in Vermont that are in law enforcement do an exceptional job, whether that's in investigations and our ability to deliver empathy and support to victims and survivors of crime, the efforts made, while imperfect, on fair and impartial policing and equity. And we lead the nation in a host of ways and really do an exceptional job. And the scope and depth of mistrust and just the vitriol that has been thrown around is the surprising and incredibly saddening and disappointing piece of the puzzle. Because I think by and large, Vermonters do trust that when you call, you're going to get good service, empathetic service, compassionate service, and you're going to get solid investigations. And that's lost in the hyperbole of the moment.
Can I follow up just briefly? So what's that does seem, thank you for that answer. And in terms of, I don't know what the right word is, healing from this place going forward, what is it that restores, you must be thinking about, how do you restore that trust? How do you diminish that vitriol?
Well, I think like so many things that are stuck in this polarization in America today, it starts with treating each other from every direction with dignity and respect, and doing things based on fact and evidence, kind of like the way our COVID response has worked, and not rumor and innuendo and inaccuracy. That's at the end of the day, that's the most important piece is perspective. And that's not to diminish again, there's a tremendous need for progress. There is this is a moment to leverage this energy. So it's not to diminish that or try to put a brake on that, but let's do it in a way that's respectful and acknowledges the fact that, as I said back in June, early on, the length of the field we've got to travel to score points, if you use the football analogy, is far less than many places in the United States. And you can't paint 1 million+ police officers in 18,000 different departments with the same brush.
Ingrid, I saw that you unmuted yourself. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I think that's really well said. And I think we have to get to that place where, you know, the healing begins. And I don't profess to have the answers to that, but certainly, as the commissioner is saying, treating one another with respect and basing conversations on fact and acknowledging that reform and change always has to occur, but that we are underway and that we're committed to that mission here in Vermont. I think that's those are important key facts and foundations for the discussion.
And I'm just going to add one thing here. I hope that, because I think there has been a lot of, the word you used, Commissioner, was vitriol. And I don't know that this has made an impact on Gunny's decision to retire. He's the police chief in Brattleboro. But he, in my opinion, is one of the good guys. And so I hate to see him retire, and I don't know if any of this has added to his decision, but I would hate to see that happen with people who we really need to keep involved in this conversation. So I hope that doesn't impact.
I appreciate that comment. I think we've already seen it, unfortunately, in Vermont with Chief Morrison opting not to come back under the circumstances. And you're not going to find a more progressive, with a little p, police chief anywhere in the country. And, you know, without the tools to do the job, you're set up for success right out of the gate. I did an interview a couple of days ago with 7 Days, and I described that the challenge here, the challenge for you and for us, is to take this moment of energy and advocacy and translate it into pragmatic public policy. It's both the brilliance and the challenge of representative government. It is very hard to achieve, but it's incredibly important, especially given the topics at hand. So I appreciate you letting me editorialize a bit on that.
We like editorializing. Anybody else? Matt, did you want to weigh in on that at all?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Commissioner and Major Jonas said it best, and I support their comments. I think, you know, we are lucky to be in Vermont. I know the Vermont State Police has been working for over a decade on these issues. We've had our Fair and Impartial Policing Committee for over a decade. We have been working on race data for over a decade before it was statutorily mandated. And we've had the relationships that exist now for years. We didn't have to scramble or build relationships in the last few months. So what's important to recognize is that a ton of work has been happening over time, and it certainly has accelerated and should accelerate. And we are partners with everybody in this in ensuring that we're progressing law enforcement to where it needs to be. But the Commissioner's right. There's a tremendous amount of vitriol that it's not productive, and it's hurting the profession. And what I worry about long term when we talk about that is, you know, you see these good people leaving the profession, and it scares me to think about what's left or who would be coming in after. And what I don't want to see is a decaying of the profession to a level where it's actually going to go in the wrong direction, away from positive reforms and reinvestment in police and training and hiring the right people. Because if we don't do that, it will decay to a point where it's a police force that nobody wants, and it'll be people who should not be in this uniform. So there's an incredible balance that we're starting to see tip a little bit, and it should should worry us a little bit. When Jennifer Morrison walks away, you know, I don't know, I'm with the commissioner. I don't know who else would come in behind her that has tremendous experience and ideas and energy. So good conversation. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else have anything they'd like to throw in here? Well, thank you. I think that in terms of the executive order, I don't have any concerns about it. I just wanted to make sure that we were kind of all on the same page here and that there weren't any conflicts that we needed to address. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your continued work and your thoughtfulness on this and all the topics that impact public safety in Vermont.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Take care.
And thank you
Talk
for
to you
being
later.
active partners. Good,
Yes.
good work.
Yep. So, Betsy, do you want to go through any changes in 124 that they're considering?
Yes, hi. Thank you to Gail. She posted for you on your web page House GovOps working strike all amendment. So does it work for all of you to pull it up separately? So we
I
see it?
can try.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right here. If you refresh, you're gonna have to refresh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just under my name, S124 draft 2.1. And let me know when you're ready to go through it and give you a high level overview.
I would say, go ahead and start.
Go ahead and start. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an annotated strike all, so it shows in yellow highlighting language that would be added to the bill as passed the Senate, and then in red strike through language that would be removed from the bill as passed the Senate. So it started out with the Criminal Justice Training Council, and what's just going on here in section 1 is just to update the definition or the general description of the council and what it was created for and its purpose. One of the things you'll see on page 1, line 18, if you remember when the council was testifying in Senate GovOps, there was testimony, I think, from their director of training who advised that the council prefers to use the term law enforcement applicant rather than recruit. They're moving away from that term recruit. And so the bill as passed the Senate, though, I didn't catch that one use of recruit still in there in the description of the council, that it's created to maintain a uniform standard of training for recruits and officers. So this would get updated to say basic training for law enforcement applicants and then in-service training for officers, meaning our certified officers. On page 2, what it would do is add to the description of the council its current law duties to professionally regulate officers, with the description being that the council maintains statewide standards of officer professional conduct by accepting and tracking complaints alleging officer unprofessional conduct, adjudicating charges of it, and imposing sanctions after the council finds an officer committed unprofessional conduct. And then on line 6, there's just language to, right now, current law says the council offers instruction to officers. And this is also just adding, and they also approve, because they can also approve training for officers. So that's just an update. Section 2 gets into the membership of the council, as I had mentioned previously. So just a refresher, the LEAB really is made up of appointees who have a law enforcement focus. Either they are law enforcement officers, or there's also the Defender General is a member, the U.S. Attorney is on there also, but it's other than those two, it's really law enforcement officers that are making recommendations on law enforcement issues. Whereas the council, so the council is the entity that sets the standards for training, provides training, certifies, and professionally regulates law enforcement officers. And you had proposed amendments to the makeup of the council, and the House is considering further amendments to the council. The committee has discussed big picture, making more of a balance between law enforcement related members and more members of the public, so that there's more of a balance on the council in that regard. So one of the things that they're considering now is, so as passed the Senate, the bill would have expanded the council from 12 members to 20. And this would have a total of 21 members, and revising the membership a little bit from what you had suggested, to change up the membership a bit. The House is currently considering removing the Commissioner of Corrections, who's a current law member, and removing your suggestion to add the Commissioner of Mental Health. And then on page